Well, good morning, everyone. This is Larry Husky. I'm coming to you on the NBT Bowling Tournament's website. We are here at Concord Lanes in South St. Louis, Missouri for the finals of the long doubles. Top 10 teams from yesterday are here today to bowl Baker-style matches, 2 games each. That's 20 games of Baker today before we go to the top 5 step ladder. It's going to be long Sunday of the long doubles. Chase Rhodes, who was here with us yesterday, will be in a little while. We'll be sitting here with Mr. O'Mara himself.
Good morning, Larry.
Good morning. And it's going to be quite a day. This is why they call it the long doubles, because of Long Sunday. We've got 10 great teams. I've got a payout. Top place, first place prize today is $3,000 to the winner, $1,700 to the second, and third is $1,200, and we'll give you the rest of the rundown later. The match you're watching before you right now on lanes 27 and 28, it looks like I believe that's Anthony Richmond and Jalen Mosley against Pat Orozco and Steve Solovic. And on lanes 29 and 30, we have Mike Sapolis, Aaron O'Brien going against Chris Taylor and Eric Zizmowski. They'll be bowling a game in each lane, 2-game matches, 30 bonus pins to the total pin winner. We'll do that 10 times today before we go to the step ladder. Roscoe on 28 sent the messenger. 7-pin stands. Your leading qualifier going in today were Tim Barrett and Shea Bittenbender at 39.51. 39.51, followed by Michael Howland and Cameron Doyle just 3 pins back. 39.48 for the 8 games yesterday. That's a team total. All the way down to your 10th place qualifier, which was the team of Tom Adcock and Jason Queen at 36.92. Give you a rundown of the rest of the teams. In 3rd place was Tom Partle Jr. and Dave Cummings. 4th place was Anthony Richmond and Jalen Mosley, who you're watching on 27 and 28. Chris Taylor and Eric Zizmowski were 5th, who you're watching on 29 and 30. Aaron O'Brien and Mike Sapolis were in 6th. Pat Orozco and Steve Solovic in 7th. Tony Resnick and Mike Hottie had a great day. They finished 8th yesterday. They're here today. Our most experienced team in the competition, John Marcella and Scott Greiner, both PBA 50 members, 37-31 in 9th place, and Tom Adcock, Jason Queen in 10th. We'll be here today to bring you the action, and hopefully we're going to have a few guests in the booth today. I understand Mike Dole might be coming by along with Brandon Mooney, and we'll catch whoever we can as the day goes by and get them on here until my partner Chase Rhodes gets here later.
I wish I could join you a little more in the conversation, but I am still putting out some fires here.
I see you have your technical hands very full this morning.
So we're going to get this rolling, and we're still going to try and get the live stream going. If not, you're going to be watching this live to tape, obviously, after the event, and we do apologize for that, but we are having some problems getting connected to the internet this morning that we didn't have yesterday. So we're going to get there one way or another, Larry.
That's right. And in the meantime, we'll watch some great bowling, and you'll get the entire coverage, whether it is tape, delayed, or live. We had an interesting team. Mike Holloman, who finished 2nd with Cameron Doyle, his partner, A.J. Rice, was a last-minute scratch due to some personal reasons, and Michael was able to come up with Cameron Doyle as his partner at the 11th hour. Both of them are former PBA Rookies of the Year, so it ended up working out really good for them. In the very first match, they are bowling, it looks like Marcella and Greiner in the first match. So on lanes 29 and 30, Mike Zappolis is up in his portion, the 6th frame of the first game. They are on a 4-bagger now, and Chris Taylor will get up on 29, working on a strike. Steve Solovic with a double. Chris Taylor with a great shot. Chris had a phenomenal set yesterday, 858, 278, 278, 300. Games 1, 2, and 3. It was really great to see. We got that on video yesterday. I believe in one game yesterday, game 4, we had 4 300s in the house. I think we had a total of 10 300s yesterday shot. We had Chris Corbin, who him and his partner Dan Dino finished in 12th place, had back-to-back 300s. Games 3 and 4. The way this works today, they'll bowl head-to-head matches, being Baker style, 2 matches each team. They'll flop lanes and total pins. Whoever wins will get a 30-pin bonus for that game, and that will add to their total pinfall count for the day. The last game of the day, the last match, will be a position round before heading into a step ladder, and the top 5 will advance to the step ladders. Looks like Tony Resnick and Michael Hottie are up in the 10th. They got 9. They got the front 9 in the Baker style game. So Tony Resnick is up in the 10th, going for 300 game 1. So we got Casey's on that. Miss Casey Gettle is our camera lady today. She is going to be able to move mobile, and that was good in the 10th. Tony, the first one. Tony Resnick is a world record holder. 9-game set established right here in St. Louis. Set the world record for the single high score. Young man can strike for days. On lane 29 or 30, Mike Zappolis is up in his 10th, looking to close the game out at 280. Tony Resnick was good in the 11th frame for 11 in a row over on 25 and 26. And a solid 9-pin for Mike. So 259 available there. Tony Resnick up in the 12th frame. Balls away, and that was solid. Very good shot. 300 Baker style. Michael Hottie, Tony Resnick in game 1.
And we're gonna push that replay back here in about 10 minutes.
Fantastic. Okay. Once again, if you're just joining us, you are seeing this most likely on tape, live to tape delay, right? Yes. And so it's going to give Tom an opportunity to maybe even enhance the production a little bit, taking it back to the studio and bringing it to you on delay, which is very common in a lot of sports today. A little bit of internet issues, which no one has control over, obviously. So we'll bring you all the coverage and all the action here today from Concord Lanes. 258 in game 1 for Sapolis O'Brien. 237 for Richmond Mosley. $246 for Orozco and Solovic to 237 over Mosley and Richmond. All right. So they'll swap lanes now. Reset and go at it again. All right, and my partner Chase is here. He must have ate very fast this morning. We're glad to have him back. And like I said, we'll bring bringing you the action today. It will be on live to tape delay. Chase will step in here with us in just a second and continue the coverage and the commentation for the commentary for the event. So over on 25 and 26, Michael Hottie starts off game 2 with a strike. Anthony Richmond did not like that off his hand. He whiffed the 7-pin. Oh, great view. So O'Brien up on 29 now on a double. Hottie and Resnick are still striking. That'd be 15 strikes in a row over there for them. Good morning, Chase.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, good.
So you missed the Verse game. We had Hottie and Resnick shoot 300, and they are still striking.
Shocker.
15 strikes in a row down.
Well, way to go, Larry.
What's that?
There's a 4-6-7 from Tony. You see how you did that?
Oh, well, I didn't throw the ball, though.
I just sat down.
You dark clouded him?
I try. You know, for a while when I'd go live for people who were shooting 300s,
Oh, it was the dark cloud. I know.
there was only one person who has the kryptonite to my camera, and that's Shea Bittenbender.
I think Shea has kryptonite to everybody.
Yeah.
You know,
So yeah, plans changed a little bit today. I figure I come in this morning, and then you can have me till about 1 o'clock.
well,
And
I know
then-
that you've got quite an evening.
Yes.
You've got to go out to Cave Springs with Tom out there for the NBT's kickoff.
And that's why I changed things up a little bit. I didn't want to just do 8 hours straight, so I decided to come in this morning, do about 4 hours, and then head off to my lunch, and then over to Cave Springs.
Well, glad to have you here this morning.
$3,000 for first, huh?
Yeah, $3,000 on top. And if you, I only read the first 3 spots. If you want to give everybody the payout, that'd be great.
Yeah, $3,000 up top, $1,700 for second, $1,200 for third, $1,000 for fourth, $900 for fifth, $825 for sixth. You got $750 for seventh, $700 for eighth, $650 for ninth, $600 for 10th, and this was Seth Harris and
Eric,
right? $550. And I was talking to Seth last night, and he was visibly bummed because that would have been a big deal for them.
Well, did you see what Seth bowled? He was plus 364.
Yeah. And that's what I said. I said, dude, you just put in $175 a person. At the end of the day, you're not losing that $175.
No.
I said, and you're going to get a little more.
And he bowled incredibly well.
Yeah, and I get it. It is heartbreaking because, those guys, if you look on paper, and they'd probably tell you the same thing, they're not looked at as the top 10 by most people. But I said at the beginning of this tournament, you've got to watch those two.
You did.
And they bowled extremely well. Eric stayed out of Seth's way and just, I'm sure those pins, they could tell you 100 times over where those pins were left.
Well, with the exception of 2 games that were sub 200, they were there. They missed, what was it, 6 pins from being here today, 7 pins from being here today.
I'd rather miss by 700.
And that's kind of the message that Seth left on the internet last night on Facebook, is that, but he was very proud with the way they performed. I expect to see that duo bowl again. They bowled extremely well.
Well, Eric is Seth's coach, and that's what Seth said. He really enjoys bowling with Eric because, he is his coach, and so they can keep each other, on an even keel. Which in doubles tournaments, how many times do you see one guy shoot 270 and another guy shoot 210?
Oh, I can think of a couple.
or 190. When you see a team who can shoot 230 apiece, that's the team you got to look at. Like a Shea and Tim. Those guys didn't really falter much yesterday.
No, they didn't. If you look at their scores, you can see.
And you look at how and I say that because you look at Holloman and Cameron, and they did falter. Game 8, so there was really no downfall for Tim and Shea, which that's what they do. Tim and Shea do Tim and Shea things.
Yeah, and I was looking at the scores, and it's a shame. We had a couple of people who just really
bowled well.
So
brackets went good.
Well, I think so. For instance, Cody Aldrich. Cody Aldrich was plus 263 on the day. All right, his partner goes minus 31. Now that's and now any other day of the week, Terry Salvant though is up there with Cody. Good young bowler. And
I know who Terry is. Lindenwood, right?
Just didn't have the day that he's accustomed. But Cody comes out, he fires all, he throws all he can get at him.
So what was it? 492 was the cut, right? Yeah.
Yes, 492.
That's a ton.
It's a ton.
That's 230 average apiece. So this is total pins, Baker, or is this?
This is total pins, and after 2 games and 30 bonus pins to the winner. We had 300 on the first match by Hottie and Resnick now. It's Cummings, as you said, not Cummins. Cummings and Partle are throwing it at him this game, so tighten that match up.
And then it looks like O'Brien and Sapolis are doing O'Brien and Sapolis things.
They shot 257 the first game, I believe it was.
And they're already at 500.
Right.
With a strike in the 10th, working on 30 here, 20.
Mosley and Richmond are coming back this game.
So they're going to shoot 309. So they're going to have 300 this game if you give them the 30 there.
Right.
So they're going to end up shooting 550 or 560 with the 30 bonus, which is massive.
That's a ton.
What did Shea and Tim shoot?
My eyes, that's beyond the realm of my eye strength.
Casey, what's the scores down there, the very end? So 279, 257 for the left. I don't know what lane they were on. Next to them, I see a 279 and a 245. So that looks like 513 to 4 something. So the right lane wins over there.
277 for Cummings and Bartle.
But Hottie and
they had 300.
Resnick, but they already shut him out. They're at 504, and Tony's got 2 more shots in the 10th. Tony strikes there, so they're going to shoot 560 with bonus, which is huge. You got a 505 with a 452, so that's 535. I guess we're going to, you know what we're going to have to do? Here, hand me that.
Well, I know that Stacy's going to be pretty much up on the scores. I believe he'll be getting them to us pretty quick today.
Well, I figured what we could do is just take those score sheets, and as it's winding down, we'll be able to tell you who's got this wrapped up. I think you'll know by game 7.
Well, so they bowl 20 games, basically
Total.
20 games total Baker, and then they go to a top 5 step ladder.
Oh.
That's there for the long doubles on Sunday.
Oh. So it looks like we're going to get Hottie and Resnick on 29 and 30.
Yes.
I wonder who they're bowling.
And he is saying Hottie, by the way, not Hottie.
I know, Hottie. Hottie. Shea and Tim in their matching Sunday reds.
Their memorial jerseys, yes.
Yeah, I don't think, I see the picture of the man that they're representing on those jerseys. I don't think I ever met him. Like
I was fortunate enough to meet him one time at the Jen Helfer Day, and just a few moments that.
So maybe I've seen him.
I'm sure you have. Just a few, because he came down multiple times, and just a few moments that I spent talking to him, he was really quite a fine young man. So.
Hey, way to throw 6 strikes in a row.
All right, so they are 564, like you said. They're
Yep.
564.
Plus whatever they were at coming in, because all pins do carry over.
Yes.
So they were at
They're plus 723 right now.
okay. So they were at 3 or. Yeah, because that's 492 right there. So
And
they
that's
were at
569.
330
They
or
were
359 over.
569.
569, yeah.
Yeah.
My bad. Yeah, Eric kind of struggled a little bit down there. I was looking at some of the scores. I'll tell you what, I bet he wishes those 170s were 190s. And you're talking a spare. So it looks like we got Shea and Tim versus Resnick and Hadi.
And then we've got Adcock Queen versus Marsala and Griner.
Oh, the senior pair. 27 and 28.
The most experienced teams in the biz.
Over 200 years in age, folks. There's a fun
Almost.
fact for you. There's a
Almost.
fun fact for you.
Almost.
Stick around. There's more of those. So did you get some good sleep last night?
No.
Me, you know what? I went to Hooters in Fairview Heights, Illinois, and I went and watched the UFC fights last night.
No, I fell asleep within just minutes of getting home, and then woke up right before half.
Oh, looks like Tony and Mike are striking early, as usual. Looks like they got a 10-pin lead going right now. See, what I like about Baker is I'm not waiting.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and so we have a replay going. We're going to go ahead and do a picture-in-picture. It's the best way we can do it right now. So we've got that Tony Resnick's 300.
Well, Team Resnick's 300.
Team, yes.
So what I was saying about Baker was
There you go.
I don't like waiting. If we're striking and they got to pick spares, I'll finish a game and hope that they still have four frames left, so they can look at what we've done.
Well, and here's what's nice. So, like what Tom brought up the replay, because we weren't able to be down there live with it, so he brought the replay up, picture-in-picture that you're looking at right now. So you got Resnick right now, current
Up on 2 lanes.
on 29,
You got
and in the picture-in-picture, he's going to close out his 300
So
with Michael Hottie.
Tony is multiple places.
He is everywhere at the same time.
Watch Tony throw 2 strikes at the same time. Oh, shaker 4, light 4, sorry. Gotta love the light 4 pin. Here's Resnick throwing a strike for sure.
And that was a no-doubter because we knew that.
We call that the high hard one.
Give him the heat, Ricky.
That's it. Here's Tim up trying to triple. Yeah, he's looking pretty solid today. I've only seen 2 shots, but yeah, that's pretty much what they've done. And here's Shay's not finishing. So Shay must have seen something in practice or last game that says, here, you throw 3 in the 10th. Which
Yeah.
I'm not. Oh, here's Tony's 300. Looked like the last one I saw. You could have seriously put that on a loop, and I wouldn't have been able to
Right.
tell you which one was which.
Well, when he's on, it's just like hitting replay. That was a backdoor.
You can rethrow it if you want.
One of the nicest guys in bowling, too.
Yeah, they're gonna get. They need to hope that they get a break or Tony and Mike strike out so they can keep it close.
Oh, just to close something out for you, I did talk to Mr. Queen last night about the jersey and the ball, and he said no. He said Jax has already laid claim to that.
Who's Jax?
His son.
I mean,
Well, you'll see him soon enough. This kid, I don't know if you'll see him playing pro golf, pro baseball.
well, with a name like
pro
Jax,
bowling.
with a name like Jax Queen, he's gonna be something. Like, I mean, you've already got $1 million name.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've ever seen any of the video of him hitting a golf ball, but well, Lord have mercy.
Oh, we call that Tiger-esque.
So you're on 2 and I'm on 1. It's going to be confusing.
So the team of Adcock and Queen are on a 4-bagger right now.
Shocker.
Well, I think they had a little bit of a rough start.
Well, you know, you got to get the bones going.
Not to mention that they had to bowl Tim and Shay the first game.
So did they end up? So who won that game?
I haven't seen yet.
If I had to take a guess, the way that they're bowling,
But we will know shortly.
yeah, that is true. And like I said, see, they're over here taking their time a little bit. I'm not doing that. I'm throwing the ball. I'm putting the pressure on the other team. That's what I love about Baker. You don't have to wait.
And they're considerably ahead.
Well, and that's the point. So look, he's got that spare. Tim gets up there and throws a strike. Shea gets up and gets ready to go. They're already in the 10th frame before they get to the 8th. Like, I get it. Take your time. Make your shots because all pins count. But 30 bonus pins are huge.
So on that 4-bagger, 8-10 left by Queen.
Well, when you play straighter angles. Oof, that was bad.
Yeah,
Way
Tim
inside.
didn't like that off his hand either. They
was
did
way
get that
inside.
inside.
So, see, you're going to see a little different scoring pace, A, because they're bowling Baker, but B, because there's a lot less traffic.
Right.
You're not going to see as much traffic. You're only getting 2 games per lane. You know, so it's and that's per team that shows up. So it's not like you're getting 10 games straight. Well, he'd have picked that all up. Now he's showing off. So that's the break they needed. Now they need to capitalize. That's pretty good. They just want to let you know Jason Queen threw at that 8-10 at 22 miles an hour.
Oh, 4-6.
I think Tom's throwing that Wolverine. And I think he's thinking these lanes are going to be a little tighter that he can get right. See, now there you go. It's a whole new ball game now.
It changes real quick with a double here by Tony.
Yeah. But no, I think he's throwing that weaker ball because he thinks they're going to be a little, you know, down laney, but this is Concord. These lanes hook.
Now it's back-to-back splits over there, and I can assure you that Mr. Marcel and Griner are going to try everything in the world to jump on top of that.
Oh, Tony with the trip 7. The 7-pin still laying on the deck. Yeah, I think that's that Wolverine he's throwing, which is the 900 global ball. Tony, I like your jersey.
Really liked the one yesterday.
What was that TV brand that had the rainbow stripes? Is it Polaroid that had that? Polaroid TV or something like that had the stripes. Tony, very loud this weekend.
And proud.
And proud. You need to get Hottie one of those. It doesn't matter what he likes.
You guys looked good yesterday, man.
Yeah,
Those
you
are great
did.
jerseys.
I really like that.
Those are all North County restaurants.
Oh, yeah, we were naming them all off. And then I saw the TDK, which is them damn kids. That was a huge strike for Tim there in the 10th. So max score here, 257 for each team. Looks like Adcock and Queen are down. I think they're down 20 going into this game, or going into the 10th. Chris Taylor and Eric are not having a good time right now. They are sitting at 94 in the 6th on an open. Tony's got to have this. Got it.
All right, Pookie.
Okay, here's Tom Partle throwing a strike. There
Tom
he
is on a 300. I don't know what.
Oh, yeah, I see him. That
Who
was
is?
11 in a row.
Yep. Okay.
Who is Partle?
Tom Partle. Well, Tom Partle and
Cummings?
Cummings. So Dave told me that he bets they'll spell their name right when he's in the newspaper for beating me up for saying his name wrong.
Yes. That would be a Daveism.
Yes. But let me tell you, it wasn't beating me up. I nicened that up a little bit. Oh, that's solid 8.
Wow.
Which doesn't matter. Oh, no, it doesn't. Here's Tom for 12. Attaboy, Tommy.
So he closes it out.
That means Dave threw 6 strikes in a row?
And he's 8 through 6.
Holy moly.
And I think more than that because going back to the game before, they threw 277 at him the game before.
Really? So is that game 1 or game 2?
Well, no, that was in game 2 they threw. This is game 3 they just finished.
No, I'm saying, is this game 1 of this set, or is this
Yes.
game 2 of this set? Okay. Well, that's not a bad 278 going against that 300.
No.
So to only be down 22 after a team shoots 300, that's a big, big 10th frame for Tony right there. 257, 247. So they're going to go in the second game with a 10-pin lead over Shea and Tim. We should be getting scores, right?
He said he would have him down here.
Okay. I'm going to take my first walk.
Yeah, and then when you come down, they want us to move down a little bit. That's why
Sorry. Am I 2?
you're 2. All right, so the match you're watching right here. Hadi Resnick have a 10-pin lead going into game 2 here. 30 bonus pins up for stake. Queen with a 10-pin also to start his game 2. Mr. Griner, Scott Griner up on 27 to fill his first frame. Tony with a shaker 4. Did they give you some updates?
We're going to have to do some math. All right. Let me see that. Let's do this. So this is just what they bowled. So if you want standings, all I got to do is just add in this plus to these pluses. So they're at 750, 751, 748, 681,
Not being live.
Yes, I have. I can do that again.
Okay.
There we go. So let me let Chase give you the.
Now that was slammed in my face.
Let me give him the opportunity to update you on standings, and then I will make a statement about our stream.
Okay, so in first place after the first set of games, you've got Bittenbender and Barrett at 4106. You have Dole and Holloman at. Okay, so hold on a second. I'm saying that completely wrong. So
Oh,
the
you
plus
got it right.
minus, look at the plus minus to the total.
Right. This you want the total.
Yeah, I'm giving them the plus minus numbers. First place, Barrett Bittenbender, 4506. Second place, Doyle Holloman, 4433. O'Brien Sapolis in third at 4398. Mosley Richmond, 4381. Cummings and Partle, 4361. Hadi and Resnick, 4323. Seventh place, Chris and Seismo, They're at 42.87, so they're back a little bit. They're gonna have to make a jump. Griner and Marcella 42.74. Orozco and Solovic at 42.50, and rounding out the bottom is not a team I thought I'd be saying. Adcock and Queen 41.92. So they are about 300 pins out of the lead.
Well, but we saw in the holiday doubles, for example, Mr. Kyle Sherman and Nick Pate come from 12th to within just 2 pins of winning after match play. We do want to remind folks that this is on live to tape delay. There was an internet problem that, well, we are slaves to. We just can't.
How is it 2022 and we can't get internet
because
to
it's
just
the
work
internet.
like it's supposed to? Like, I just don't get it.
But Tom will be give him an opportunity to edit and put a great quality stream out to you on tape delay. That'll come from the MBT studios. We want to remind everybody too that the MBT is kicking off their series tonight. You'll be bringing that action live.
Yes, sir.
From Cave Springs. It's just a $60 entry fee, and a lot of money at stake. They've got there were somewhere over 30 entries for tonight's first squad. We don't have an exact number, but they were 31 yesterday, and looking forward to seeing that. There's 8 qualifying squads.
I will be bowling one of them.
You will be bowling one of those, yes.
So hold on, let me
How are you going
just
to bowl and announce at the same time?
let me just ask you something.
Yes.
So people cannot watch this live today because I've got people hitting me up on my phone nonstop wanting to know where the link is.
Well, and you tell them that due to the internet,
So they will
connection,
be able to watch it
it
within
will-
days to come.
probably, I'm sure knowing Tom, it'll be out very quick.
Okay. Because I've got like 6 messages from people wanting to know where this live stream is.
I would tell them to come on down and watch it live.
That's right.
Is that so?
Well, it's not.
That's Sapolis and O'Brien again. So O'Brien looks like he's up in the 10th frame for 300.
Yeah, and that means Dave and Tom can lose this series
They could.
because they've only have. They got 2 opens that look. No, they got. Looks like strike, spare, open. The next 3. So here's O'Brien. That's 11. That's 11 in a row.
Marsala almost picked that.
Yeah, you know, it looks like 29 and 30's hooking a little earlier. Unless you throw it like me and Tony throw it, and it doesn't matter.
You mean the rockets to the pockets?
You're my favorite. Yeah, we're waiting for Aaron to throw it.
And there's Aaron.
Oh,
a
smash
stone
9.
Smash 9
Let's
stone.
go. 299, but that wins the game. So you give them the pin off the 30 bonus pins. They shoot 300.
Tim,
For the hard way. So that puts them at 578. That puts them at 6. So wait, that was. I thought he had 11 already. I thought that was his last shot. That's for 280. They almost shot 600 for 2 with bonus. Beat that. Beat that. So they shoot.
up in the 7th with.
So they go 278, 289.
Queen left a little half 10 on his 7th frame.
Oh, see, that's. Shay went right to the face. I said I think they're starting to hook a little earlier, especially on the inside. And then you can throw the ball like this. Zing! Just give it a little.
Like I said before,
This is the live
Right. Thank you, Tom.
So Tony and see, it's hard to tell because the total pins keep
Well, that's
adding
on
up.
on the lane, yes.
Well, no, I'm just saying it keeps adding up the score, so it shows you at 949. Like that's just the scores on that pair. It's just hard to keep track. That's a big strike right there. So Partle and Cummings are going to shoot 212, it looks like, if Tom spares and strikes. That's not enough. Especially when you get 78, 89 shot at you.
So they got 35 left. Tony can shoot 227, 227.
So he needs at least 8. Oof. 10's good. 10's good. 30 pins. It's a good shot there. Good adjustment.
You see the move?
Yeah, but when you go 8-1-5-4 in the middle of your game, that's tough. Yeah, Eric and Chris are having some issues down there. I see a lot of dashes next to 9 counts, so that's not good. You're missing single pins.
Well, I saw Eric. He literally, it looked like he dropped the ball, or going for, I think it was a 4 pin, and it went in the gutter.
So you got Cameron and Holloman. I haven't heard much noise from them, you know, since they're sitting in second.
Well, I believe they'll be down here.
Just shortly?
I think they're coming to 27-28 this next game. I think.
Just shortly?
Yes.
So it looks like Queen and Adcock can shoot 227. Another Deadwood on the lane there. And you got 230, 229.
So Marsala, if he stays clean, well, no,
Well,
they're
no,
going to win their
they're
point.
already going to win their
They're
match
gonna,
there.
They're going to win their 30 points.
That'll put them at 230. See, I wish we could get these to reset every time, you know?
Well, it would have to be programmed to do that.
I know. You know, 2022. We got cars that drive on their own.
I was talking about that earlier. I'm sorry, I'm not taking my hands off the wheel, no matter how smart that car thinks it is.
Oh, I was like, where's that camera? I know, but I was just saying, I'm like, where is that camera at?
No. This button
Well,
brought
yeah.
to you by.
Well, no, I just wanted to know, because there was a guy just standing in front of it. I didn't know where it was located at. So it looks like, who's Eric and Chris bowling? Is that
Richmond.
Mosley and Richmond?
Mosley and Richmond, yes.
They're about to shoot 279. And I'm positive they're going to win the match. Because the last game, Eric and Chris had 94 on an open in the 6th. So there's Tom Adcock finishing up his 10th. They can shoot 229 with a double here. Perfect. See a head pin just spin back.
And what ball did you say he was bowling?
I think that's the Wolverine.
Is that a global?
Yeah. It's a lower end. Just
Left me hanging.
that's twice this weekend.
Left me out there.
That's a lesser hooking ball, more straighter angle ball, which that plays right up Tom's bread and butter there. So they shot 279 down there. Yeah, I mean, the ball rolls good. But I just think he was playing too far in with it. I think he thought it was going to go just maybe a little longer. And it just wasn't like you saw over here. Now 29 and 30, I'm telling you, this is going to be the iffy pair. If you find a team who can hit this pair consistently.
Oh, it's the TV lights.
Well, I just think the insides have burnt up on this pair. And if you don't know it.
Although yesterday it was one of the highest scoring pairs in the house.
I just think they're going to hit the inside on here a lot more, and it's you're going to see a lot of face. Like it's just going to keep hitting harder.
So we get Adcock this time.
Yes, that is
Richmond.
the Wolverine. Yeah, we got Mosley, Richmond, Adcock, Queen.
Turn my mic down, number 3.
Oh yeah, that's me all day. That's me all day.
Let's see if I was right about who comes to 27, 28. Well, so it's Mowski.
So we got Taylor and blah. I'm just gonna call him
Zismo.
Eric.
There you go.
You got Shea and Tim versus Solovic and Orozco.
So it's
Dave and Tom.
Cummins, yeah.
Dave and Tom versus Eric and Chris. So we should have score updates here shortly. So the reason that we're slacking in scores is I saw Ashley wasn't here. And I know who makes sure all that runs smoothly. So as we're waiting for Adcock and Queen and Mosley Richmond to get started, we got Taylor getting ready to throw his second frame. Looks like he's finishing out the game. I'm always going to let my lefty finish. Always going to let the lefty finish. Here's Partle. I'm sure Amanda will be watching this.
Once again, we want to remind everybody that this is going to be going out on tape delay. I'm getting messages on my personal page as well, and personal messages to ask about where the stream is. Once again, the internet was not cooperating this morning. Tom was here very, very early, along with Jason, trying to get it where it would work, and they just could not get it to match up. But we got a great stream. We got great video. Chase and I are here to give you the commentary today, and we got some great teams bowling.
You know, I got word that.
And we have Casey Gettle here today.
Yeah, she said she was going to get on here soon. Maybe not today, but maybe soon. So she's actually bowling tonight in the qualifier.
That's awesome.
So
I told her, we were talking about her mother earlier. We need to get her mother bowling again.
Get them all out there. The more the merrier. Mosley finally showed up.
Well, you know, you were talking about Tracy Sherman yesterday and throwing bags, and I told you she was a beast on the lanes. Well, Angie's mother, I said Angie, Casey's mother Angie was the same thing. They were just some of the best. They weren't just the best women bowler in the area. They were some of the best bowlers in the area.
Dave's looking pretty good. Dave's looking pretty good today. Must have got him a full 4 hours rest. Oh, we got 29 and 30 finally going here. Queen starts off with a big banger. Well, they went 6-2. I guess that's why Eric isn't finishing. Mosley started out. Tom's throwing that helos. It's just not. It's not bending like he wants it to. Man, that Wolverine looks nasty. I'm gonna have to get me one of those. Never owned a 900 global ball. Maybe I'll pick me one up. I can throw it hard and straight. Tom trying to clean up his little mess. So that was a little bit of a break. Eric seems a little lost right now.
All right, so I just confirmed with Tom, and you might want to tell your folks on Facebook. I'll tell mine because we're both getting blown up. That once it goes back to the studio, and once they get the production tonight at Cave Springs going, he will release it not only on YouTube but on Facebook as well. So you'll be able to see it in the replay version on Facebook later.
Okay.
So
is this Mosley throwing the ball? Or?
yes, that is Mosley.
Okay, that's
Richmond
what I thought.
Is the tall.
That's what I thought. And we got that on camera. We got that on camera for you. You can watch that later. Little 5'7" swish. This Wolverine is nutty. I think I'm going to get me one of those. I think I'm going to have to get me one. I think so. Wow. Spinner 5 for Eric, the local lefty. Doyle and Holloman right next to them. They're on a Dutch 200 pace. I wonder if they still give patches for those. Remember when they used to hand out bowling patches?
Nothing.
Remember when they used to hand out bowling patches? Hell, remember when you used to shoot 300 and they just give you a ring? Then it went to once a year, and now it's like once a lifetime. You get one ring. I remember going to league back in the late 90s. Probably late 90s. And the guys have all their rings on, their 300 and 800 rings looking like Liberace out there. Oh, the good old days. All right. Tom and Jason front 6. They're basically playing the same part of the lane here. It's basically the same shot, just different bowler.
Got a question for you guys. So I'm not sure how the format is on this. Is there a leader or is it just match play? In other words, is there someone that you'd like us to follow with the mobile cam so you can see picture in picture?
Well, there is a leader, but I think it's a little bit too early to.
Okay.
Well, not only that is the swings are so big because of the 30 bonus pins.
Gotcha.
So people jump around. Now, if someone's got
Thank you.
9 in a row, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. We'll just keep shooting 300 games, and if there's somebody that you want us to follow specifically, let us know.
All right, so I've got your standings after 2 matches. Your leader.
8-pin forward, sorry. Jason Queen just put the 8-pin forward.
Okay. Sorry, I missed that. I was talking with Tom. So here we go. Your leader after 2 matches, 2 complete matches, is Barrett Bittenbender, 45.06.
Nope, that's the same stuff. That's the same stuff.
I don't think Stacy knows he gave me the.
So I'm going to take my second walk for the day.
Edit that, please.
Yes, sir.
So you're watching right here on lanes 29 and 30. Jason Queen's up in his 9th frame of the Baker match, the first match, on 8 in a row. Dave Cummings on 28 just struck on the 9th for a 4-bagger. They're working at looks like a 250 pace. Oh, a stone Just a solid 10 pin by Jason Queen in the 9th frame. Richmond carries, 4-bagger. They're both actually working at a 279 pace right now.
Okay. It'll be so much easier. I can do that too. Okay.
7-10. Pocket 7-10 for Mosley. That looks better. So after 4 games, which we like much better, your new leaders. O'Brien Suppose at 49.95, followed by Barrett Benbender at 4.98. Doyle Hallman in third at 49.45. Mosley Richmond have moved into 4th place at 48.98. Cummings and Partle in 5th at 48.73, followed by Hadi Resnick at 48.37 in 6th. Marcellin Greiner in 7th place now at 47.63. Zizmowski and Taylor in 8th at 47.11. Orozco Solovic down in 9th at 47.08. Adcock Queen through 4 games, 46.34 in 10th place.
So when Larry says 4 games, it's 2 matches.
Yes.
So there's 10 matches total. So Adcock Queen's going to take this one. Partle has to strike here to tie game 1. And that was with a huge open in the 10th. He
grabbed
just
him a whole handful.
Holy moly. I thought he dropped the ball.
Well, I knew he grabbed him a whole handful.
Woof.
O'Brien tripped the 4-pin out
They're
of
going
the
to shoot
4-6.
They're going to shoot 230.
Holloman is going to shoot 207, 20 something.
No, that's
Yes.
yeah, they're going to shoot 2-0. I think Shay and Tim are on 260, or they just shot 260.
Oh, I dropped it all in the middle of the aisle strike on 28 by Eric to start the match.
Yeah. He's not having a very good look right now.
No, and he was super strong yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
But once again, with a long day like this, it's anybody's match all day long.
So Holloman and Doyle drop a spot. You know, it's crazy. We're watching Resnick and Hadi bowl well, and it seems like they're not moving.
Only because everybody else is
Bowling better,
as well.
more gooder.
More gooder? Yeah. Much more, way more better. So, -1.
Yeah,
Plus
I'm gonna
2.
update my Facebook here and let people know that
-1.
we are on a tape delay.
Even.
They want to know where their bowling content is.
+1. -1.
Jason
Even,
Queen, 97 Masters champion, 810. My name's Chase Rhodes, and I'll be here till 4
Try the veal.
or till 1.
Try the veal. I'll
Try-
be here till 4.
Try the veal. Tip your waitress. That was a nice shot there. So where's Mosley and Richmond from?
I want to say Richmond's from, I thought he was from Memphis. Mosley, I'm not sure.
So they're not local.
No.
Hey.
Richmond?
Let's go Bengals, baby. How about that win last night?
All right, so Mosley's from Cincinnati, Ohio. And I was right about Richmond. He is a Memphis boy.
Let's go Cincy. And how about those Packers?
They played like the Bears,
So Aaron Rodgers is going to Pittsburgh,
more than likely.
and he'll win a Super Bowl because Mike Tomlin is the best coach ever to do it. Has never had a losing season. Yeah, has never had a losing season. So that's not bad.
Yeah, and when he's losing, he trips the
Yeah.
opposing team going down the sideline.
You know,
Who remembers that?
if you're not Bobby Knight, what are we doing?
That's a quiet four-bagger for Mosley.
Yep. He puts a ton in it, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. I first saw him at the Holly Doubles this year, and I was very impressed.
Did he bowl with Richmond?
No. Don't remember who he bowled with, but I remember I was impressed by what he was doing.
All the way from Cincinnati. That's not a short drive.
No. That saying you can't get there. from
6
here?
hours?
Oh, I'm sure it's more than that.
Well, no, we went to Cincy.
Is it 6?
Yeah, I think it's like 5 or 6 because I went to Cincinnati for that big cornhole tournament. Yeah, I think it's like 5 hours. It's not that far because you just drive through. Well, I live in Illinois, so it's closer for me than any of you guys. Eric's finally getting on the strike train. Cameron goes through the face. See if Queen can cover this up. And he does. Mosley getting up on 5 in a row. They need these strikes. They're down a little bit. 270, 240 last game. See if Mosley can keep the train rolling. That looks good. Oh, quitter 10. Welcome to Concord. You get behind the head pin. You will leave a 10 pin. That's how life works here. If anybody ever needs a good, solid 220 average bowler at Concord, I'm your guy. Ain't he neat? Taylor needs this one. Oh, get it down. Look, here he goes. He's talking now. When Chris Taylor starts talking, watch out.
I'm going to tag you in this
Okay.
so they won't maybe blow your phone up like they are mine.
I'll have to approve it. There you go, Dave. That was a big shot right there. Oh, I just saw Hottie trip a 4.
After 2 matches.
Richmond with a good shot. Pretty solid left-hander. Aren't they all? Man. Seems like everybody's throwing their Zen today, and it's not carrying like it was carrying yesterday. Adcock, or Queen switched balls. I think he was throwing that dart code. I think Queen was throwing that dart code, and it was too much deflection on it, and he switched to that RSXT2, whatever the letters are for that roto grip ball, and it's a little bit better shape. It's got a little bit more blowback on it instead of that just straight deflection. So this is a big shot right here. It's 270, 240, so 250, 270 still wins Adcock and Queen the game, but they have to sheet here. I'm getting one of those. I'm getting a Wolverine. I'm sold. I can throw the ball like that, just harder. Sold on it. That's a good shot there. I gotta have them all. Have to have them all. That's a good shot there. It's quality. Ain't no 8-10 with that ball. Yeah, I'm gonna have to grab Jason Queen up after this game's over with. See if that was see if that was the ball switch he made. That was huge there. They needed that shot. Well, here's the situation. Adcock strikes, Queen strikes, Adcock strikes, the game's over. That's it, that's all. Get up. There it is. You gotta have this one here. They are in last place after 4. They are 360 pins behind first. Are we taking top 5?
After the
It's top 5?
round, top 5.
Top 5, okay. So they just got to be better than half the field, which I feel like they're better than half the field. My money's always got to be on them guys at some point. Just experience takes over, right? Oh, that was a little in. Look at him. It's a big ball for such a little guy. Hey, good ball change. He recognized it. Uh-oh. That's perfect. That's perfect. He just slammed 10 back. Why didn't the first one carry is what he's saying. That's perfect.
And I believe he sent you the link too.
Okay, I haven't been on my phone. Got to have this right here. What do you know? Tom Adcock comes through.
You almost said that like you're surprised.
With some of the stuff they've been leaving, you know, and I even looked down at Jason and said, nice ball change. And he looked up at me and pointed at me like, wow, you recognized that? Like, well, yeah, you were throwing that. It had to have been that dart code. I'm almost positive he was throwing that dart code and was deflecting the ball.
Have you noticed that the arrows have changed? They've changed. Something's changed.
There's no arrows.
Yeah.
There is no arrows. You're just on that lane.
They were.
Oh, there was arrows?
Yeah, there was.
Oh, they probably took those off because it was confusing people. Oh,
Oh, man.
Calm it down there, bub. That's what he did. Where's the replay on that? How do I get the replay of the last shot on 29?
48 for.
That'd be the one to have.
That would be for Zizmowski and Taylor. So 04 to 34 possible for Hartle.
Jason, was that the dart code you started with? Deflection, huh? I said you started with the dart code, but it kept deflecting. And that's what I said. Oh, yeah. It's a way. Yeah. There's a lot more ass on that ball. So I was right.
You were right.
It was a dart code. He saw deflection. He grabbed a ball with a bigger butt. He said, lucky guess. He said, same layout. But there's more when I say a bigger ass on a ball, there's more behind it
Right.
on the back end. The ball was driving through the pins better.
Has
when
better
he
flair, has better everything.
when he threw that 810, the ball completely deflected to the right. Like, it was just that's gonna now that dart code will work. Game 12, of 20. I'm sure that dart code comes back into play. But I think Tom and Jason made 29 and 30 look pretty simple.
Yes.
They went 78-58. So that's a quiet 160 over.
Plus 30 points.
Yeah, that's a quiet 160 over.
My
170.
last message from Trisha Queen, who's been,
Oh, hold on a second. Let's introduce Jay.
ladies and gentlemen.
There's Jay.
These are not.
Working hard, but hardly working. Dun 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 dun.
I just realized.
A multi-tap. Look at him go. He's just hopping across lanes.
You do that.
I've never been down there like that. I always find it fascinating because you don't get to. We're on tape delay because bills haven't been paid. I'm kidding, Dan. We love you. It's 2022 and we can't get the internet working. That's how life is right now. First world problems, I mean, we're not hungry. We got clothes on our back. We just don't have internet that works.
That got switched. I don't know how the hell that happened. Probably just reordering.
So here's the last message that I got from Miss Queen. Okay, I sent her a photo of the update.
Uh-huh.
She goes, "Thank you. They have some work to do, but I've seen them do it before. Time to climb the ladder."
And there they go.
They have done that.
They have just taken their first step. Now, I haven't seen much of the other scores. I'm not seeing too big of numbers. Like, if I look the two lanes over, I see 48-22 and 03-23.
So we have Holloman and Cameron Nishner. It's one game off. Or one match off.
Usually in poker, I'm one jack off.
We can get that out, ladies and gentlemen.
That's how it works. I said in poker. So it looks like we're going to have Taylor and Eric.
Maskey, Holloman, and Mr. Cameron Doyle. Talk about that again. Michael loses A.J. Rice at the 11th hour, right?
Well, he didn't lose him. He knows where he's at.
Well,
He just doesn't
lost
have
him
it
as a
here.
partner.
Yeah.
And he put out a plea for a partner. And, of course, we even had some people wanting to jump ship with their current partners, which I don't get that. But he forgot that Cameron doesn't live in Nashville anymore. Cameron's a homeboy now, right here in St. Louis.
Oh.
And got Cameron at the last minute. So that's when you got to reach down to the bottom of the barrel. That's not too bad of a grab.
These are facts.
Both these guys are former PBA Rookie of the Years.
I just saw the link that was shared, so I got that out.
And now your phone might not blow up just as bad.
I know, right?
And I tagged you in the post too of the stats.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Shea with a little half 10 on 28.
Taylor and Eric's got to get something going here. They've got to take advantage of this. They've got to just put the pedal down and start building some pins. They need to make a run, or they're going to be in some trouble.
You know, it's funny because with the 30 bonus pins, if you can get on a streak,
Yeah.
you can get back in it pretty doggone quick.
And that's why he said, is there a team you want us to follow? Well, you'll be following something different every game because unless you do what Hallam and Rice have done in the past and just run completely away with it, and then you can just follow them if you want.
Mike
But-
just gave that little grin like, yeah, I got away with that one.
Yeah, but that's really no fun, watching them run away with it. I want to see, the top 5 be super close. I want all pins to matter. All pins matter, Harry. Or Larry. Larry.
I've been called Dad. Come home in 5th grade with a note from the principal telling my dad, I'm sorry, but your kid's going to have to shave. He's the only kid in 5th grade with a beard.
Actually, there was a kid in my junior high. He was in 7th grade. He had a full goatee and mustache in 7th grade.
Let's see. So, I mean, if you look here, there's not even 100 pins separating.
Uh-oh. Let me see that.
That's from 6. You want to give them the update on that? And
Let's
then I'll
see
get
here.
a picture and post it,
Okay, same old song and dance. Let me get you a copy of this.
and I'll post that for the folks.
After 3 matches,
We got to change.
Barrett and Bittenbender, first place, 55-33. Oh, there's some separation there.
Yes.
O'Brien Sapolis at 54.80. Mosley Richmond 53.99. Doyle Holloman drop another spot to 53.75. Hottie and Resnick sitting in 5th. If it ends now, Hottie and Resnick are in the stepladder. At 53.49, we got Cummings and Partle at 53.23. Eric and Chris at 52.17. Orozco Solovic at 52.10. Tom and Jason are sitting at 52.01 in 9th. And then Greiner, Marcella at 51.79, rounding out 10th place. Now this is after 6 games, 3 matches. Total 20 games, 10 total matches. So they got a long way to go. But that is your standings. That's quite a lead. You're looking at 53 pins separating first and second. But again, with 30 bonus pins, it really doesn't matter. But the gap is getting larger between first and 5th place here.
Right.
We're looking at 200 pins almost. So the top 5 is going to be interesting for sure.
Holloman and
Oh, they got them all.
Doyle on
Shucker.
front 6.
Did you see, I'm sure you have seen, Michael Holloman's daughter?
Yes.
Is that not the cutest baby?
She is. And I get the typical, that must be a grandpa response.
Yeah, right? Like,
Lots of smiles.
Get some FaceTime with those guys. We got the setup.
that's probably one of the happier babies that I've seen.
She is a happy baby. It was funny yesterday. Michael, she loves her daddy so much, and so she doesn't understand. Obviously, at her age, just a few months old, he came up and she latched onto his jersey and wouldn't let him go. Nope, don't go away.
Well, Mom couldn't even keep the headset on because Baby kept grabbing the microphone. She wanted to speak.
Well, no, I didn't see that. Was that a solid 10 or?
Well, it was almost a 7-10.
Okay.
And then the 7 fell late. It looks like he's having a little bit of, I've seen a couple of his shots today. It looks like the ball's just not finishing. And that would be from 27, 28, and 29. That was 3 10-pin standing in a row. So. Cameron, like me, throws some of the most expensive spare balls in the game. We don't have spare balls. We shoot our spares. We shoot our spares with our strike balls. So, yes, we do throw some of the most expensive spare balls in the game. There's Holloman getting ready to get back on the string here. A double from Holloman and Doyle would help things tremendously to win the game. They are on a 2:58 pace. So pretty much a strike here from Doyle just puts Holloman in a spare situation.
Chris with his delivery.
You got to have it.
Crunch.
That was a good one.
You know, Chris is very clutch. Always has been.
think it's in the 9th.
Where is he?
That's Partle.
He struck there. I don't know how many that is. Can she hear me? No.
No, but I think Tom said that was in the 9th frame.
So that's. Are they going to shoot another 300? So that was number 10. So that was number 10.
I just can't see if they can blow it up a little bit. We can see it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that was 10 in a row, Larry. Cameron with the late 7 trip. Eric's got to have this. This is huge. That's massive right there. Here's Tom for 11. Yeah, that's 11. Because he's not. That's 11.
Yep,
So, and looks
there
like
you
they're
go.
going to
Thank you
win.
very much.
Looks like they're going to win by a lot too for that game. So I don't know if that's game 2.
That's-
I guess that's game
Are they
1 of
bowling
that.
Queen, Adcock?
No, they're bowling Mosley, Richmond. Queen and Adcock are bowling Resnick and Hottie. Holman's got to have it. Uh-oh. 9 spare 9 ties. Chris can strike out. Here's Tom getting up, throwing for their second 300 of the day. And they got to have it. They're in 6th. There's Tommy. Attaboy.
That's your second Baker 300 today by that team.
Yes, sir. And they're in 5th. So what is that? Or 6th place. 20 pins out of the cut. What does that tell you? This is a crazy format. Baker makes it very interesting. And
Bonus pins make
pins make it interesting. Well, I guess Chris left a 4-pin, which is pretty unfortunate because he really needed to have that to, maybe be down only 1. But now we're down 20.
Hey guys, just wanted to jump in here for a second. First, I wanted to thank Stacy for having us out here. Really appreciate the opportunity to, 1, get some exposure for me, and 2, work with other people. It's really been enjoyable, and he's doing a fantastic job on this event. 2, I think Ashley's getting ready to jump in the booth here, so we're going to go ahead and probably turn the mic over to her in a minute, my headset, and talk about her events that are coming up and whatever else you guys want to talk about.
Fantastic.
You guys are doing a great job. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom.
Good. Maybe I can go order me some food because she likes to talk. Did you eat?
Yes.
Okay. I always make sure you eat, right?
I know. Thanks, son.
I always make sure you eat. Even if I'm not at the tournaments that you're at, you get a message from me.
I get a message or a call.
Yep. Or I'll get on your live stream and I'll
Hey,
ask
you
you.
eating yet?
Yeah, I'll ask you in front of everybody.
Are you going to stay here or are you leaving?
No, I'm gonna order something to eat.
Okay. Then we don't need to reach the position.
So I'm gonna step out for a second. We're gonna have the queen herself come in, and I'll be back.
We're going to have Mike Dole step in here too, Tom.
Yeah, we can do it for you.
We're gonna give you guys a little treat here. We're gonna get Ashley Cole. I'm sorry, Ashley Bluford. Where's Sid at? I don't want to get dive bombed. Ashley, she's gonna talk about the Queens, and I'm gonna ask Mike Dole to come in and sit in as well. Mike Dole is. Ashley's going to be talking about an event that she started 3 years ago.
Okay. We're coming up on the 5th year.
50. Okay. Well, I have some timers. Ashley started an event called the Crown the Queen, and I remember one of your statements. I just want to get 30 people, and you had 100 and something the very first year, didn't you?
112.
112, and it has just blown up into this incredible weekend where now you've included the Kings.
Correct.
And we've also got Mike Dole sitting here. Mike is our Brunswick go-to guy, man. Thank you for everything that you do. And Ashley still throws the good stuff, don't you?
That's right.
So I'm going to turn it over to Ashley and let Ashley talk. And Mike, you jump in here as you please.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I started in 2018 in September for Crown of Queen, And what I wanted to do is I wanted to generate a platform for women to be able to have something of their own. And so around here in the St. Louis metro area, there wasn't anything that was specifically just for women. The women, us including myself, we would come out and we would compete in events like the Part-Time Bowlers Tour, and we would
Yes,
bowl
ma'am.
with the men. And even you had offered an optional event for women if you can get, just 12 women to come out and play. And it was always hard. It would always be the same 10 to 12 of us that would come out and compete. So I said, well, I'm going to try and get it going. And Dan Beeman was the first one that said, well, if you can get 30 women, I'm going to donate money to your prize fund. And when I was shopping for centers, Dan was the first center to give me his center, give me his availability, and offer money to my prize fund if I can get 30 women. So as I promoted that, I got a couple of other sponsors. I know Mark Brevard out at Imperial, Larry donated, Jerry Anderson donated, and a couple of other pro shops. And I apologize because that was back in 2018, so I can't remember. But I definitely appreciate that. And we ended up getting 112 that very first year. So it was very, very overwhelming. I couldn't believe it. And that was the start of the Crown and Queen and the mark and the logo, and it just went from there. So in May, I added a second, which I call as a mini, and I opened it up to have half men, half women. So basically, I could still have 112, but it would be 56 and 56 to give the men a chance, because a lot of the women that were coming was coming from surrounding areas like Kansas City, Arkansas, Peoria area. A lot of the women were coming from those areas, and they were traveling with men to be their ball caddy. So they also wanted to play or wanted something to do. And I'm like, your something to do is to watch, support, get balls, get drinks, get food. That's your job. So I said, okay, well, in May, I will open it up to men strictly for September. I will never change it. It's always going to be to cater to my queens. It's always going to be for them. What I decided to do in 2019 was to add a mixed doubles event on Saturday. And I didn't think the mixed doubles would be a hit. I just thought, okay, we'll get a couple of entries, for the mixed doubles. That gives them something to do. And the mixed doubles has really taken off. Like last year was the biggest event that we had for our mixed doubles. We had 128 entries, main entries, which then ended up being almost 400 entries when you do crossover doubles. And what crossover doubles is as long as you're bowling the event, you can cross your scores with other people of the opposite sex.
Right.
So, as women, you can bowl with 20 other guys if you want without actually having to bowl with them. You can match your scores with them and give you another chance to be able to cash. So this past September, I paid over 90 spots in places. So that was very huge, very large. It was very overwhelming, but it was amazing.
Well, and I think let's go back to 2018. I think the thing that I remember most was watching you at the control counter up there. And once again, you represent the brands that I represent, and the ones that Mike, of course,
That's right.
is our go-to guy. But I remember looking at you with this look of, me being the dad that's got all the kids and the grandkids. I remember that face. You were like the little girl that was opening the greatest Christmas present in the whole world, and you were overwhelmed because, there were several people who physically donated to you, but the entire St. Louis bowling community and the surrounding area wanted you to have this and see this succeed, and it did.
Yes.
And you have carried that on, and you represent our brand too, so well. And that's the thing that I like the most. I mean, you're faithful to the brand, and it's been very good to you. You've pulled some great scores.
Yeah.
And to have the support of Mike with my kids, and with the support of the Part-Time Bowlers Tour and the Grand Prix Tours, and then supporting you and what you do, and to have that, just to have you guys sitting here in the same booth together now talking about stuff like that, this event has sold out almost every year, right? Or it
Correct.
has sold out.
Right, correct.
And are you sold out yet, or do you have a few spots
So
left? Or?
in May, and the dates are May 14th and 15th, with May 14th being the mixed doubles. I have 4 spots left for 9 a.m. and I have 9 spots left on 2 p.m. And that is being 64 couples per squad. So 13 spots left total to completely fill that.
And how do they, if they don't know, and they're going to see this on tape delay, okay?
Okay.
So we're also going to put this on Facebook as well as YouTube. So it's going to go out to a lot more people than
Okay.
you've had an opportunity to reach in the past.
Yeah.
By the mediums that Tom is using to get this out. How do they get a hold of you? How do they get those spots secured?
So my Facebook page is Ashley Punkin, and it's Punkin Dominique. That's my Facebook page. I also advertise it on the Crown the Queens Uniting page.
Okay.
So
You have your own
it's
Facebook page for that.
correct for that. Use that to post flyers, other events, promote other women, share their, scores and everything. I use that page for that because women. One, I'm all about uplifting other women.
Yes.
And that was my motto from the beginning. How I got the crown was because obviously I'm a Brunswick staffer. So it was only fitting to start with a crown for a queen because I was advertising for women. So that is how I came up with my name. I don't think I ever shared that. So you guys are the first to hear actually how I came up with my name. So that is how I started Crown the Queen. And my slogan is adjusting each other's crowns, because it's very easy to adjust your own crown and pump your own self up, but it says something bigger to adjust somebody who you're in competition with, who you're competing against. And at the end of the day, we're all women, we're all out trying to do the same thing, and you never know how just speaking to someone, encouraging them can go a long way and make them feel a lot better. So that's been my slogan the whole time. I will forever carry that with me, and that's how everything got started. But you can follow those 2 pages, my personal page or my Crown the Queen page. You can also send an email if you would like to Crown the Queen Punkin, Punkin @gmail.com. You can also send an email there, and I'll get you signed up. The deposits for the mixed doubles is $60 per team. The deposit for the queens, or if it's a king that's going to bowl in May, that deposit is $40. And I have multiple streams of apps to send the money to, which I promote those in the event page. I don't put
That's
them on the
fantastic.
personal page, but when I create the event page, I will provide that information, and it's on the flyers as well.
Well, let's talk about one more event. I know that it's also special to you. I mean, you've got a special tie to somebody who's putting that on.
Yes.
Motive Masters, your husband, Big Sid, he is going to be running an event, and this is the doubles matchup. Is it March?
So it's the Motive Masters, and this is a household conflict because he's a Motive staffer, and I'm a Brunswick staffer.
Bring him back
so
to the light. Bring him back to the light.
I try to bring. I thought I was doing good, and someone else got to him.
They just all have to learn at some point.
Yeah,
You know?
I'm like, you don't want to fight at home. Don't fight with me. No.
You are the queen.
So yeah. So the Motive Masters, it actually started as a Masters event, just a singles event.
Right.
And that is March 27th. And that can take 96 players. That's going to be held at Crest Bowl, March 27th, 2020. That has 27 spots left.
In the singles portion.
In the
of it.
singles portions. He did add a doubles event, and that's a doubles event open to any combination. That can only take 48 teams. There's 12 spots left, so there's 36 spots secured. And when I say secured, I mean the deposit has been paid for that. The deposit is, so the singles is $100. The doubles is I believe 60 and 60 a person.
So, deposit.
The deposit is $60
Okay.
for the doubles. So I'm saying the whole couple, the whole team is $120 for the entry fee for the doubles. This is an all scratch event. Again, we try to particularly, and let me go back on the queens. All of those events are handicap events.
The queens are,
the
yes.
queens. All of those events are handicapping queens. I mean, it's pretty much has more scratch players than handicap players, but I did want to try to target. It doesn't matter your style, your game, where you come from, none of that. We're all here, and anybody can have any type of day on, any given day. So the Motive Masters is all scratch though. And that is, like I said, March 26th is the doubles and March 27th is the singles. So you can contact my husband on his Facebook page is LC Bluford, or you can reach out to me if you follow me on any of my, and we can definitely get you signed up. But 12 spots left on the doubles, 27 spots left on the singles for that.
That's fantastic. Well, Mike, you've known Ashley for
Since
probably
college.
as long as,
Long time ago.
Yeah, and all I can speak to is my personal experience with you, and since Brunswick took over the brands that Ebonite had, and it was smooth and effortless.
I wish I could say that. But
Well,
we did this.
Well,
The
no,
world shut down right after.
no,
so.
but
Yeah.
from my standpoint,
Right.
as the guy that you support,
Right.
it was smooth.
Absolutely.
The transition was very
Right.
smooth for us, and that was something that I had really concerned with, because I mean they did shut the world down,
Yep.
and you guys handled that incredibly well, and now you have the magnificent brands of Brunswick, seeing you be able to come down and participate with our kids in the seed program, taking the time out to come down and visit with them, that was invaluable. And he watched Grace Ogle throw just half a dozen balls, and he says, his words to me exactly were, I can't believe that Wichita State won't be interested in her. 2 months later, almost to the day, she's going to Wichita State.
Yep.
I mean, it's just a natural. I mean, she's a really good, talented player, and she wants to learn. And obviously, when we were kids, I mean, Wichita. I mean, they're still a powerhouse.
Powerhouse,
but Wichita
right.
was the place you wanted to go, and if you wanted to get better, whether you're going to bowl on the travel team or not, you were going to become a better bowler.
Right.
And that's just what Wichita is. And I mean, the great coaching program that they've had there, and she's a talent that now she's get to blossom around some of the best college bowlers in the world.
And he had said, I'd seen video of her, but I'd never seen her in live. And he goes, after seeing her live, he said, Larry, that's like Wichita's going to be interested in somebody like that. And they were.
Yep.
And so he worked with a couple of other kids that night and put his time in. And, of course, the way he supports us in our events, I'm very, very happy. And to see you come down and bowl the events down here is even better. You had a pretty good 2021, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, 2021 it ended really good at holiday doubles, and like I said, I'd like to come down. Obviously, St. Louis was home for 4 years at Lindenwood University, and I love to come support the events that we sponsor. And I'm actually signed up to bowl Ashley's the King and Queens for the first time, so I'm able to make it down for this time. And
That is awesome.
the kids are obviously going to be special to my heart because youth bowling is, I started bowling because my mom was the youth director. So I've been, youth has been huge, and high school bowling and obviously college bowling has gotten me where a lot of places where I never thought I could, believe to be. And, we have to build that future up. And obviously we want bowling to continue to grow. And obviously tournament bowling right now is growing at a faster rate than I've ever seen. I don't know if we can thank COVID and being locked down for 4 months for that. But I mean, tournament bowling right now is growing huge. I mean, tournaments are selling out faster than ever. I mean, she's at tournaments in May and she's down to 13 spots already. I mean, it's just awesome to see bowling rebounding faster than, as a company, we ever expected. I mean, COVID, we didn't know what was going to happen. We were worried a lot of centers weren't going to make it. And, there were a few that unfortunately didn't make it. But there were a lot of centers, I was talking to Dan yesterday, and he goes, I'm busier than I can handle,
Yes.
Which is awesome to hear. I mean, bowling centers, forever, you're talking to them, and bowlers are coming back. Guys that hadn't bowled in 10, 15 years are dusting off their bowling balls and shoes and coming back and bowling and joining leagues again. And it's just awesome to see. Doing a lot of amazing things with cover stocks and core technology. I mean, we're doing some new core stuff that, we didn't think that we could do at Brunswick. And then Randy comes in and looks at it and goes, oh, we just got to do this. And then we're looking at it, the guys were like, oh, that was easy. A lot of the cores like the Obsession Tour and the Polaris, dual density cores, which we didn't have at Brunswick before the acquisition, are coming into play. And now new cover stocks. We've been working on new cover stocks for the last year or so. But yeah, the new Knockout. We have 4 balls coming out on Friday. The Knockout Black Blue, which is just a complement to the original Knockout, which last year, Ashley can contest, is probably one of the best benchmark Brunswick balls we've had in quite a long time. We just, off the success of the Melee Jab core, we just put a solid cover on it. And I mean, that ball was a home run for anybody that was a tournament player.
That was my heart.
Yeah.
The Melee brand.
Yep. The Melees have been, the successful brand, and the Black Blue is just going to add something a little bit stronger in the oil, but just bringing that same continual shape of the original knockout, just going to handle a little more oil for guys that like to throw a little bit harder, just want something when they move in a little bit further left, because the knockout was pretty clean and quick when it's all the friction. And then we're bringing back the Eruption Pearl, which was a staple in the Columbia 300 line forever. The old Resurgence core that was previously in that looks kind of close to the original. It's got that same blue-purple tint to it, but you're going to see a little bit stronger cover just because it's not a full pearl. Like on the surface-wise, it's not super shiny. The stuff that's coming out right now is really, really good. I mean, you have a batch of bowling balls and you think, we can't get any better. Like, we're doing good, and then they're like, they come out and then you see, oh, okay, never mind. Like, there's always something, and we have a bunch of successful balls. I mean, the Black Widow Ghost came out in November of 21, and I mean, it's the hottest ball on the planet right now. We can't make them fast enough. It's just been a fun ride. Obviously, after the acquisition, getting to learn from Randy Teitloff and Rich Hansen and Dave Wadka and Adam Ishman, and I mean, we acquired the best minds that they had. And I think over the last couple of years, it's been, I mean, I can't believe it's almost been 2 years.
Yeah, and you guys even got Dave Wadka out bowling again.
Oh, he's bowling great. I think he's gonna get out to some senior stops this summer, hopefully. And I mean, the guy's just unbelievable. Most of us practice in the office trying to get better, and Dave just goes out there and takes his couple Advil and beats us all up. I mean,
and bowls well.
Yeah, bowls well. He's one of those lifetime talents. I mean, he only won one time on TV, but I think he's got 30 regional titles, and he wins everywhere. And he goes out to the players, and I think he got a first round bye or 2 byes at the players in Vegas a couple weeks ago. And he'll tell you he bowled awful, but I mean, it's just how hard Dave is on himself. But that just shows the true competitiveness, because Dave hates losing at league. He hates losing at sweepers. He hates losing at everything, and it's pretty impressive. Like I said, just learning from those guys. I mean, Dave's been in. We had our sales meeting Wednesday night in Grand Rapids with all the brands of the divisions of Brunswick, and Dave Wadka has more years in the sales industry than the rest of our whole sales team put together. So I mean, it's just good to learn from him, and like I said, he loves the game of bowling, and it's great to have him around.
And everyone's so nice. Like, just even coming from myself and just being a staffer, like, there hasn't been a time where I couldn't just reach out or ask someone, like, even in the groups that we have on Facebook, like if I have bowling ball questions or anything, like, everyone's so open to helping and educating, which you need that, because everybody may be at a different level, but at any given time you can get some knowledge and expert, and that helps, because I have so many people that will, especially women, that will come to me and say, hey, can you recommend a ball? And I'm like, let me do some research. And
it gets harder and harder now, doesn't it, with all the bowling balls coming out?
Yeah, because before I was a staffer, I used to be the person that will go in the pro shop and they'll say, well, what kind of ball are you looking for? The one that's going to hook and that's going to strike and that's pretty in color. That's what I want. That used to be my response every time. But just being able to be on staff and listen to those educations, going to those the seminars and the Facebook lives when we talk about the balls, I've learned so much about, the axis points, the tilts, the cores, the covers, and I'm like, I can't believe I know this.
Yeah, you're learning.
But you learn, but it's able to help me watch somebody's game. I mean, obviously these women that I bowl league with, like, they're older than me, and I've bowled with them forever. They watched me grow up, but I'm able to say, oh my God, I really know your game, and I know what ball and what shape you need just looking at you. And let's face it, they're not buying balls all the time. So when they are buying balls, they maybe get 1 or 2 balls a year, but we had one who, her name was, she was Lynn Jasper then. She's Lynn Williams now because she just recently got married. She came and she was asking about, she saw, because I talked about my melees all the time. I literally threw them all. I always have them. And she was like, I really want one of them. And, I just, really talk about them. And so we got her into the blood red, and she shot like her first 700 series ever in life, and just like the tears and the emotion that she had that day, and we made a big Facebook post about it, just talking about it, and like Devera, my godmother, she's also well, she's
The
a hammer
original
staffer.
queen.
Yes,
The
there
ori-
you go. Who brought me up in bowling, taught me everything. She got her into I want to think of the ball because she on 2 weeks ago she's had a low start and she switched to this ball. I can't remember what ball it is.
Excuse me
Go
one
ahead.
second, Ashley. I think we're going to switch over to lane 25 and 26 here.
We got a string?
Tim Barron and Shay are in the 10th frame on 300.
Weird. Tim and Shay are striking.
Oh my God,
Weird.
can you believe it?
Weird. Never
Yeah,
happens.
that's never
Never.
happened.
Never happens.
I'm sorry, go ahead, but we want to put that, that's going to be, once again, we're tape delayed today because of the internet, but it's going to be released on Facebook and YouTube later this evening around 6 o'clock, and they'll get to see all the action, and Tom will be able to edit all these things in, and you'll be able to see that.
I can't like just watching them as a dynamic team. I look at them and I'm just be like, the way they gel and match together and they bowl together, it's phenomenal to watch.
Oh, absolutely. It was funny when I first got the job. I was like, all right, Shay, come on over. And Tim's like, it's a duo. You get both of us. And I'm like, oh, it's like as much as I'd love to have both of them. It's like I said, it's a big task. But they've bowled so many games together.
Right.
And their arsenals are based off each other. Like it's like Jason Queen and Tom Adcock. It's like a younger version of them.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
they just win everything, and they
Yeah.
just figure out a way. And
They know each other's game. They
Yep.
talk to each other. They know how to communicate each other. It's almost like being in a relationship and you say, I know my partner's love language.
Yep.
That's their
Yeah.
love language in
Yep.
bowling with each other.
Here's Shay in the 11th.
And the way he can manipulate his hand. I mean, I've known Shay since college, all of
Yeah.
them, So, like, just the way he can manipulate his hand on different patterns and different conditions, like, he's never out of play.
right.
Obviously, everyone has their bad days of bowling, but, I mean, his bad days is, I shot my average today.
Right. Yeah. 750. Yeah. When he shoots 750,
Yeah.
and he's just one. They're just two good guys, and like I said,
Yeah.
they just. When they're in their field, they're usually in the top 2 or 3. I mean, if they're not winning, they're right there.
Yeah.
I mean, but kind of to go back to what Ashley was saying, just talking about the family that Brunswick is. I mean, she can talk about, we have our Central Region staff page, and every time somebody gets added to it, I say welcome to the family, and it's a real family feel, and we're always
It
helping
is.
each other out. Every time she has a question, I try to respond as fast as I can, and try and get It's gotten a lot harder now with the acquisition and being super we went from a certain amount of pro shops that saw me to now it's double, and the industry has shrunk that way, so there's more people reaching out, and obviously there's more bowling balls and more everything, but it's one of those things that Brunswick is, it's family. It's been in Muskegon for over 100 years, and it's just a really cool group to be with, and like I said, I'm very thankful that I got the opportunity to work for them, and like I said, I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon.
No, we don't want you to. And I would tell you, I'm glad to hear you're bowling the queen. I'm sorry, the king,
King
and
and
queen.
queen. Yeah, king
So
and
who's
queen.
going to be your queen?
I'm bowling with Allison Campbell. So
Yep.
just a friend that she goes, you want to bowl with me? She said it as joking, and I was like, well, what weekend is it? And she told me, I said, I can bowl it. She goes, I was just kidding. I said, well, let's bowl. And she's like, okay,
right.
like yeah. So no, it'll be a fun weekend, and like I said, I've always been trying to get down to support Ashley's events, and like I said, just worked out that weekend was good, and this is the busy time of year for everything, and getting all the tournaments are on the calendar. You have to double check 3-4 times and find out what's open and what's not.
Rest up. I will tell you this. This will be my advice to you, my fatherly advice to you. Rest up, because it's not just a bowling tournament. It's a party. I walked in here the second year, and they're serving mimosas and donuts, and I'm thinking, oh boy.
Oh,
And so someone asked that the very first time I did not have donuts. I was like, it didn't cost anything. I just bought it and supported because it was women, and I said it was one that I actually threw, and I actually haven't had that one again. I called it the Women's Wine and Dine, and
Okay.
and we had mimosas and donuts, and we got the food from Dan,
And they
he
ran out
allowed
of
it. Yeah, we
mimosas.
ran out of mimosas. So then they started just making an alternative drink in the bar, but like
That's funny.
and even the last one we did, I bought shots for everybody.
okay.
because we had a friend, his name was Daryl Jones. He passed away, and he was supposed to bowl. And Dan put his picture up on the monitors for us, and we did a tribute to him and a toast to him because he passed away 2 weekends before the event, and he was signed up to bowl. And on the pair he was gonna, I was just gonna put his picture up on the pair he was gonna bowl on, and Dan was like, no, we're gonna display it all up throughout the center before everyone starts. And so it was a cool thing. So yeah, it definitely is a party, and we have a
You do the
great
party
time.
train. You do the
I do the party train
She does the
because I
party
do the
train.
giveaways
yep.
with I get bowling balls, bowling bags, whatever I have to give away. I do free spots back. Like someone finished in like 100th and they got their money back, and that lady cried. It's just little stuff like that it's not just bowling, but we try to make it a fellowship. People have met each other. They became Facebook friends. They travel to other events with each other now, and I'm like, you met that person here.
Yeah, and the little stuff like that is what gets
Yeah.
people to come back, even if they bowled bad.
Correct.
They had a good
Correct.
time.
They had
and
a good
come
time.
back, and yeah, it's like I said, and that's just what the bowling world. They don't need any more bad experiences at tournaments.
No, for sure.
The more good experiences, the better.
Correct.
Let me give a quick update here. After 4 matches or 8 games, your leader is still Barrett and Bittenbender at 6,058. Just behind them in second place is O'Brien and Sapolis at 5,961. Hottie and Resnick have jumped up
Yeah, they're bowling good.
Yeah,
a
they
couple
are.
spots there at 5,925. Cummins and Partle are now in fourth. Well, I'm sorry, they're now in fourth place. 58.78, and just 6 pins behind in fifth place is the team of Doyle Holloman at 58.72. That's your top 5 right now. 208 pins behind in last place. Just to show you how close the netting is our most experienced team in the field, Griner
Correct.
and Marcella. So 4 matches in the book, 6 to go, and in step ladder.
That's all right.
Sweet.
Hence the reason why it is the long Sunday doubles.
Nope, it's a good format.
It is. I really like, because you don't have very many events.
Right.
Well, you don't have very many events this long in general. So I like it, and I told Stacy, I said, you definitely don't want to. He has some. He did like some inquiries and just to try to get a feel to see if he should change the format. And Adcock and Queen were the very first 2 that said absolutely not.
Right.
Don't
It's
change
a
it.
great format.
Yep.
Yeah, like I said, and the thing is, it's going to get to that point where if he keeps growing entries, where he might have to look into doing 2 shifts and doing total pinfall,
Yeah.
because it's just like holiday doubles.
Correct.
I just, which is cool because Bowlers Journal is actually doing something for holiday doubles. They called me and Matt, and they just asked us, like, what draws that tournament being on a house pattern? I was like, it's the prestige of it. Because when I was in college, it was at Redbird still, and it was only like 24 teams
Yeah.
or whatever it was.
Yep.
And then it turned into 48, and then it turned into 72, and then it moved, and then it turned into 90, and now it's 100, whatever it is. It's just like, that's the thing that tournament directors like. You have to, at some point, if it keeps growing and growing and growing, and you have enough interest, you have to look into changing it. But if the format works, don't mess with the
Don't mess
format.
with it.
Just find a way to add more teams somehow
They
without
are-
making it too long.
They have toyed with the idea of adding one more squad on Friday now.
Yeah.
Because they had all but 2 teams
Right.
this past December
That pay their deposit.
paid their deposit.
Yep.
Yep.
Absolutely.
2 teams did not.
Two.
Yeah.
Out of 100 and
I think it was. I feel like it was 48 a squad.
Yeah. It was like 190. It was
196 or
190
192 or
something,
yeah.
192. That's amazing.
Yep.
And like you said, I mean, you added your name. You and Matt added your name to a very forget that it's on a house shot.
Yeah. Oh, it's prestigious to the names that have won
Correct.
that event in the past, and
Yes.
it's
The
just
names that have come and bowled it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just that field in general. I mean, when you look at that tournament, and you're like, you can't pick. Usually, when they have multiple squads, there's always a squad where the talent level is a little bit lower than the other, and like you look at it, and you're like, well, Pete Weber's on this squad, and then there's
Chris
Kurt-
Prather's on that one.
Chris Praser's on that one, and
Parker
like
Bone's
Cameron
on
Doyle,
that one,
Parker
yeah.
and his son. Like you're like
It was
the
no
week's
squad.
squad had a Hall of Fame. Like they're saying like because usually the Friday morning or the early ones the local squad
Right.
because of the local. But Pete's on it, Shay, Tim, like guys that have won the tournament
Any
in the past.
squad.
Yeah, it's just crazy. And like I said, Jerry and them run a great job, and it's an event that, like I said, I bowled over 10 times in my life, and like I said, it was on that. You know, you have that list of tournaments that you bowl every time. You want to win once, and
Right.
obviously it was. I got to share that with Matt. And, you know, Matt's bowling great. Like I said, he just missed the TV show for the players, and you know, I felt bad for him there, and he's just bowling great. And hopefully the U.S. Open in a couple weeks he bowls good. He bowls good in Indianapolis. So I mean, he has some good history in that building. So I'll stick to bowling the local stuff. He can win
He
out
can
there.
win the big
Yeah, he
stuff.
can win the big stuff. So
Well, like I said, you add your name to a very prestigious list of people, and that's really cool. And like I said, I'm glad that the Bowling Journal is going to cover that
yep.
because that tournament deserves to be recognized.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I mean,
We were
yeah.
talking about the Snowman just yesterday,
Yeah.
and how it has just turned into this. Although I heard this year it was the hardest pattern they've ever had out there. You know,
I watched 10 minutes of live stream and said I knew I made the right decision not bowling. It looks fun because it's so hard, but I mean that's just you know what, and where it's at in that part of the country, you're going to have 25 people that have PBA national titles, which just makes a field strong. And you know, holiday doubles is getting to that point. If they add another squad, I mean, you got guys coming from California to bowl, you got guys coming from Texas, from out east. I mean, I bet you there was probably 30 people wanting to wait in the list for those two spots. I mean, it's just really great. I'm just lucky that we got a spot already. I mean,
That's what I say. Yeah.
you know, like, you know, it's funny because, you know, we obviously paid the pre-spot the year before, and then the tournament didn't happen last year. And as soon as they were talking about making sure you have a spot, like me and Matt are like emailing, making sure that we could get in. And I mean, that's just it's just cool for that tournament to be as big as it is and be able to grow. And I mean, there's not a bigger center for it to go to, so they're going to have to add squads if they want to add it. But you know, just keep doing what they're doing, and you know they are what they are. They're going to pay good. They're going to put out a pattern that's fair and you know on the softer side, and you know that's what it is. People don't care because it's 10,000 for first, and you know you get to add your name to that list. And said can't take that away from you.
well, I hope that. I mean, it's so much work for Jerry, and you know, this last year was a nightmare for him in April because of the year before. And I paid, I didn't pay, I did, I don't have you paid. Well, I paid, and Jerry, you know, he made it all right.
Yeah.
you
Oh,
know.
he did. Yeah. He definitely made it right.
He is the prince
Oh, yeah.
of bowling. One of the nicest guys. I mean, he's got a heart you couldn't even get in his building. You know?
Absolutely.
But I hope that they do add another just because of the event.
Yeah.
And I hope that they get everybody that's on a waiting list into another. How great to see another 48 teams. I mean,
Oh,
would that be-
yeah.
you know,
I mean,
It's
just
a-
adds.
It's a long weekend for his staff too because he doesn't have a big staff.
yeah, and you've been a part of it before, you know.
I actually jumped in this past year after I had real story. I had just threw my last shot, and this year for me, this was the hardest year for me physically bowling holiday doubles. I'm usually always averaging around the 230 range. This year was hard for me physically, just because I haven't been out bowling much. I had so much going on, having a new baby, and life has been changing. So bowling hasn't been, you know, at the top of the list right now. But luckily, he's over one. I'm getting back out there, so I'm good to go. So I hadn't had taken my shoes off, and they came and got me. And I was like, oh, what's going on? And she was like, April needs you immediately. Like, there's an issue within the bracket program. And I'm like, uh-oh, there's like
That's never good.
400 brackets going on. What's going on? And
The
it was
printer change.
it was the same issue that I had at one of my previous Crown and Queen issues. And what it was is that the program, after you got past a certain number of brackets with a certain bowler, it will give them zeros in the rest of the brackets.
We've all walked that nightmare.
So, look, at my event, I just handed them, but I didn't have 400 brackets either. So, the one thing I could do was like, we just have to start over. And of course, that was going to take some time. So I offered my services. That was the only thing I could think of. Go home, I went home, and I lived 40 minutes away from the center. So I drove 40 minutes home, 40 minutes back, got my laptop, got my printer. April redid the one. I caught up with the current squad that was bowling, and we were able to get through it. And that was me offering my service. Now, I had no intentions on helping at all. I was competing and I was pretty mad. I wanted to go to Baskin Robbins and just soak about my bowling. I didn't want to do anything, but those are my friends.
Absolutely.
You know, they fall, I fall. Regardless if, you know, they ask for my help or not, at that point I needed to insert myself to try to help them get back on track, get back on top, to keep the smoke down from the bowlers.
Yeah.
And that's what we did, and that was it. And you know, I appreciate them letting me jump in and help them, and they appreciated me jumping in and helping them to get it back. And that was that. But you know, it's a learning experience. These programs, you know, they don't. A couple of the programs, depending on what you use, they don't have anybody you can call and say, hey, I got this issue going on. You know, it's like, who knows who works with this program the most that can try to help. And so it was good to come in and try to, you know, put the fire out and, you know, get them back, and everything went going, and that was that.
Yeah, these programs are created and then they're just left alone because
That's
they
it.
don't need to update them. They don't need to do a whole bunch of anything, and then they have issues like
Was
that.
that his
and you run
10th
into-
shot?
Yeah.
So Solovic had the front 9 with his partner, Orozco, and he left is that a 7
7
pin?
Yeah, we black clouded him.
Yeah.
Got it on camera, and then it was a 7.
Ashley, I want to address what you just said about jumping in. You know, and this is something I have said multiple times about our guys, our family of bowlers here in St. Louis. We have several tournament directors, along with proprietors who run tournaments, and none of us want to step on anybody's toes.
Right.
We are all available. I've loaned my computer and my printer to tournament directors.
Yeah.
I've gone and done things for other tournaments, and they've done them for me. And, you know, we're very fortunate. I mean, I only hear about other places. I know what we're like.
Correct.
And we truly do have, in my opinion, one of the best bowling communities around. And we really do care about what's going on. And I promote your events, you promote mine.
Absolutely.
You know, we promote the 700 Club. We promote whoever's bowling. We promote bowling in St. Louis. And I think that's why one of the reasons why we are very fortunate to have so many events sell out. I know Brandon Mooney's sitting back here. I do want to get him in here today.
Sure. I gotta go some work to do.
I can't believe that Stacy and Sid have let you sit here this long.
Right. I was waiting for them to come
Get
signal
the shoulder
me.
tap.
Well, they've looked over your shoulder a couple times, but Brandon runs a couple of big events,
He's running some stuff in Rockford right now.
and
Go
we
for
want
it,
to
yeah.
we want to give
How
him an
far is
opportunity.
Rockford?
From here, about 4 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, straight up 55, 39. So good old Rockford back home.
Definitely appreciate you guys having me in here to talk. But yeah, like you said, my latest slogan, and I'll have some shirts coming up at my events, is collaboration over competition, and that is, I stand by that, and that speaks to our community because we're not in competition with each other.
No, we're not. I want to see you
Absolutely.
as successful as you can be,
There you go.
because when you are successful, bowling in St. Louis is successful, and that's why we're here.
There hasn't been a time I had an event and he did not send me a text message and say, have a good event, wishing you the best. And to me, that means a lot, of course, because he's the father figure for us all. But it always
Yeah, I
makes
don't know
me
how to
feel
take
warm.
that.
And because if I don't get a message from Larry before my event, when it's over,
Right.
I'm going to call him.
Well, and that's how it should be. I mean, there's so many
Yeah.
tournament directors now that, tournament directors, there's plenty of bowlers, and then the ones that work together the most and you know, not try and schedule on top of each other the best
Correct.
they can and all that other stuff, you know, there's a lot of it going around. If you look around the world, you see these places that have like 7 events within like 45 minutes of each other. Like, they have to, you guys work together in St. Louis.
Nobody communicated.
Right, yeah.
Because how are there 7 events
Yeah.
within an hour radius
Right.
of each other all on the same
Yeah,
day?
you're fighting for
You're
the same
fighting
bowlers.
for people.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, it's St. Louis just works good together, and you know, you guys plan around each other, and you know, it's always been a bowling community since I've been down here, and it's always a great community to come back to, and there's
Yeah.
just so many great events that, you know, you guys do a good job. So
Ashley, thanks for joining us. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
you. And
Appreciate
get
it.
out on May 14th and 15th. If you
Come.
aren't signed up, get one of those last spots for Crown
There
the
you
Queen
go.
and King. Join Mike and to give him some competition. And Motive Masters at Crest Bowl
Crest Bowl.
on March 26th and 27th. There's a singles and doubles event. Don't miss these events. Get out and support it.
And they spanking new.
I remember for the first couple inside bowlings at Crest when they were wood.
Yep.
Yep.
Nope. They got new lanes that they haven't been in for a year yet.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
So
Well, we got
new
Brandon
lanes.
Mooney on deck here.
All
We're going
right,
to get him in
guys.
here. And thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Number 2.
Now you're just going to be bombarded with lefties. Now the whole booth's going to be full of lefties.
Thank you, Ashley. So they are starting game 11, which would be the end of the sixth match.
Yep.
Okay, and we'll have results here. We're going to get Brandon Mooney in here. He
Got Cameron Doyle in front of us. I get to bowl USBCs with Cameron. So, we'll turn him back. I guess we'll turn him back on, Brandon.
Hello, Brandon.
No problem.
Hi, Larry.
Wanted to get you in here, and you know we're covering what's going on today, but we want to get you in here and talk about some events that you've got coming up.
Yeah. I run some tournaments up in Rockford, Illinois, the Cherry Bowl Scratch Variety Series. We've done 3 of them. The next one's probably our biggest one. It's a double house doubles, actually. So we'll bowl 4 games at Don Carter Lanes in Rockford, take a lunch break, go and bowl 4 more at Cherry Bowl in Rockford, and then 8-game total pin wins for doubles.
That's very awesome. And what's the date on that?
February 6th.
Is it sold out, or is there spots
Nope.
available?
I got about 20 teams left, so $200 entry fee per team.
Well, tell them how they do it. And I just want to tell you, if you're just joining us, you're going to be seeing this on tape delay, so you'll have time to rewind it if you don't get the full address right up front, and then get the information to contact Brandon and his staff and get things going. But so tell people how they get involved in this.
I got Facebook events on Facebook. I got flyers everywhere. They can reach me at my phone number, 815-978-0650. I got about 28 teams signed up right now. We sell out at 48 teams. So I got room for about 20 more. I said February 6th at 2 different bowling alleys in Rockford, Illinois. $200 entry fee per team, and with a sold out field, it pays $2,000 on top. So
On a sports shot?
house shot.
House
It
shot.
is a
House
house
shot.
condition.
Yeah, Brandon actually kind of got that idea in Michigan, and it's near Detroit and Port Huron. They have a 4-house doubles every year,
Yep.
and it's a really cool event. We bowl 3 games at 4 different houses, and then they take a top 16 step ladder, like a 1 versus 16 kind of match thing. And I just kind of told Brandon about it. I bowled it a couple times in Detroit, and it's just a lot of fun because you go from different house, and
Yeah.
in Michigan it's a party. Like the first time I showed up for this event a couple years ago, they were tailgating in the parking lot to bowl this event, and it's just a really cool idea. And Brandon goes, it might work out pretty good. And like I said, there's more houses in Rockford too. At some point, maybe you could cover them all, but
Right, so it might be an idea to get all 4 centers involved in Rockford, but started out with 2, see how it goes. But yeah, I really love the idea. Got it from Mike, and
yeah.
would like to make my way down there and bowl in Detroit one time. You know,
It's a little far, but you
Yeah.
can get over there. And,
Yeah.
But
see some people.
yeah, but no, yeah. If anybody, Rockford, Illinois is a 4 hours from St. Louis area. It's pretty easy to get to. So a lot of good bowlers there. A lot of good surrounding community. Original home of the PWBA back in the day.
They got a stop coming to Cherry Bowl.
Yep,
Just
yep.
bringing it back.
The first stop of the season. It's
Yeah,
gonna
women's
be-
stop.
Yep. So
Well, let me give a quick update here.
yeah, you got the scores.
After 5 full matches, 10 games, Barrett Bittenbender still your leader at 66-10. O'Brien Sapolis in second at 65-17. Starting to get some separation between the first 2. Hadi Resnick at 63-92 in third. Doyle Holloman holding on to the 4th spot at 63-72. Cummings and Partle in 5th at 63-06. And then it drops down with Orozco Solovic in 6th place, 62-66. So starting to see quite a bit of separation. Now there's 450 pins between 1st and 10th, and that has really started to expand. Right now, Adcock and Queens are holding down the 10th spot.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe that, but you know what Adcon Queen can do? They do it just like they do every year. They'll find a way at some point
You
to make a
cannot
jump.
count them out.
Well, and that's what we were talking about earlier with if you have a couple of really good games and get the 30 bonus pins, you can fill up pretty quick, and you're only halfway through the day.
Right.
Before we get to step ladder.
Nice little 550 set and a bonus pins. Get you right back there.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's me and Brandon made the finals in this tournament last year, and it was all about. I mean, the bonus pins were the big thing. I mean, it's just a long day, and you can't, especially in Baker. Those single pins hurt you a little more. When you don't get on a string, because when you're watching guys throw a 5-bagger at you, and you just have to be patient. And there's going to be good and bad pairs depending on who started and who's bowled on them more. You just got to make sure that when you hit the good pair, you hit it good, and you try and keep yourself alive. Opens in this kind of format are the ones that really get you.
Well, I do want to tell folks, Tom O'Mara with MBT, he's had to step out he has an event starting tonight. The NBT bowling tournament starts their new series, 8 weeks of qualifying on Sunday evening, and then they've got 3 Monday nights. $30,000 prize pool. It starts tonight. $60 entry fee. If it's a full field, they're over 30 right now. Full field is 48 per week. $14.40 for first on a $60 entry fee. House conditions. So we want to wish Tom great luck and great success. He's going to be taped. This is on tape delay. He'll be releasing that this evening both on Facebook and YouTube, so you can watch the full entire event and the coverage of it. We got Jason still here holding the things together for us. If we get some live action, we'll have it screen for you. I'm sitting here with Mike Dole, our rep from Brunswick, and what is your official title, Mike?
I am the Central Region Product Specialist.
I mean, he's the boss. And we got Brandon Mooney, who's on staff with, is it Deviate or?
Under Ebonite right now, but I'll be
Under
at Deviate the next contract period. Yep.
So tell us about what you're seeing with the new equipment. We talked about, about the knockout and
Yep. A lot of good stuff coming out. I ordered all the new releases that will be released on the 28th. Paragon, really good. If you're an EBI Paradox lover, you would really like the Paragon. And even if you weren't, I'd still say try it. It's another really good, big ball there. I liked it. Knockout Black Blue, another good one. I'm sure Dulce kind of gave you some more insight on that one, but it's a little bit stronger compared to the original Knockout. But that core is insane. That's one of my favorite cores, I think, ever. I never drilled a bad ball with that core inside of it. So.
Yeah, melee jab's pretty good.
Yep, I have never not liked a melee jab. So.
Yeah, it's just funny because the melee jabs were gone. We had actually moved that core to a more beginner line at the cutting edges as I was at Brunswick, and we had talked about something for a vintage line ball, and John Berkshire, who loves the melee jabs, like we need to bring the melee jab back, and we did it for his Pro Shop special for Bowl Expo, and I mean it just clicked. Like, you hear about all these good bowling balls that you never got to throw, and then you finally get to throw, and you're like, oh boy, what did I miss the first time around?
Yep.
So yeah, the melee jabs have been great now. I mean, we're on our the 3rd edition of the Pearl one with the Midnight Blue, and then obviously the knockouts have been both extremely successful, and we're expecting big things out of the blue black one when it gets released this week. And go to your local pro shop and pick one up, and you'll definitely be surprised. You definitely won't be surprised how good it is.
Well, I think somebody's on the front 9. I don't know if they're going to get them on screen first just yet, and I know the camera's moving. I do want to say this. They always ask, what ball should we bring back? What would you like to see come back? My last competitive year of bowling.
There's quotation marks going on.
Big air quotes. The last year that I bowled competitive and probably storybook year, Blue Crush.
Oh wow. Okay.
I would love to see the Crush series come back. It was just something that, it was just a ball that you could throw on any kind of condition, any kind of situation, and the way it acted down lane. Of course, it'd be all different now, but that was my favorite ball.
Yeah, it's really cool now. Obviously, Brunswick had a lot of Brunswick had the vintage line. We brought back the Vapor Zone and the melee jab and some balls like that. And the Phantom, yeah, the Gold Rhino, LT48, they were all successful. And now with more legendary brands like Hammer and Ebonite and Columbia, there's a lot more possibilities there to bring back some old faithfuls. I think without giving it too much away, I think you're going to see an old faithful here shortly that's going to bring back a lot of memories to bowling. Obviously we brought back the Widows, the Eruption name, but I think there's there's a couple down the pipeline that I think people are going to really enjoy because we can use those names. We have all the rights to all the names from the years at Columbia Track, Ebonite, and all that kind of stuff. And I think emotional connection. I mean, you look at other manufacturers, they like using the same nameplates because it's an emotional connection, whether it's their first 300 or 800 or 700. For me personally, like my first staff contract was with Columbia, and the Eruptions and the Outbursts were like some of my first balls on staff. So I see the Eruption and I see that Resurgence core, and I'm like, I want an Outburst because that's my favorite ball, one of my top 3 favorite balls of all time. Now I can throw Vibes again. When we make it back to the Vibes, I won my first college tournament with a Vibe. So I mean, there's a lot of emotional connections. Even if you look at my desk, I have some of my favorite bowling balls of all time that I've got to collect now from the Ebonite days that I never thought I'd have a reason to collect.
See them again,
It's just it's a really cool thing, and just have all the history that all those brands have. I mean, you look at bowling, and Brunswick, Hammer, Ebonite, and Columbia are some of the most historic brands ever.
What was your very first 300 game shot with?
Matrix TPS-3, 16 years old.
What year was that?
Oh God, that would have been 2001.
Brandon?
Mine was a Storm Lucid, and I was 15, so that would have been 2013.
Yeah, now we're dating ourselves. Yeah.
I bowled mine with a ball that is still being used by a current senior pro.
Is it Walter Spareball?
It is Walter Sherrill, which would be
The Black Diamond.
Black
right?
Diamond,
Yep.
1973.
Yep.
I'm going to get off here for a moment. I'm going to get Chase back in here so he can sit in with you guys a little bit.
Okay.
And
We'll talk about some bowling and see
talk about what's going on here. We're watching two of your favorites right in
Yep.
front of you, and let you guys have it. And I'm going to stretch my very, very, very tired, stiff legs right now.
All right, Larry.
Brandon, thanks for joining us, and thanks for coming down and bowling and supporting what we do down here. I know Rockford's not a quick hop and a jump for you to get down
I
here
like
too.
making my way down here when I can.
Brandon strikes a lot in St. Louis. If you didn't see his score at Holiday Doubles
Yeah.
when he averaged 270 something for a 5-game stretch.
Are you by any chance going to be bowling Tim Barrett's trifecta at Shrewsbury?
I haven't seen anything.
Yes, I haven't. This is the
Well,
first
it's
time
sold out
hearing
in
about
like
it.
a minute.
Oh yeah,
so then,
yeah,
yeah, well,
we're out. Yeah,
It's a 4-person team, and he's got team singles and team double and singles
Oh, awesome. Okay, so it's one of those
in the
kind of-
3 game, and it's going
That's
to be
cool.
phenomenal.
Sounds like
But it's
unique. Yeah.
part of his Southside Double Series.
Oh, okay, nice.
And of course, the Southside Double sell out in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that he finds a way to make that somehow bigger. I don't
Expand
know.
on that, right.
The only thing I can think of is he has to have more of them.
Yep.
That's it.
And,
There's a lot of great events like that. Holiday Doubles won. Like I think, what was it? Only 2 teams didn't pay the deposit this year
Yep.
for Holiday
There's only
Doubles.
2
so there's-
teams. There are only 2 spots available to the waiting list
Yeah.
of 30-something or 40-something.
There's a few events down this way that do really well. They sell out in 5 minutes. Good problem to have, but it sucks if you're not into them, getting into them. But hey,
Yeah, it just makes wish St. Louis was closer.
yeah.
I mean,
Right.
obviously I'm in Michigan now, out of Muskegon, where Brunswick's located, so it's a
Yeah,
little bit
so
further.
you got a little farther trek than I do. But
Yeah, but luckily I get to do a little bit of work and get to come down and bowl and just see all the pro shop guys, and nothing better than seeing all the pro shop guys and at a bowling event. And,
yeah, working while you bowl.
yeah, a little bit. I'm
Or
always
bowling
working.
while you're working.
My-
Whatever you want to say. you
My
know?
phone never shuts off. It's
I know. I heard it in the hotel room all
yeah,
night.
yeah, it's amazing. But yeah, we got Shay and Tim in front of us here, the leaders. I believe I don't even know who they're. Can't see who they're bowling.
Yeah, can't see the bowling against either.
But yeah, I mean, like. I
Oh,
said,
they're bowling Jalen Mosley. And,
Oh, Jalen Mosley. And if you don't know who Jalen Mosley is, he's out of Ohio now. You're going to know his name very, very quickly. He made match play at the Masters in 2017 at the ripe age of 16. He's winning everything. I think he hit for the Derby in Louisville over the summer. He hit the strike pot that was
like 30,000 or whatever. It was.
yeah, he was. He hit the strike pot at the Derby for 36,000.
Yeah.
It's been going on for 6 or 7 years. So, yeah, if you don't know who Jalen Mosley is now, just look out for his name in the future. I have an understanding that he's planning on going on bowling some tour events, which would be really cool.
I believe it was Midland you bowled at for a year.
Yeah, he went to
College.
Midland for a year,
Yeah.
and then I think he just, college isn't for everybody. I'm surprised Dave Cummings made it to the center. I saw some videos last night. He wasn't too happy about the Packers, so. But. They're bowling Cameron and Michael. So there's a lot of top teams in this
Right in
few
front of us,
groupings,
yeah.
How's it going, boys?
Good. How about you?
Oh, I hear you guys do bowling well.
Oh, every once in a while. You strike quite a bit out here too. So
We don't strike enough.
we didn't strike enough yesterday.
No,
So
that's why we're here talking and not down there bowling.
I was one of the smartest ones in the bowling alley.
just being in the booth.
Yeah. Actually, you struck enough in Fairview Heights, so
Yeah.
I don't want to. My guy, however, did not.
Yeah. You bowl with Greg still, right?
Well, so Larry kind of put me on the spot yesterday and asked me who I was bowling holiday doubles with. And me and Tim Kern are going to give it a run
Oh,
next
nice.
year.
Okay, yeah. Tim's been striking quite a bit.
So Greg's not into bowling as much as he used to be. He sticks with old equipment, with his old style, and it's just it's just if you don't strike, you're not in it.
Yeah,
you know.
you limit
You
yourself.
gotta strike a lot.
Yep.
I gave him 270 over, which was my lowest ever holiday double showing, and I think he gave me like 60.
Yeah.
it just wasn't good.
Did 60 beat your partner? Because you went 575 over
Yeah,
by
my-
yourself.
Also,
60
you're the one that went.
I struck a little bit, yes.
Yeah, you're the one that qualified by yourself.
yeah.
He gave me 120 this year. So
No, yeah, that was better
it was,
than the year
It was
before.
the year before when I gave him 440 and he gave
Bro,
me 10. but
me and you would have led that thing.
I know. Well, me and a lot of other people would love that thing. I've heard that a few times.
Yeah, it was pretty sick to watch Brandon bowl,
Yeah.
and like I said, Holiday Double is just such a fun event because, I mean, there's so many good teams, but like
Yeah.
you said, you know, you have to have the right partner, and you know, I've gone through 3 or 4 different partners. You know, I bowled with Mike Peters a couple times. I bowled with Kyle Anderson,
Kyle Anderson,
from
yeah.
the Chicago area.
Do you know the true holiday doubles though? Did you ever bowl the
At Redbird?
Yeah.
Yep. I bowled Redbird 2 or 3 times, I
Knittings?
believe.
Knittings is where
Is the original?
is where
Okay.
we started,
Okay.
and the most famous person in there was Pete.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
it was all
Yeah.
locals, and I can remember it like it was yesterday. It was a smoky bowling alley. It was a bunch of shit talking. Like it was an amazing time. You had an A squad, a B squad, and your C squad was your re-enters.
Okay.
And that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it was it. And now to see
It's huge.
how big it's become,
Yeah.
it almost makes you miss that.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
just a little bit.
It makes you appreciate where it started, though.
Well,
too,
yeah,
you
for
know?
sure. And to only have 3 squads
Yep.
Yeah.
and it be the most important tournament of the year.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's
Like-
it's one of the biggest doubles tournaments in the country
Yeah.
at this point.
I will never miss that tournament as long as I can throw a bowling ball.
Yeah. I mean, it's. I mean, I remember at Redbird. I mean, we were bowling. I think we had 4 teams on a pair at one point because they were trying to get more entries.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was just.
And now you have a waiting list, a
whole
whole nother
nother
squad.
squad,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's what, like I said, that, you know, we were telling Larry that Bowler's Journal is doing, like, they're doing a little small article or whatever it is. And he asked what the draw was because he knew that I bowled it a bunch. And I said, I mean, it went from a 24-lane house at Redbird small being a big St. Louis thing, and then it got out to, like, Kentucky and Illinois, and then now it's grown to Texas and California and
Vegas.
New York and Vegas.
Yeah.
Like, guys are flying in for it.
Yeah.
A, because it's 10,000 for first. B, because there's 400 brackets a squad. Whether you're playing them or you're putting somebody else
Yes.
in,
Yep.
there's plenty of money to be made.
Oh yeah.
And like I said, just winning the tournament, putting your name on the list of guys that have won that event is a big deal.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
You got Adcock and Queen.
Yeah.
You got Helfer Stay.
Yeah.
And that was the thing. Like back in the day, you would see a plus 800.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
You know, that would be and it was always Gary Helfer Stay and whoever he
Yeah,
was
right,
bowling
yep.
with. Like,
Gary was a monster.
oh yeah, for
Yep.
sure. And that's with the holiday doubles. I mean, to us as local bowlers, that's our biggest
It's a
tournament
major.
of the year.
It's a major.
You know, that's
Yeah.
our biggest tournament of the year.
Absolutely.
And just to make Sunday,
Yep.
Yeah.
you know, and it's not easy. I mean, me and Greg led our squad a couple years ago at 6:45 over, and we promptly took last cash spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's,
Yep.
but
well,
you,
we were talking about that, like the squads. I mean, usually when you have a tournament with 4 squads, there's always going to be a squad that's weak. And you look at the holiday doubles roster, and there just isn't
It's
one.
not-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pete's on one squad,
Yep.
Shane Tim's on one.
Yep.
You know, you got Tom Hess who won 2 senior majors. I mean, you just got PBA national titles everywhere.
Yep.
So, you know, and like I said, this tournament, the way it's growing, I mean, it definitely, you know, if they expand on this tournament, could be another event. I mean, St. Louis just has so many good events that,
Yep.
you know, it's just.
I
I like
It's
making
crazy.
my way down here, and there's some awesome events down this way.
I honestly think Matt Ogle could have thrown strikes for the next 6 hours.
Oh, absolutely.
That day.
He
He was so left and so right with it. There was no right-hander out there that was matching it. You just had to do left-handed things.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
just-
He he said to me, it was game 6 or 7, and he looked at me and goes,
I'm going to strike forever.
if this is where we're going, there's nobody. He had enough confidence to say there was nobody better in the building at doing what he was going to do, and you know it was just a really good team effort because when the right got tricky at the end, like I was able to keep us in matches. Like
Yep.
you know at the end when matches started going from like 480 wins to like 430 wins,
Yeah.
They
and
got
I was able to
gross.
shoot 220. I mean. it was just a really good thing,
And he's still bowling in the 10th.
Yeah,
like,
he's
and
still
that's-
bowling.
And,
Yep.
and, you know, and that was the thing. I was watching him throw the ball, and I'm like, there's no one that's going to compete with that right now.
Nope.
You were going to be the reason why you guys lost.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
And,
I mean,
and that was it.
It was going to be Matt bowled so good during qualifying, and I mean even the matches that we bowled really good. I mean, our 2 highest scores during match play we lost. We had 520 and 510. And we lost to 530, and then Kyle and them had.
That was one of them 530s, by the way, just so you know.
Yep.
But if you
Mark
shoot
it.
490 the rest of the way,
Yeah.
I mean 490s are going to win you tournaments.
Yeah, I mean we had one big match against AJ and Michael when they were still up there that we bowled on the pair that we actually ended up on position round, and they were just dead hard.
Yeah, that
and
pair
I had,
was rough.
I had 220, and I was high on the pair by
a
30.
mile.
Yeah.
And you get 60 pins on them. And yeah, Matt just, I mean, like I said, other than his block on Saturday, I don't know if anybody bowled better than Ogle all weekend.
He still bowled better than I did all weekend in general.
I mean, during
you know,
Castro's
overall.
round,
Well, he should. He does
Yeah.
it for
Oh,
a
I
living,
know,
man.
right,
Like
yeah.
Jesus, you
Yeah.
know.
Oh yeah, yes, he should.
People are surprised how Simo bowled at the Snowman doubles,
Yeah.
and then watching Pete throw, and I'm like, that's what they do.
Yeah,
Like-
they bowl on that stuff.
Yeah, well, it's not only they bowl on it, but
Yep.
they're you guys are so much more consistent, and
Yeah.
that's the thing.
Right.
Like, you know, and Ogle just kept putting the ball in the same spot,
Yep, that's what
same
they do.
spot.
Yeah,
And-
he just knew. I mean, that Castro's round run we went on for that 3-game stretch,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Where I had 8-10 and lost to him by 30.
Yeah,
Like,
shake it off. Hey, you're left-handed, bowl better.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It
Well,
was,
see, and this is what makes this so different than anything else, because not only do you have match play games, but you don't have to have the most pins at the end of match play.
Right.
You got to be in the top
Yeah,
5.
just make a ladder.
Yep.
And that means, and once that hits, that means nothing.
Yeah, it starts over. Yep.
Like, it doesn't matter if you two bowled and averaged 280 all day through match
Yeah.
play.
Yep.
You can lose.
Yep.
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 Like,
It's the joys and negatives of bowling at the same
Yeah.
time when you have different formats like that. Because I mean, you look at, if they had more PBA titles that were total pinfall, Chris
Yeah.
Barnes would have had 50 titles.
yeah.
I mean, he led so many
Instead
tournaments.
of 74 second
Yeah,
places.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he just, when you get down, that one year at the Masters where he ramboed everybody, and then he lost to Mike Fagan on the show because he had to bowl him a 1-game match where they
Yeah.
bowled 3 games. I mean, it's just, it's the joys of bowling, but it's also the curse because, I mean, there's events where, especially with TV, you can't have 3-game matches against one opponent.
Well, Buttriff, when he led
US
by
Open
like
back-
He led by the Open by
600
1,000.
Yeah, and,
back-to-back years.
Yeah.
and lost.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's just, and Pete will always tell you, you want to be on top. You want to
Yeah.
bowl one game for a championship.
Yep.
Me, I want to come in off 2-3 games.
Yeah,
you know.
no, yeah. I mean,
And see, I throw cornhole professionally, and the more you win in that sport with the bracket, the longer you sit.
okay, yeah.
Yep.
So usually, whenever you win the winner's bracket, you play the winner of the loser's bracket, and the loser has to beat you twice
Yeah.
because you haven't lost. But about 75% of the time, that winner's bracket winner loses that first
Yep.
game,
'Cause you
they
sit for a
probably sat
couple
2 or
hours.
3 rounds.
and that guy's been throwing.
Yep.
Yep.
And he's been nonstop throwing because he has to
keep
play.
running,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And,
That makes
and-
sense.
But normally, the guy who's in the king seat, as we call it, comes out on top because it takes him a game to get a rhythm in.
Yeah.
They'll get that second game.
Yeah,
in.
because I mean, the number one seeds for the TV show get 8 shots.
Yeah.
You get 4 in each lane.
Yeah.
So I mean, luckily your ball reps are there, and you kind of have a general idea. But you know.
But also go bowl for your life.
Right. Exactly.
And-
And the lights, it's different.
Yeah.
I mean, you could
Right.
practice for the whole 2 hours on the other side of the TV set.
Yep.
Yeah.
You get on that thing, and now you're bowling for money. I mean, it's a.
So look,
Cameras are
so
on.
look, we're going to give you 8 shots that can change your life forever, and you got to figure out all of it
Good
Oh,
luck.
yeah.
in
I
those
mean-
8 shots.
I mean, imagine. I mean, look at the year. I mean, look at the year Kyle had last year for $500,000. I mean,
Yeah.
he won a tournament for $250,000. I mean, it was the biggest first place prize fund in the history of bowling. I mean, it's just crazy that, those. I'm glad I don't do it for a living because I mean, professionally, I mean, you have those, especially sports like ours, where you have to win to make some money. I mean,
Yeah.
the peaks and valleys, and these guys are just. I mean,
Or just like all my cornhole buddies, they see me win these tournaments and they're like, "Why don't you go pro?" And I'm like, "Do you understand the money just to go on tour?"
Yeah.
well, and it's the caliber. I mean, you guys like us, we average 240 in league, and people are like, oh, you should go pro. I'm like, no,
You don't
no,
even
no,
understand.
no. These
Yeah.
guys are
Yeah.
these guys are way better.
So
I mean,
we hit an area, okay? They hit a small target,
Yeah.
and that's pretty much what it is.
yeah,
And then when you see him average 230, 240 on a pattern, you're like, well, I could have done that. No, you couldn't have.
Right. And that's the hard part with bowling, the education-wise, because, like, I'm not a very good golfer, but I understand how hard golf is.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand how hard cornhole is to hit. I mean, because you have to hit it.
Yeah.
You have, bowling,
Especially when you're guys that are hitting the hole 3 times at
bowling,
least,
the
you know?
education side of it, of learning, like, oil patterns and why they're so much harder, that's where the misconception is with bowling, because you watch a guy, like yesterday, the first match on TV was 170, 170.
Yeah.
We know having 2 different patterns on each lane is hard,
yeah.
but the general public just thinks they don't know the difference, and they don't understand why that guy is a professional shooting 170.
I also know that Kyle Troop should pick his spares.
Well, that
Like,
too.
I mean,
Yeah.
and
Absolutely.
that's what he said.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's it's a different mindset when you go from they're bowling on 38 feet to 45 feet. So it's 2 different balls, it's 2 different mentalities, it's 2 different gears, and
But also in the same sentence, you shoot 170, and then they come back and shoot 240.
yeah, because the pair, yeah.
And then your question is answered.
Yep.
This is why they're a professional
absolutely.
bowler.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah,
And-
yeah,
and how-
Patrick had 170 and then went 240, 240,
Yeah,
and both.
struck like 20 of his next
Yeah,
27.
and,
or
and,
whatever
and
it
that's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Or you could shoot 300
Yep.
and 170.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Like-
it's just it's hard, and I think that's where bowling doesn't get as much respect as how hard it is, because
It's an invisible golf course.
exactly. Yeah, the golf, the only thing you don't see is, I mean, you can figure out what the wind is, but yeah, bowling, it's invisible and it's always changing, and the topography, whether it was oiled in the morning, whether it was at night,
Yeah.
like,
Yep.
you know,
Even
then
what-
what,
even
That's
what
why we
pair
bowl
that-
the first squad
Yeah.
of holiday doubles.
Yep.
Because that's the truest shot.
Yep.
Yep.
That's the truest shot holiday doubles is going to give you.
Yep.
I always try to bowl first squad of any tournament I go, if it's in my power.
Yeah. Well, and it's like holiday doubles. They bowled, they bowled the squad Saturday, then they oiled for the cashers round, and then they oiled Saturday night for Sunday morning.
Yeah.
So the oil sitting for 8 hours or whatever it ended up being
Yep.
makes a world of difference,
Oh, yeah.
because it got to cool down, it got
Yeah.
to settle, it didn't
For match
change
play,
as
I
fast.
started farther right than I finished in qualifying.
Right.
It's like,
Well,
you know,
usually-
just that difference in it.
And usually, so here's what I was told, that usually they get together and they figure out something to put out in the lanes.
Right.
Well, this year, it was just throw your house shot out
They
there.
just St.
Right.
Clair's house shot.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it didn't hold as well as I thought it was until it got like, it was weird. It went dry, slick, dry
Yep.
for our squad, and that A squad was one of the lower scoring squads.
Right.
And I felt like this year it blended out better as it went along. When in the past years it got longer
Yeah. Yep.
as the squads went on, and I was like, well, the scores are getting higher now.
Yeah.
Well, and like, again, it's one of those things too that every time you have multiple squads, you're going to watch people bowl. And it's a curse. It's another thing where you watch people bowl and then you automatically start right there thinking
Yeah.
that's where you need to be. So every
Right.
squad generally, on the right side at least, everybody starts further left
Yep.
every squad. So that's why they use more surface. The patterns get blown open more. They either make them easier or they make them harder.
Let's talk to him about transition. Do you think he knows about
He's
transition?
left-handed too.
left-handed.
So
He's
he's
good.
good.
Oh, I can
Yeah.
talk to both of you
Yeah,
about
yeah, yeah,
transition.
yeah.
So, see, what transition is guessing every single
Yeah,
shot.
absolutely, absolutely. Well, I mean, we bowl a match play at holiday doubles. There was more lefties
Yeah,
than righties,
I know.
so it actually was like, you know, we got to a certain point on the lane where like we don't know.
Yeah.
No
like,
wonder you went plus 560.
Yeah,
This all makes sense
exactly.
now.
Yeah.
It's
This
Fairview
all
Heights.
makes
It's
sense.
left.
Yeah, this all makes
exactly.
sense.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, you're right-handed. You went plus 560.
That would have been that would have been impressive.
I've been going like 1,000 over. you
yeah,
know?
yeah, exactly.
Well, Derek Matson one year posted after the holiday doubles, and he goes, all right, righties, I get it. Transition.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, how is it to guess?
oh,
If I walked into a bowling tournament and there was 80 of you and 3 of us,
yeah.
I'm maxing all 3 of us out.
Yeah.
And
Well, Andy Klein bowled with us yesterday, and it was us two, and then his partner was left-handed, and Andy was the only righty on our pair.
he didn't know what to do.
Yeah, yeah, he's like, well, this was fun for a little bit, and then go to the next pair, and then he has nobody to watch.
And he's
Yeah.
got all 4
Yeah.
right-handers
Yeah,
he's
he's fine.
following.
Yeah.
It's a different world. I mean, obviously the right to left, and your guys' side of the lane's more beat up, and you guys do. You know, it's so funny. Like when we wrap 7, you know, obviously you move left or you do something. You talk to guys like EJ. Oh, I wrap 10. I have 2 and 1 left and hit it harder.
Yeah.
If I 3, 6, 10, I move 4 left and hit it harder.
harder,
Like
yep.
it's just a different mentality.
And
like,
you're like, I just throw the same shot and
Yeah.
hope it falls.
yeah, right.
Might throw
Yeah.
it harder next time.
Yeah,
you
right.
know?
It's definitely it's a different world left to right. But again, it's one of those things that isn't appreciated about how hard bowling is. And like I said, it'd be nice if we could get a little more attention and make it, you know, And Fox is trying. The TV shows have been great. It's just need a little more education.
Well, there is a TV show coming on today.
There's two of them today.
right?
Yep,
Yeah,
and one
Kyle
more
and
tomorrow.
Brad are bowling today.
Yep.
Russo's
Um,
on the other one.
Yep. Got
Well-
a couple staffers in the other one.
Well, the two guys that are bowling down here now, Tom and Jason, if you get these guys anywhere close to this top 5 cut, you're in a lot of trouble.
We said that. We're like, they might be in 10th right now. They're not out of it.
No. And these guys are, and I even told Tom before I sat back down, I go, well, you made me want to buy a Wolverine.
Yeah.
And he goes, you're like the 4th person who said that. I said, well, Tom, I can throw it where you throw it. I just throw it 4 miles an hour harder,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, Tom's thrown it that way for as long as I can remember. I mean, Jason Queen threw it that way when he won his Masters title. I mean, these guys are just, I mean, I remember holiday doubles, I think it was here, where they were completely out of the match play cut, and they went like 570, and got to like 3rd or 4th.
Uh-huh.
Like, just, I mean, they're two
They
world-class
did
talents.
it a
They're-
couple years ago
Yeah.
to make the semis. Same
Yep.
thing.
Yeah.
Like
You guys-
560 to finish and jumped right in.
And if it wasn't for the weather, they had a chance of winning
Yes.
3 years in a row at holiday doubles.
If you guys don't bury them early,
Yeah.
you're just asking for
Yep.
big
Yep.
trouble.
Yep.
If you have a lead on them, you gotta take advantage.
I think they had
of
570 at us last year in this
it.
tournament.
I think they did.
I think
yeah,
they did.
in our Baker final. Yep.
Yep.
Quietly.
Yeah, quiet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't get excited. I mean, it's just the old school thing. But yeah, I mean,
Well, we were talking about Jason Queen winning the Masters, and they were like, and someone asked me something about it. I go, 1997 red Pearl Wolf with the red wolf shirt.
Yep,
I said, I want that red wolf shirt so bad.
Oh, back in the day with those shirts, yep.
With
Before
the-
they had the jerseys,
With the
Yep.
paw on
Yep.
it, because the Timberwolf one was pretty cool too.
Yeah, that was the white and green one,
It
right?
was like the teal
Yeah.
with the orange paw
Oh,
on it.
yep.
Yep.
Look, if Ebonite, you know a couple people at
Yeah,
Ebonite,
I know a couple
right?
people, yeah.
Okay. So just real quick, we need the Wolf series released again. You need to make the Sea Wolf the same way that you made it back then, and you need to get the Ebonite 8-ball back out on the shelves.
Oh. 8-ball would be a cool one. I mean,
That
there's
was-
a lot of cool balls. Like the Clear Wolf, like that one would be really cool.
The Clear Werewolf
Yeah.
was cool.
Yeah.
But those go for $500 a
yeah.
ball now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
But-
and they're harder to make because of the pitcher inside, yeah.
I'll put the Ebonite 8-ball against any other ball on the market right now, and that ball will outhook any other ball on that market.
I remember that ball.
It was the heaviest hooking ball
Really?
out there. I
Yeah.
mean, the Ebonite 8-ball was a monster.
Huh.
I had 4 of them. And now I can't find one under $400.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy. The bowling ball aftermarket now is like ridiculous.
And
like,
then do you really want to drill it?
yeah, right, oh,
All right, so we're spending that
I
much. on
found
it, you
a
know.
so my first 800 was the Stinger low flare, the teal one,
Uh-huh.
and I found one in Florida, and a couple of the guys have come, like Ronnie Russell came in the office. They're like, "Are you gonna drill it?" I'm like, "No, because it's not gonna hook because it's
Yeah.
so old
Right.
that the oil nowadays
Well,
is so
what
much
if you
thicker."
drill into it and it just
Right, yeah. Well, and
it
it's not
just
gonna hook.
cracks.
It's not gonna hook as much either. So it's like I'm not gonna throw it because obviously I'm promoting the newer products. I'm
Yeah.
never gonna throw it. You know, it's not like it's an old urethane ball like the Black Hammers or a Blue Hammer where it
They'll
is what
still
it
do a
is.
little
But
bit,
like,
right.
and they're so tricked. Like, I don't want to ruin it. I want to have the memories of how it was
Yeah.
then, not
Yeah.
now, because the oil has changed in
well, and
20 years since that ball came out.
even because you rep Ebonite and
Yeah.
you deviate
Right.
and whatnot, I mean, you still know about the other bowling balls.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Yep.
that's part of your job. You have to read up with, okay, what's Storm doing? What's
Yep.
Global doing? What
Absolutely.
are they coming out with? You know, and for a while it was weird. I said these companies are getting kind of bold. I said they're almost making the same ball, same color, and they're just telling you, look, this is our version of it.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, you're running out of color options at this point because
yeah, obviously.
you know, I don't know the science behind it, and some of the R&D guys might yell at us, but color makes a big difference in the performance of the bowling ball. I've been around.
I'm a huge color
yeah. Oh, absolutely.
guy on the ball.
I don't know a
it's-
bad solid black ball.
Yeah. The black
Them
bowling
dark,
balls tend to
yeah.
be earlier and smoother and
The
predictable.
track kinetics.
Obsidian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That ball's a staple.
Yeah.
Like, if they get dry, I pull that ball out,
Yep.
and it's just clear sailing.
Game Breaker 2s, Legion solids.
Yeah, brighter
IQ
colors.
solids.
Yeah,
you know.
brighter colors are seem to be cleaner and more angular, or whether it's the eye, whether it's the color in it. You know, it's just.
I don't know. That arrow was pretty ugly. That
Yeah.
arrow solid.
Oh, yeah.
I had one of those.
Yeah.
And I can't do anything with solid equipment anyways. I throw it too hard.
Yeah.
And anything solid burns up in the back and it hits like a pillow.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and obviously it's everybody's different. I mean, the original. I mean, I remember when I was in high school, or it was actually in college. The original virtual gravity. I just wasn't a fan of that. But
That was an ugly
Storm's,
colored ball.
But it's Storm's. It
One
might
of,
be
like their best balls.
It's
Yeah.
gotta be one of their top 3 selling balls of all time.
High Road, OG High Road.
Yeah, I mean,
is a
everybody's
good one.
there's always bowling balls that match up to others, and
Now, my favorite ever, besides the Ebonite 8 ball, was the Track Threat.
okay, yeah, yep. Then they had the triple threat. I remember the threat was purple, right?
Yeah, the purple
Yep,
pearl Track Threat.
Yep.
I threw so many honor scores with that ball. I went 4 weeks in league with a 300 and 800 with that
Yep.
ball.
Yep.
That's another color ball I always drill. I don't drill many bad purple balls.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Purple balls real good for me.
well. That's why I ordered that. I'm not selected to one brand, but I saw the color pattern of that Phase 4,
Yep.
and I was like, oh, I gotta
some
get
purple
that.
on it.
I was like, I gotta get that. It's purple and gold and swirled. I was like, that's perfect.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you gotta. I mean, there's obviously and there's balls that you know what that core matches up to you. And you know, like when you use covers that are pretty well known. Obviously, people get comfortable with it. You know, the
Yep. Shay
Storm
and Tim in the front 9 again.
shocker.
So I'm pretty one of the more outspoken people in this area. So I don't hold any punches or anything. So when Storm bought 900 Global, I thought it was awfully funny how 900 Global guys just pretty much quit throwing their 900 Global equipment and started picking up all the Roto Grip and Storm stuff.
Yep.
And I always ask the local guys, I'm like, where's your white hot badger at, bud?
Yeah.
Where's your honey badger that you were loving so much?
Yeah, I mean they basically owned, from my understanding, they owned most of the brand anyways, and then they just they took over a majority interest of it.
Well, the
Yeah.
reason the Zen did so well is that's a Utah-made bowling
Yep.
ball.
I would
Okay,
agree.
I mean,
Yeah.
and like I said, I'll say it as it is. That was a Utah-made bowling ball, and they did Utah things.
Yeah. But
So-
the last few glow balls that came out from Utah, they're pretty.
But even Global had good balls before that. They
Yeah.
just
I've never thrown one to this day.
the most public didn't know that 900 was already somewhat part of it because they were pouring the plant in San Antonio, the old Columbia plant was actually pouring some balls for Storm as it was, and now actually like we're making them like the tropical surges, like Brunswick,
right on.
like they were pouring them in San Antonio there, and then that plant closed, then we took over, like we pour Storm's plastic balls and tropical surges, like we, it's just one of those things that like
Shay
Storm's.
gonna get it. Oh, Shay
nope,
goes.
missed it.
One more.
We could put our finger up for a drink.
Solid 5.
Another $2.99.
Solid 5. No, I think it's 89.
Is it 89?
No, it wasn't
99.
99.
5 pin for the 99.
You know,
But yeah.
they've been struggling a little bit today, and they're always one that you look at as being one of the head of the packs.
I think they're. You got the.
I think
They're
they're
still
still
leading
leading.
now. Yeah.
That's no. Larry took my score sheets.
Thought you just handed you the new one. The one on the bottom. After game 12. Yep, that one's updated.
Oh, it only said 2.
Oh, this is up.
Gotcha. So yeah, Barrett Bittenbender's still in front. I guess the games I saw.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean
I know
they-
that is their second $2.99. I don't know how the other games went,
Well,
but
no,
they had
I-
$2.99 earlier.
I
too.
saw them on 29 and 30. They were really frustrated. They looked a little frustrated.
Yeah.
Tim wasn't getting the ball where he really needed it to be. So apologies for
Yeah,
that. There.
you caught their bad game.
Yeah, right. And I've only seen him throw 2 games. So Barrett Bittenbender at 7,086. Brian Sapolis at 7,005. You got Hadi and Resnick at 6,964. Dole and Holloman. I thought these guys were going to be higher up here
Yeah, I mean they qualified second,
for
I
sure.
believe, right?
Doyle was the last minute replacement for AJ Rice, which kind of tough to replace
right.
AJ Rice
Yeah.
since
Right.
he throws strikes.
Yeah. Cameron bowled
everywhere.
good yesterday though.
Well, yeah, and he really did, and he's no slouch.
no, right.
I mean,
it's not a bad last minute pickup.
well,
right.
and I mean, you got to be picky in tournaments like this.
Yeah.
You're putting up 175 plus a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus brackets.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
so you got to be a little picky with who you bowl.
Yep.
So they are in 4th. 5th, if the tournament ended right now, Chris Taylor and Eric Sizemo would be in 5th place at 67.81. Mosley and Richmond right behind 67.80.
Pin difference right
Oh, wow.
there.
67.39, Orozco and Solovic. Solovic, I like seeing him out here. Me and him bowl juniors together.
Yep.
And I don't see a lot of him. Him and his brother,
Used to bowl a bunch.
oh my goodness.
Yep.
They were a force to be reckoned
Yeah.
with. And then Cummings and Pardo, I guess they've fallen a little bit. They're at 66.97. They were in the top 4.
Yep.
And then Adcock and Queen, still hanging around the bottom there at 66.79, and then Griner and
So
Marcella.
they're only 100 out.
And they had 240. Adcock, we just had 240 this game with. So I mean, they're still around.
We have a good match in front of us. Adcock
Yeah.
Queen and Michael and Cameron.
Holloman needs at least the first one.
He needs a double because they're in as long. I mean,
Double.
I would guess
assuming on the
Adcock's.
spare.
Oh, uh-oh.
Ugh. 'Cause I would, like I said, I would imagine Adcock would pick up the spare, so it would make him.
Well,
I think this is game one of the 2 game match.
and watching Holloman throw that shot, no one's loft game in this building is as good as his.
Oh, he's
so
he's one of the best I've ever seen at it.
watching him throw that Pink Widow
Yeah.
was pretty disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, so just the way he had it drilled and where it was set up, I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, his axis is pretty unique. And
Yeah.
like I said, there's not many people that I've seen that can loft it and like still catch it as well as he can. I mean,
Yeah.
especially on the left side because we usually don't have to do that as much
yeah.
because there's just not as much transition. But I mean, he can do it on the gutter. I mean, the year
That's
he
it-
made the
that's
show
it.
at the
When he
Masters, he
does
was
it with
lofting it down the lane.
Yeah, when he does it with urethane, that's what blows me away.
Well,
is
then
the-
and then you watch Jacob Buttrick, who
Yeah.
hooks a purple hammer more than anybody in the entire world.
Oh.
Yep.
To the point that now we're testing bowling balls because no one can figure out how
Yeah.
this guy
Yeah,
is throwing
doing
the
it.
ball 30 boards.
and he drills
you
the
know?
stuff conventional.
Yeah.
It's conventional grip.
Now his release is not conventional.
No,
No,
far from
His-
it.
nothing about Jacob is conventional, and I think that's what makes him unique.
Yeah.
I mean, he does what Jacob does, and
He's like,
I
hey,
did drill him a ball once. I might be the coolest person I've drilled a ball for.
yeah,
he's like, hey, I missed a spare. I'll just throw the next 11 strikes and I'll still win.
yeah.
Yep, he was in Wisconsin. He goes, yeah, he called me at the shop. He goes, you need something drilled up. I drilled him an Onyx Vibe.
Really?
Probably threw it 4 times, and
Yeah, I don't know.
Or
what he did
left
with
it somewhere,
Yeah,
no
he probably
Jacob.
left it in Wisconsin, but hey,
You know-
I still put holes in it for him.
You know, the Blue Vibe is probably one of the better balls that I.
the original
I
one
had.
was unbelievable.
Yeah, so I had won this package deal from Best Bowling Pro Shop. It was a mega raffle. I bought one ticket for $5 and won the Rip Solid, the Ripped Hybrid, the Red and Blue Vibe, and a Maximum with 2 hammer bowling bags, a 3-ball tote and a 2-ball tote.
It's pretty good for $5.
Yes. Well, I only walked out of the bowling alley with the Blue Vibe, the Rip Solid, and a 2-tote bag.
There you go.
I don't need a plastic ball. And like I said, me and Cameron, we throw the most expensive spare balls in the game because we don't have spare balls.
Yeah.
So we just throw our $160 bowling
Yeah.
balls.
You guys can do it. God bless you. I know Norm's good at it, but
If I throw a plastic ball, I just, in my mind, I know there's no forgiveness.
Yeah.
yeah,
So-
no. I mean, it's all mindset. I mean, obviously Walter Ray's arguably the best spare shooter that's ever walked the
Thump,
planet.
thump, thump, thump,
and
thump, thump, thump,
he
thump,
uses a
thump.
spare ball. I go for it. I mean, but you know, Norm, if your touch is good enough to get it to roll, and then that saves us a spot in your bag. I mean,
Yeah,
it's-
for sure.
It depends on what you're comfortable with and what you're good at.
It saves me $60.
Yeah, there you
Pretty
go.
much. I mean,
And throwing it hard, it saves you $60 every year after you crack
Yeah,
it. You know,
you know.
You know, if you throw in hard and it takes a bad bounce.
well, I
Or
was going to say,
Especially the interchangeables.
Holloman's spare ball hooks even a little bit.
Yeah.
that gold sparkle, yeah, it's something in the gold. It hooks a little bit, and obviously Michael still catches a little bit of it too. I mean, plastic is still going to hook. It's just not going to hook as. I mean, especially with the wood. I mean,
But
the
his hooks more than others. Like, I watched him throw a spare yesterday, and I was like, that ball hooked.
Right.
Like,
Well, I think it was Holiday Doubles he was throwing as a strike ball the last 3 games of match
Oh.
play or so when they got a little disgusted.
him and Ray Lucier because somebody took
That's at the 12.
misplaced his bag.
Yeah.
That was-
whenever it was sat down, I thought it was only 2. So this is going to be a big match for Adcock and
Yeah,
Queen.
this would be.
They want to make up some pins here. This is the match to do it.
And like I said,
Yeah,
you're,
because this is a team that they're chasing.
Yep.
So.
They won game 1 by 10, I believe.
you're in game 12 of 20, so you've still got 4 matches to go, and you can gain so much ground. And that's what Tom O'Mara asked earlier in the match play. He goes, is there a certain team that you maybe want to follow, you know, the leader or something? I said, yeah, that'd be fine, but the swings are so big
Yeah.
Yeah.
because of not only
One match, it changes. you
well,
know.
not only because of Baker, but then you're adding 30 pins on top of
Yeah.
that. And that's why you're seeing so many 300s and 299s. I mean, you got to find a guy who can throw 6, and you can throw 6.
Yep. No, it's. I mean, and like I said, this is it's a super talented field. So it's, you know, there's no slouches. I mean, everybody.
Well,
I mean,
there's a reason why they're here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just like there's a reason why the 12 teams, again, with the holiday doubles, are at the holiday doubles.
Yep.
I mean, there's reasons for it, you know. Now, The real surprise team that I had called out before the tournament really even started was the team that took 11th place of Rothenberg and oh goodness, he's gonna kill me. Seth Harris.
Okay.
So those are two local bowlers. Eric runs a pro shop out in Imperial, Missouri. Seth is fresh out of college. I don't know if he really bowled much in college, but he is a bowler, and that's coach and student that were bowling together yesterday.
That's cool.
And when we were talking that they made this today, and then found out they made the the 11th spot, Seth was pretty crushed.
Yeah.
And I said, look, man, you didn't lose $175
Yeah.
today. You competed with some of the best in the area.
Yep.
And I said,
That's a
I
good
know
confidence boost.
I said, I know it's heartbreaking because you were so close, but you got to take this as a win.
Yeah, absolutely.
I said, you got to come back and fire stronger. And he was 300 and something over yesterday.
Yeah, bowled good.
Nothing wrong with that.
So,
Absolutely.
yeah, I'm getting actually ready to leave. Yeah, probably about another 5 minutes, and then I'm getting out of here. I actually have a lunch thing that we do every Sunday, and the chicken wings are phenomenal where we go.
All right. Hey.
But I also have to commentate later tonight over at Cave Springs
Oh,
for
nice.
that qualifier.
Nice.
So
Awesome.
Yeah.
it's a full day of talking.
Hey, that's okay.
So
Save your voice,
So yeah, it was nice chatting with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, you as well.
I am Chase Rhodes. That's nothing. I know that sounded kind of assholeish there, but yeah, a lot of people know who I am. A lot of people don't. I don't think I've ever formally met you.
No.
Mike, we've
Crossed paths a few
crossed
times.
the past a few times.
Yep.
Don't believe everything you hear about me. Yeah, but if you want, go ahead and add to it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a big deal. But yeah, thanks guys for letting me
Yeah,
talk with you for a little
absolutely.
bit.
No
time.
problem.
Larry's going to come back in. Please
Enjoy your lunch.
Please check in tonight, 6 p.m., Cave Springs. We are live streaming out there. If you're not bowling, get signed up already. It's only $60. Did you guys see the total price?
That's
per
what Larry
total?
was telling us
Larry's
about.
talking
Yeah.
about, yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
$30K if
Yeah.
we get
Total,
fields sold out. So, I mean, no one's doing that around here, really. I mean, you got to go to Chicago. You got to go out
You got to go to Texas. You got to go to
Texas,
the East Coast.
stuff
Yep.
like that.
Yep,
yeah,
absolutely.
to get these numbers. So Tom's doing a good thing, putting on these local qualifiers like this. I think the next ones are going to pick up a little bit. You did have a busy weekend with this tournament.
Yep, absolutely.
So yeah, go ahead and check it out. We're at Cave Springs tonight. I will be doing the commentary. We'll get everything rocking and rolling about 6 o'clock. Thank you guys again. I'm gonna let Larry come in, and good luck to everybody
Perfect.
bowling.
Yes, sir. Saw Adcock had a 7-10 a couple frames ago. That one.
Yep.
Those are the bad breaks you don't want, especially against a team you need to beat.
Yep. Pin came out. Almost got it. Pin came out and didn't quite get over the 7 pin though.
Well, I'm back. I appreciate you guys
What's that?
standing in,
Oh, closer. Oh, there you go.
sacrificing some of your time today for
Oh,
us. you
no
know?
problem. Yeah, we'll probably be
We're
heading.
not bowling, so we didn't
Yeah.
have anything else to do.
Yeah, we'll probably be heading out here a little bit soon. We both got little drives home, but
Yeah.
definitely want to stop in and talk to you for a little bit and watch some bowling. And
Well, Mike, like I said, I can't thank you enough for the way that you support what I do down here and the kids and everything else. And I know you were talking about right before I left, that you're twice as busy or 3 times as busy as you were because of the number of pro shops.
I feel like it. Yeah, I feel like it never stops.
That's why I always tell people that, that some of the kids will say, well, did you? Yes, I messaged Mike, but he'll get back to me when he comes back home.
Yeah.
Because that means he's on the road. If I don't hear back from you right away, you're on the road somewhere.
Yeah. Usually it's because the messengers come in and it's like I save them so I don't forget them because I'll get like when I walk into pro shop visits and stuff like that I don't read them just so I save them for later and it's like Brandon said, like the phone goes off, the text messages, the emails go off, and all hours of the night, and it's one of those jobs that it doesn't feel like work, but I never stop working.
Yeah.
It's just, but like I said, I'm lucky to be doing something that I love with a company that, they take care of us, and like I said, I'm just happy to be part of. And like I said, with the kids, it's youth bowling. I mean, me and Brandon grew up in the same area. High school bowling and youth bowling is the reason where we are today. And like I said, anything we can do to continue to grow that future and continue it is, like I said, I'm up for it. So.
Well, I would tell you something that as a tournament director and somebody who works with youth, I I would tell you what I'd like to see. I'm fortunate because I know Jerry Dwiggins and I know a couple of the, the pro staff that are here in our area. I would
7-10 for
love
Michael now too.
7-10. I would love to see a list, if it could be created, of our pro staff by area.
Right.
Because there's sometimes, I've got some of the kids that go to DeVere, of course, and they'll ask her about this or that, or some will go to Dwiggins, through me. But, just to get information on layouts, get information on things that I'm not up on. Like I think that's in my last message, which you were probably already traveling, so you didn't see it, is I know that you have a series of the most popular layouts.
Yeah.
And Alex David's father, Zeke, wants to get a hold of that because that's a kid, 14 years old. He's going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, it's really hard too, because especially with the way bowling is now, I mean, the games are so unique and the releases are so unique. Like, you can say all the popular layouts and but it all depends on the bowler, because when Brandon's axis is a half inch or 3/4 different than mine, like when I tell him a layout, it's going to be completely different on the bowling ball versus what it would be, or a guy like Michael. Michael's axis, or even Jacob Butcher's axis. Like, a normal axis is somewhere, in that 5-inch range where it puts a pin over your ring finger or somewhere, the general pin over the bridge. Where for Michael, that's on the other side of the ball. Yeah. Because his axis is completely different.
All of his stuff's over his middle finger, but that might be a 4.5-inch.
Yeah, it's 5-inch pin.
Jacobs.
Yeah, Jacob. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Jacobs' pins are all the way up here. I mean, obviously because it's conventional, but I mean, it's the technical data and layout stuff has come so far since. I mean, when I was a kid, we all just assumed that the pin above the fingers made the ball go longer and hook harder. Pin down made the ball hook sooner. And I mean, that's just not the case when you start realizing what it does to the core and what it does to the cover stock. And I think these kids now with YouTube and all the clinics and stuff like that, they're so much smarter and better bowlers than I was at my age, just because of the availability of knowledge. And I mean, sport patterns were just becoming a thing when I was 16, 17, and now some of these kids only want to bowl in sport patterns, and they're learning layouts and learn how to drill balls at 14, 15, and they're understanding the dual angle layouts and understanding the other layout systems, and I mean, it's really cool to see. But some of these kids are even smarter than me, because they pay attention to all the core numbers, and they could tell you the RG and the differential on every ball in the industry. And it's sometimes too much information, it's almost a curse, because you overthink it sometimes.
Yeah.
So here's a question I've wanted to ask you for several months, and this is really the first type of you have had. We lost a brilliant mind in Mo.
Yep.
Okay. Who takes Mo's place? I mean, is there anybody who can?
I don't
think you can replace Mo.
Mo was.
Who's going to fill that gap?
Oh man, I don't even know. I mean, Mo was a character. I mean, Mo lived life the way Mo wanted to live life. Mm-hmm. He did so many great things for the bowling industry, and he was still doing great things for the industry.
Right.
I don't know if there's somebody. I think he's once in a century.
Yeah. It might take 3 minds to make up one of them.
He's got a lot of decades, Babe Ruth.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a lot of proteges that are smart, but his brain just worked different than everybody else. And Mo lived his life the way he wanted to. He wasn't, He kept making cores, and he kept doing technology things that nobody else was doing. He was all about the core technology before that was a big thing. I don't think you could ever replace a Mo, just because of what he did for the industry with the first asymmetric bowling balls and the weight holes and the non-weight holes, and it's just he touched every part of this industry. I mean, he started off as a lane resurfacing company. Yeah. I mean, he just. He was a decent bowler.
He adapted to the times too. When two-handed became thing, he did a lot of
learning
two-handed layouts.
Like
what to do with fingers and how deep to drill the fingers for some of these two-handers. And
there's not a core designer in the industry that didn't have some sort of relationship with Mo. Whether it was Hank, whether it was we have Brian Bukash, and we have guys like that in our office. I mean, Mo had a part in something, and Mo had a conversation with him and talked to him, and it's just he's it's like one of those unreachable. Like, if there's a Mount Rushmore of bowling industry, Mo has to be on it.
Yeah.
I mean, just because of what he did and what he gave to the sport, and he lived his life until the end. I mean, and You know, he I don't know if you could ever replace him. I mean, he was polarizing. Polarizing is the best word for Mo.
I think that does.
Because he had so many good stories that he could get a group and he could sit down with his 7 and 7 or his diet and captain and tell you stories for hours, and the groups would just grow and grow and grow and just listen to him tell stories because he knew everybody and everybody knew him.
I don't know if you ever had the opportunity to meet Dale Butler. Dale was
He was a pro shop guy here for a while, right?
for a long time, and just he was a guy, same way. Drink his diet, Dr. Pepper, and you want to talk bowling?
Yep.
All right, let me tell you some stories.
Yeah, absolutely.
And people would just, I mean, that was one of the things I think that we missed most about Dale was just he knew everybody in the St. Louis. If you'd done anything in St. Louis with bowling, Dale was either a part of it or
Yep.
he knew the night that it was done and
Yep.
he was there. And still coaching people
Yep.
up to the last.
Yep.
You know, and just he's very special to this location.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially him and Dan Beeman and the people that were here. And but I mean, me being older,
Yeah.
Dale and I could share a lot of the same. We had a lot of the same experiences, and it was great to listen to him talk.
Yeah,
You know?
absolutely. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I had many encounters with Mo from the pro shop side of it to then obviously working with Brunswick, and you know, it was funny. Mo always wanted to give you a hard time. I remember, you know, he had come to the pro shop a couple times, and you know, I got hired at Brunswick, and he shows up the first day, and he goes, you know, you're going to be better at this job than you were at your last one. I was like, what are you trying to say, Mo? He goes, I'm just telling you, I think you're a better fit doing this. I was like, because Mo had, you know, and that's just how Mo was. I mean, he never held back. He was very straightforward. Whether we tried to calm him down or not, he was very straightforward. You could never tell Mo, you know, Mo did what Mo wanted to do. And, you know, we thank him for everything that he's done for Brunswick and the bowling industry. And
I wanted your
you know, he'll be
opinion on
missed.
that because I was just I mean, people have asked me, well, who takes the torch, you know? And I was like,
you know, luckily we have
don't know.
we have a few things with Mo already that was already in the works. So I mean, hopefully we'll be able to carry that on for a little bit. But after that, I mean, that's all up to his family, and because Mo still had notebooks and notebooks of stuff that he wanted to do, and he was working cores he was working on, and that's, you know, if we can continue a relationship with the Pinnell family and as a state of be able to make some of that stuff, I'm sure Brunswick would be willing to. Just, you know, we got to see what works out with his estate, and because obviously it hasn't been a year yet, and you know, you got to figure out what's going on there because, you know, Mo's got some, you know, he had, you know, all of his stuff was, you know, copyrighted, and he had patents, and he had, you know, Mo covered his tracks and everything. Nobody was ever going to be able to take anything, you know, that Mo created.
Yeah.
So, but
well, I appreciate you guys. I know you got to get back to
absolutely
the north.
yes, sir. Nice and cold.
And, from our football teams yesterday.
Oh yeah, it was brutal. Yeah, yesterday was.
I thought I was watching the Bears.
Oh.
Green Bay played, in my opinion, they played so bad.
Yeah, it was hard. I mean, obviously being a Titans fan and being close the last couple years, and you know, looking so bad through 2 quarters, and then we're watching it yesterday, and then they had a chance, and you know, Ryan Tannehill just didn't have his best stuff yesterday, and then obviously watching the Packers game, you know, I watched that first drive, and I was like, well,
It's over.
Aaron's going to do what Aaron's going to do,
And he didn't.
He
Slow down after that.
yeah, it was a weird day in football. We'll see how it happens today. I mean, if we have all 4 underdogs win, that'd be a pretty interesting, you know, championship series.
There's
But
going to be a very interesting couple games today.
I'm more excited about the TV shows. We have a really good showing on the players.
Yeah.
We have 2 guys on the Midwest show, and then I believe it's the Southwest show, which we have 1 or 2. But Dom Barrett's leading the Southwest, and then
You
we
got
won
Matt
both shows.
Russo?
Yeah, we won both shows yesterday. Yeah, the Midwest, we have Bailey Maverick, who we recently just signed. Dave Watka and myself got a hold of Bailey after bowling a couple of regionals, and Bailey's now on Hammer staff, and you got Matt Russo on DV8 staff. Unfortunately, they have to bowl each other right away, but we're still got life to win that show. And then Dom Barrett is leading the Southwest, so we just got to win 1 game. But we went 2 for 2 yesterday with Tommy Jones and Graham Faw coming over from Motive, and he's on a heck of a run right now. I don't think he's lost since coming over.
We were laughing about Matt Russo yesterday on the stream. He bowls here on Wednesday night.
Yeah, he's averaging 250, right?
High 250.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been one pin away from 900 on 3 different occasions.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he had 870. I think he had 878. I think it was 878.
That's a bunch.
That's striking.
Yeah.
We didn't strike that much yesterday.
No. Not even for 4 games.
Ugh. All right. Well, Larry, thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Always
much.
a pleasure,
Appreciate
sir.
it.
You take care of yourself, and
Good luck.
we'll talk to you
Always
soon.
nice to come down and seeing you, Larry.
And
So
please tag me with your tournament,
Yeah,
and I'll
will
put it
do.
on my Facebook page, personal, and our part-time
I
bowlers
appreciate
page.
that. Next time I share it, I'll make sure I tag you in it, Larry.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Safe travels back home. If I can find Andrew Orff, we'll get him in here. So that was Mike Dole, Brandon Mooney. Appreciate them helping fill some time here today. We're going to get Andrew Orff to step in here. Andrew has always got some interesting things to add. He is third generation Orff family. You're on number 2 there. Thank you, Jason. Hello, Andrew.
How's it going?
Doing fine. Let's turn you up a little bit on 2 so I can hear you.
Can we turn my listening down? Yeah. Cool.
Were you hot? Okay, I'm gone.
Oh, that's you.
All right. So welcome Andrew Orff, third generation Orff family here in St. Louis. Ray Orff's Bowling and Trophy Shop. His grandfather was, well, just a treasure. Welcome.
Great to be here.
And what's going on in the Orff family? I know Mary's doing lots of things out there. It's great to see you bowling again.
Yeah, for sure. So Mary has transferred from McKendree. I don't know if many people know that, but her first year of college was at McKendree with me. I was a senior and she was a freshman. So she just didn't really fit in there, I guess, on her end. So she decided to transfer to Wichita State, and her first couple tournaments have been pretty good, and
yeah.
she's really liking it there. So I'm glad to see she's happy and that things are going well for her. So
And she's obviously on the travel team.
yes.
And from what I've seen, she's tearing it up.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny. Mary reminds me probably the most of your grandfather.
Yeah,
The way she gets to the line and delivers the ball.
Yeah, I would kind of agree with that. I think personality-wise, she's a little closer to my dad. Doesn't really say much.
Quiet.
Just pretty to
Yeah.
herself and gets the job done. So, we're all similar in some way, and we're all different in our own way too. So.
Your grandfather was relatively quiet unless you rattled his cage.
Yeah, that's for
and
sure.
then you opened up a bear.
Mm-hmm.
Got lots of great stories about your grandfather and your father. I'll save those for another
Yeah.
time. Your father's running the pro shop that your grandfather started in, was it
76.
76? They moved to the current location. And, of course, your father's one of my best friends. And, I talked about you bowling again, and you took a little bit of a break there while you were working on the lanes and the situation and helping other centers get their stuff straightened out. I know you were doing some traveling around for a
Yeah.
while, Cape Girardeau and other places.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'll kind of elaborate on that a little bit. I know I don't want to get too far off the track of the actual bowling here today, or actually, do you want to do an update real quick before we get going, or?
Yeah, real quick. This is after 7 matches, okay? Your leaders are Barrett and Benton by 76-84 over O'Brien and Sapolis at 74-52. In third place, you've got Hadi Resnick at 74-24. Fourth place, still Doyle Holloman at 73-84. And they have a 100-pin lead over the fifth place, the last stepladder position, Mosley Richmond at 72-84. Dropping down from there, you've got Orozco Solovic, Zizmowski Taylor, Adcock and Queen have moved up into 8th after being in 10th. Cummins, Partle, and Griner and Marsala rounding out your top 10.
Alrighty. So back to kind of what we were talking about before. So most people don't really know. I haven't really been too public about it, but obviously we have the pro shop business, and that's something I love and I really want to take over someday. But with everybody full time at the pro shop now. It's not really my time to fit in and shine there, so to
Right.
speak. So I've kind of looked other avenues, to kind of start my career in bowling, whether it, or it, not be in the pro shop right away. So I'm full time at Shrewsbury, mechanic, and then on the weekends or whenever I have time, I don't always work the morning at Shrewsbury. So some mornings I will travel and I'll, like for example, you said I'll go to West Park and Cape Girardeau and I'll, work on their stuff. So I've been doing that for a couple years now. So it's really been I get to see a lot of new places. Some things I haven't seen before. So that's something I really like to do. So
And you've built a good reputation doing that with a lot of people that may not have known you, other than just what you've done on the lanes and through your family.
correct.
I know that I've spoken with Daryl personally, and he would steal you away in a heartbeat if he could get you to move to
Right.
Cape Girardeau or make the drive every
Yeah,
day.
right. Yeah, and sometimes I wish I could do that, but sometimes you gotta wind down and put the family first. So that's kind of where I'm at right
Well,
now.
I know
so.
somebody in your family that did that. Your grandfather.
Yeah, that's a whole other story too. We could talk about that all day, but
Yeah, all day. I think everybody in the whole world would know who your grandfather was if he hadn't put family first. Amazing, amazing talent.
so anyway, Larry, you were I don't know if it's public knowledge yet, but do you have any new tournaments coming up that you're thinking about running? Or?
Well, we are going to be putting a schedule. Of course, I'm helping Reynolds with the Grand Prix Senior Tour. And we got the schedule out for that. They've got a full calendar of senior events only. As I announced at the anniversary down at Imperial, I'm going to take a little bit of a slower approach this year. I'm going to step back and try to get myself as healthy as I possibly can. I mean, there's a lot of things going on, and most of my friends and family know. Of course, everybody in St. Louis understands what's going on. But we are working on a Tournament of Champions, which is something that I've wanted to do for a long time. We're working on making that a weekend event. Of course, we'll still do the Bel Air Doubles, the Turkey Bowl, which is one of my favorite events at Kingpin Lanes the Sunday after Thanksgiving. We are going to continue to do the match play, but we're going to move the weekend. We're going to move it out of December because that's such, with the holiday doubles and with, the scholarship tournaments that they have and the other things that go on, even, with the 700 Club and other things, it's just such a busy time. So we're going to find a different time of year where we can really give it the attention that it needs and the opportunity for people to attend. Work out a few details, but the match play we think is important.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Dan Beeman and I are going to bring back the Dash for Cash, which is a 3-man Baker event. And we're just working out the details and a date for that. But other than that, I would like to put some kind of a trio event together with over 40, under 40 in the women. But there's lots of things to figure out with that.
Definitely.
But we're going to run probably about 6, maybe 7 max events, but 6 is the ideal number for me and gives me plenty of time, with 2 of those being real close together, but gives me time in between to take care of my physical needs.
For sure.
And but going to be involved with the juniors as much as I still can with the seed program, and I enjoy going out and helping them as much as I can, and just supporting everybody else's events and bowling. That's
Yeah, speaking of that, are you going to be heading over to Cave Springs tonight to watch the action?
It's, not tonight. Tom had invited me out there to sit in on the commentary with Chase, but this has been pretty tough. I mean, sitting is just as hard for me as standing for a long period of time, and I'm still having some effects from the accident last December, nighttime stuff, and so I'm gonna sit today out. We'll take a look at down the road. I know that he's gonna have some guest commentators. I heard that Alina Matthews and Kenny Strode are gonna go in there and
Kenny
do one.
Strode,
Yeah, they're gonna
Cool
go in
character.
and do a show. Chase, of course, is gonna be a part of that. He does a really good job on the commentary.
Yeah. He's a talker, and I love listening to him talk, even if it's not appropriate things.
but he's really good at, apparently, and of course he's got quite a bit of experience, not only with Tom, but he's got some experience talking on the mic, and he has some training in that. Talk about Tom real quick. Tom's got an incredible opportunity, and this is on tape delay, so they won't really hear this till 6 o'clock tonight when he releases it on Facebook and YouTube.
Right.
But there's going to be 7 more weeks where you guys can go out there on a Saturday or Sunday evening, get in this event. If 48 bowlers bowl, $60 entry fees, $1,440 to win. And there's there's several other nice pickup by Cameron Doyle there, which we were able to see. There's several ways to win, and if they fill the rest of them, if they're over 30, I don't know what the real number is.
Right.
Yesterday they were at 31 entries for tonight. I know that Casey Gettle's actually going out tonight to bowl. But it's on a house shot. There's several ways to win, and if you're in the top point getters, you can actually get your money back. You bowl the last event for free.
Right.
But $30,000 is the roundabout number if they fill these events up. That's great.
Yeah,
Plus,
for
in
sure.
the studio that he's created at Cave Springs, multiple pin cameras showing replays, showing green screen photos and all the statistics of the bowlers. The closest thing to a PBA experience you'll get right here at home.
Yeah, and I'm going to kind of touch on that as well. I think it's really good that we have a diverse tournament director, area. For a while there, it was just you and, Reynold and Denise, running tournaments, and I think it's really good. Obviously, this weekend with the Jones family and the Bluefords, to have just something different to bowl,
Well, let's talk about the Bluefords and what they've got. Are you going to be bowling either the Crown, the King and Queen, or the Motive Masters?
I believe I'm signed up for the Motive Masters, yes.
And who's going to be your doubles partner?
Ooh, that is a good question. I think I know, but I forgot. So I will have to double check on my,
You'll circle back.
Yeah.
Which apparently is the new popular phrase.
So anyway, like I said, it's great to see new people running tournaments. And,
I agree.
And I believe, didn't Tom run tournaments probably 10 years ago now?
He did, and Derek Matson was one of the very first people to bowl his very first event.
Yeah, because I remember seeing some highlights,
And it was funny, he was talking about that yesterday. He said that he really isn't a tournament director and really doesn't want to be a tournament director. He really likes the promotion and the technical side of it, which obviously he's very good at. And he talked about how Terry Jones saw a young guy in the tournament say, hey, why don't you let me give you a little hand? And him and DeVere came in and helped him out, and he ran several, and he did some stuff that was state of the art back then. People weren't doing it, and Tom saw it, and he transitioned more obviously to the production, and he did the production for the Grand Prix, the MBT, Grand Prix tours for several years. And Reynold and I both would like to go out and do individual events with him, especially at the bowling studio that he's created out there. So we're really looking forward to that. I really hope that the local bowlers adopt what he is doing and seeing that he's offering them something that isn't available anywhere else.
Right.
And so.
And go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
Well, to add to your comment about there being more of a flavor now to bowl, including proprietors, the Pollards Dan Beeman, Ramoculus, Mark Brevard, proprietors who are running events. We all work together really well. We really work at not stepping on each other's toes and promoting each other's events, and that's what Ashley and I were talking about earlier. I always encourage her every day. If I can't get out to see, I send her a text and wish her luck, and she does the same for me. And so we got a really good community here in St. Louis to work with. They've bowled really well.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Not only yesterday, but they've bowled really well today. They've had 2 Baker 300s. And I don't know who's carrying who. I don't know if it's Dave carrying Tom or Tom carrying Dave, or if they're sharing the load, but they've bowled incredibly well.
Dave, you can't really teach an old dog new tricks, but I've been kind of helping Dave out on Thursday mornings, Thursday afternoons at Shrewsbury. He always kind of slings it. He never really gets it too close to his ankle, which if you're a bowler, or if you have any idea about bowling, the ball needs to be as close to your ankle going into your slide as it can possibly get. So while he's still pretty far away from his ankle, we've been working on his shoulder rotation and, you know, stuff that just helps him make better shots for what he has, work with his game. So he is hitting the line a lot better than he used to. So, I mean,
Do we have a count on his actual steps?
I think it's 9.
Okay, I can't count that fast.
I can't either.
And do you count the initial backup step too?
Yes.
Do you do
yes.
that?
I guess technically it could go negative because it's going backwards.
Right.
So I don't know. That's a good question.
He's one of a kind
Definitely.
in many ways.
Yeah, I was over at his house last night watching the Packers game, and some things were said that probably shouldn't be said on air, but you know, that's just Dave Cummings for anybody that knows him.
Ooh.
So
I heard a couple Dave-isms.
yes. He's harmless though.
He's the kind of guy that could say, somebody could quote something he said, and you'll look at him and go, that's Dave Cummings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we love him the way he is. And we have to because he ain't changing.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
If anything, he's only going to get worse, but that's okay because it's Dave Cummings.
Well, so what's next on the schedule for you? What's out there looming that you're like, Larry? I can't wait to go bowl this and that.
So I did make a Facebook post, I think, a couple months ago. I was scheduled to graduate McKendree University in 2021. Okay.
Right.
So with COVID and everything, I ended up being one class short. Well, since I had landed my full-time job at Shrewsbury, I, for the time being, decided to stop going to school. Being kind of, you know, looking now, it's kind of a dumb decision that I didn't just take one extra class, but are we good here?
Real quick.
Yeah.
Resnick's up in the 10th frame on 9, and they're clouding 10, and then Doyle is up in the 9th.
And they have
working
290
on
left.
290, yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, let's be on the lookout for that. I'll try to finish up here real quick. So this semester, I'm actually going back to finish my one class, and with all of the COVID restrictions and all the protocols and everything, they're going to allow me to bowl the remaining of this semester.
Really?
So
Well, that's awesome.
starting February 6th at the McKendree Baker Challenge at St. Clair Bowl, I will be back bowling for McKendree.
You have a T-shirt, and I'm back.
Yep. So yeah, that should be fun. It's only going to be like 3 or 4 tournaments, you know, but hopefully we can make a run at nationals, and maybe you'll see me on TV.
But that was awesome, man. That's great news.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure your dad's happy about that too.
Oh yeah.
He does like to come out and watch you bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You know, let's talk about the forgotten horse. Your Uncle Steve.
Oh yeah,
Man.
he's probably the most fun of them all, actually.
Yeah, and I miss not watching him bowl because I don't remember how he was young. That's all. He was young, and he was a major in the old junior archway program that your dad and I were bowling in, and I happened to be on the first lane of the next division, and he was on. He may have been a classic already. He's probably a classic because I was a master by the time he started bowling. And he got up on the approach, and I threw the ball, and as I was walking back, he was walking up.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually thought I needed to dodge him because, you know, he had that.
Yeah.
And
anyway, real quick, Holloman needs this hit in the 10th here to win here.
And he got it. Your Uncle Steve was as solid as a rock. And now I know your dad and Uncle Steve won the holiday doubles one time. Did they win it twice?
No, I
did.
believe they finished second, maybe the following year.
Okay.
I don't know though. That you'd have to fact check me there,
But there's only a handful. I think this question went out on trivia thing. There's only a handful of brothers
correct.
who have won it, and I think there's 4.
Mm-hmm.
The Brunnings, the Orths. Do you remember the other 2?
Burton's, I think. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I don't know if the Webbers. I don't think the Webbers won it.
I don't think they did.
There is one more.
It might be the Webbers actually. I don't know though.
I know John. I thought John was a winner of it at one point. But
yeah, anyway, to kind of bounce off Uncle Steve there, he for most people that don't know, he remembers just about everything.
Yes.
Not just about himself, but about anybody. Like, he can go back to junior leagues in 1982 and tell you what he shot game 3 of their Saturday morning junior league in February 1982. Like, I've never met anybody that can remember as much as he can remember, but it's no BS there. He really remembers everything.
He is the historian, and he does. He knows details. He knows, I mean, when there's a question, hey, who did this? I don't know. Ask Steve Orff. He will freaking know.
Yes.
And he does.
Mhm.
Oh, that was so and so. Just right out. Just don't.
Mhm.
You don't think about it. Just
Right.
That was this guy.
And sometimes it's also not, some people won't believe him sometimes because it's like, wow, how do you like remember that? Like, it's almost impossible to believe some of the stuff that he remembers because it's just so out there, like, so that's just how he is, though,
And it is factual.
Yeah.
And your Uncle Steve is also the first one that goes, hey, watch this. Who does she remind you of?
Right.
And the first time I watched Mary Bowl, and I looked at him and I was like, that's uncanny.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, yeah, isn't it? And Mary gets to the line so gracefully, and her release is so good. I think they give you credit for that, right?
I don't know. I wouldn't take credit for that.
No,
but,
I know you wouldn't.
Yeah,
But you have a great relationship with your sister, which is really cool.
definitely.
And I think she's one of your biggest fans, just like you are hers.
Mhm.
So we've got some scores. So Holloman and them held on, shot 290 to win their game there. 279 was the opposing team.
Yeah, who are they bowling? I didn't even see.
They were bowling Hottie and Resnick.
Resnick, yeah.
So you got quite a feather in your hat. You've done a great job at Shrewsbury. I know you're not the only one, but you were certainly instrumental in helping get that place up, and in the back end of it, you're running so smoothly and performing so well at all these, and they hold a lot of tournaments.
Yeah,
A lot of frames.
This is kind of a subject for me that, I don't know, is maybe a little more personal, but I couldn't even tell you why I took an interest in Shrewsbury. And obviously that was years ago. It's kind of weird, so I was kind of around before the Pollards were around. I mean, I don't really toot my own horn about that, but I don't know. Shrewsbury was just always kind of a special place in my home, or in my heart. So, I don't know, one of those days I was just like, hey, I want to go see how the back works, So, and ever since I went and saw the back, I've always, I kind of saw what shape the building was in, and I don't know, part of me just wanted to be a part of making it better.
And
So-
you are.
And I feel like, every day I get up and I go to work, and it's like, I just want to do something more today than I did the day before. So,
Well, I had told the Pollards this, and I've told them on multiple occasions. I told them that I honestly, before it went up for auction, I honestly had seen the decline and saw where it got, and I just figured it was going to be another pile of bricks and a big empty spot.
most people
And-
did.
And most people did, yeah. And the vision that they had to bring that, that's the only center I can think of that you can literally walk into, although it's state of the art with everything else, feel like you're going into an old time bowling alley.
Correct.
And I love that feeling.
Mhm.
The high concourse, just like here, this is a high concourse. High concourse there, you can see the whole house. It's great to watch a tournament there.
Mhm.
And I'm sorry, I grew up on the Red Crowns, and I just love the
Yeah.
Red Crowns, man. And then, of course, you added the Gold Pins and the
Yeah,
Gold Pin
yeah.
League, and
Mhm.
the place just, it's just a postcard. When you take a picture there, it's just like, this is
Yeah.
how bowling should be,
Yeah, so to kind of bounce off that, I mean, I love to take credit for my doings, mainly in the back, but it would definitely not be possible without all of the work from everybody that works there, Brad, Jason, obviously Brad, Heather, Jason, everybody that works there, Emma building leagues, everything. Like, everybody works
Yeah.
together and everybody makes it happen. So all the credit has to be, mainly given to Brad and Heather, because they're the ones that, made it happen and gave all of us a place to go to and work and bowl. But everybody there deserves equal credit in my
We got to
opinion.
talk about the snack bar. because my favorite bowling alley burger in St. Louis.
It's definitely good.
I mean, if my doctor's listening, I don't do. I have no burgers there. I don't eat burgers there. No, it's my favorite burger in St. Louis bowling. I mean, it's great.
All right, so who do we got here? We got
We
Scott
got
Grainer.
Greiner and Marsala, and then we're looking at O'Brien
And Sappos.
Sappos. Yep. Greiner and Marsala had gotten up as high as 7th, I believe, this morning, and they are right now they're 650 pins off the leader. You know, Tim and Shay. I mean, I really at this point, people think we toot their horn, but they always have something to
They're
toot
always
about.
there. They're always
just,
right there.
and they work so well off of each other. That was probably not something. I don't know if Shay was trying a new ball or.
I don't know what that
was.
was.
An odd, yeah.
You'll never see Shay do that ever.
Right on cue too.
Yeah.
But let's look at O'Brien and Sapolis having a great day. Came out of the gate with 300, and then Doyle Holloman holding down a spot, and Mosley and the Richmond moving up a couple spots the last game. But Hottie Resnick have been tough today.
Yeah, and to kind of talk about them a little bit, those are two people that I grew up bowling with. They're a little older than me. I actually believe Tony's my age, but we always bowled junior gateways, and we always Cody Aldridge, Chris Aldridge, all the guys that are really coming up now and are really making a name for themselves. It all started back in junior leagues, and for the people watching, I mean that's really where it all starts. All of us get along together when we're young, and
Yeah.
we ended up carrying it over to the big leagues. So.
Well, I was talking when you walked up the first time today. I was talking with Cody about yesterday, and I was looking at his score, and I thought, I knew he bowled good yesterday during the stream, but he was plus 263 yesterday for 8. And of course, he had a great partner, Terry Salvin, third. Just did not have a good day. I don't
And
know
that
if
happens.
It just but Cody is 263. The cut was 492, I believe. Yeah, 492 was the cut. Terry went minus 31. Cody had more than 50% of what he needed to.
Right.
So if Terry's just able to shoot 210
Yeah.
on the day, and it's a huge difference. But it happens, and I told Cody, I said, Cody's one of the most talented young bowlers in St. Louis.
Definitely,
I mean,
without a doubt.
and his day is coming. I mean, his time, he's already tough. And getting one-on-one, you got your hands full.
Definitely.
I mean, flat out. But his day's coming when he's that guy that everybody is, not only wants as a partner, but knows they're going to win with as a partner. Tough field today. Tough field this weekend. So tell me what your opinion is of the format. You like it?
Yeah, I definitely liked it. With any tournament, though, in the qualifying day, I wish there was a better. I mean, and I'm not calling out anything by any means, but I wish there was a better way to make sure. Obviously you can't control breakdowns or anything like that, but the pace is always the hardest thing, and I'm sure you know that from running tournaments.
Yeah.
Like, you're always going to have some people that bowl slower, that bowl faster. Maybe somebody drops out because they get hurt or whatever. But I really wish there was a way, that when you're done with your game, the other team's done and you're ready to go.
Well, from what I understand, two things happened yesterday that really screwed the pooch, so to speak. They had a breakdown on 23 and 24, I think it was, and it wasn't that long. They got it up really quick.
I believe they broke a cushion, so that's
They got it up, but that put 3-4 frames, and that's really all it took to put a backlog on people.
Right.
And then down on 1 and 2, somehow, Tim Barrett, when he made the move, Tim saw that there was a spot of oil
on the approach.
right in the approach, right where he would have taken his first step. And so it took time to get. I mean, it was a circle of oil. and it took time to get that off the lane. So that threw more of a wrench into things.
Correct.
Because you can't just go down there, as you know, wipe it up.
Right.
You got to wipe it. You got to
Use solution to make sure
solution,
it's not.
acetate, whatever, to get it up, and then you got to get it dry. And so there were two issues, and yeah, there was quite a backlog. But given everything, the way and obviously Stacy has no control over that. I've got an update here. This would be after 8 full matches. Okay, 8 full matches. Barrett Bittenbender, 82-29 total pinfall, and that's with bonus pins and everything. Doyle Holloman, now in second place, 79-71. We've had a really big flip here because O'Brien Sapolis were in second. Hadi Resnick in third at 79-57. O'Brien Sapolis down to fourth at 79-11. Mosley Richmond holding on to the fifth spot at 78-14. And Adcock Queen, who were in 10th place the first 3 matches, have now worked their way into the 6th place spot, 111 pins back. And
Not many at all.
not
Especially with bonus
And when
pins.
they get to going, Orozco Solovic are in 7th. Zizmowski Taylor in 8th. Cummings Partle are down to 9th right now at 76-42. And Griner Marsala in the 10th spot, the cash spot. 550 is 11th place today. The 10th cash spot is $600. That's more than double your money back.
I want to talk a little bit about Mr. Solovic.
Yeah, please do.
So I bowl league with him on Friday nights here at Concord, and he doesn't really bowl too many local tournaments. I think he just bowls mainly tournaments here when they come up, just because he bowls league here. He wants to show his support or whatever. So I really wish I would see him bowl a little bit more. I know he has a family, and that always has to be your priority. But when I see him bowl, he's always either right there or he's in the cut. I think if he would bowl a little bit more, or had bowled a little bit more, that his name would be so much bigger than what it actually is, because I think he legitimately throws it really, really good.
I'm so glad you brought him up, because about 4 or 5 months ago, Dan Beeman and I were talking about tournament bowlers, and I asked him, I said, I want to get a format and a price point that'll get the guy that, maybe I bowl, maybe I don't. I said, who in your house would you like to see bowl more? And he didn't hesitate. He didn't think about it. He was solid. He goes, the guy's phenomenal. He goes, if he was able to bowl more events, he would be one of the top contenders.
Definitely.
And he does. He throws the ball incredible. Isn't he helping coach still too?
Oh, that's a good question. So I know he coached MOBAP for a couple of years there. I think he stepped down because he either got a higher position in his new job. That'd be a question for him, but I think that's kind of what happened. He just couldn't devote any more time to being away on the weekends. Especially with his family. His kids are young. But yeah, Mikey Solovic, his brother, who some may get confused, he does still coach the men's team at MOBAP. And they're both left-handed, so they're easy to confuse.
Yeah. Now, does one of them work at AB?
Yes, Mikey does.
Yeah. You're fairy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I've seen Steve bowl on Friday nights with you, and are in the league. And you're right. And this weekend is a perfect example. They've bowled really well, and they bowled really well yesterday. But yeah, great pick. Singling him out.
Yeah.
So that's back-to-back splits for Tim Barron, which will bring out the Dark Elmer side.
Yeah.
The beauty of that, for them anyway, is they have a 300-pin lead.
Right. Little cushion, but you don't want to give too many back to the
You don't want to
field.
do that twice, because you can steal it away real quick.
So I know, just knowing Shay and Tim, I don't know them super well, but I grew up around Tim, coming in the shop, and obviously I've known Shay just from bowling and hanging out, but they're the kind of people that are always trying to stay ahead of everything. So this may be a game here where they're just trying different balls, knowing what the lane is going to do later.
That's a good.
And I didn't watch the last game, so I don't know what balls they were throwing, but I do know that they're always the kind of people that are going to be ahead of it before they're behind it normally, unless something bad happens to
That's
where
a great observation, Andrew. And I mean that's a great observation, and you're probably right.
It obviously you're never going to plan to shoot 150 or 160, but when you have that much of a lead, it's a little easier to make a ball change, knowing that you have a little bit of comfort room. So it wouldn't, like I said, it wouldn't surprise me if they're just trying some stuff here and they're going to see what's going to happen later.
Well, it's just like you young guys, and you all do it. I've seen you do it. You're on a 5-bagger, and the last ball in your 10th frame, you're going to go ahead and grab another ball and just throw it to see what it does. Now, the old guy in me goes, what are you doing,
Right.
You don't care about that extra pin you may or may not pick up. You want to know what the next game's going to allow you, and that's...
Yeah, and to kind of bounce off that, obviously my dad, I grew up, listening to my dad, and, he coached me and, educated me as much as he could. I'm still not the kind of person that likes to change balls unless I absolutely have to. So I'm a kind of guy that I like to tweak it with my hand. Well, nowadays, bowling, there's so many different bowling balls, and the lanes change so fast. Changing balls every couple of games isn't out of the ordinary in most cases. So, like I said, I feel like sometimes I'm still a little behind the generation because I like to use my hand more. I like to stay with the same ball more than maybe most. But
How much I'll just say he loves bowling.
We know he loves bowling. He's always crabby though. It's okay.
Well, it's funny about that. He says, "Why is everybody calling me grouchy?" Because he's in here laughing and smiling this morning at 8:45. So we say, "Good morning, Grouch." He goes, "What? What am I getting that for?"
I always call him old man. He seems to like that. He hasn't punched me yet, so.
He hasn't punched you yet. Yeah, John and I have become pretty close over the last 5-6 years. He doesn't want anybody to know he's really a nice guy.
Yeah, and I don't know why. I
He's got
don't
his
even.
goober hat on right now.
Yeah, what's he doing now? His hat's all sideways.
I think that's his. I give up. I'm frustrated. I got a chance to talk to Scott Greiner this morning briefly. He's got the new bowling alley down there.
Did he actually buy that?
Yes.
Does he have a partner?
Does he want one?
Yeah, I mean.
Well, I wanted to get him on a couple times, but they've been bouncing back and forth too quick. I know that there was a 16 lane. He added 8.
Yeah, I did see that. I started following them on Facebook. So.
They're very busy. It's right there.
It's in the Ozarks,
Highway
right?
42 in Osage Beach. 54 to 42. And it's right there by the Lowe's.
Right.
And he said that they're already doing what he expected to do what he had expected to do in the fall. He was already doing. And it's just being down there at Lake. I mean, it's at night. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
They got leagues. They got open play. They got everything going on. It's really
Definitely.
good.
What based their decision on adding on lanes? Was it just because they were so busy, or did they want to start running tournaments and they didn't want to have I think they had 12 lanes or 10, and they added on 6, right? Or 6 or 8? I don't know. I think they're 16 now.
It's
so
16 lanes. You're
so
right.
they had 10.
Yes. And I think part of that was, of course, he runs a great, successful senior tournament series out there in western Missouri. But I think it was the fact that he realized that the opportunity was there to have leagues and have more abundantly and then have open play.
Right.
And he said that it's all busy.
That's good.
So, he's also got his pro shop is out there.
Gotcha.
And he put in, I believe, if I remember right, he put the Redemption Center in.
Yes. Yeah, with the
which
gaming.
is huge.
Yeah.
So we want to wish him success, and of course he's very active on the senior tour. Does a lot of regional stuff, and more localized with the bigger events on the PBA 50.
Right.
Gentlemen, we just had a 300 game down there. I have a replay for. It was Richmond and Mosley.
That's going to help them.
Yeah, that's going to
Yeah.
jump them up a couple
I'm going to
spots.
swap over to that right now and let that play out. Unfortunately, we only grabbed the last throw, but it was a good one.
And Jalen Mosley, actually, I bowled with him a year or two in college, and
There it is right there, his last pitch.
He's go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
He's I don't know what you were going to say there, but he's out of Indianapolis. In
Cincinnati now.
oh, he did move to Cincinnati, huh?
Yes. He's Cincinnati and Richmond is Memphis, Tennessee.
Got it.
And my first introduction to him was at the Holiday Doubles, where he absolutely bowled incredible himself. Don't remember who his partner was that day, but he was very impressive because he was crossing with Dan Beeman and John Gibson. And he was very, very fun to watch. Tim's in front of the ball return
Yeah,
now.
I was just going to say, I showed up here a little bit later than the start date. What game are they actually in? Is this game, obviously they're bowling
Okay,
Baker,
this is
but what?
18th, so this is the 9th match.
Okay, so this would be,
This is the second game of the 9th match. So they have, the next game is position round.
okay,
And then they go to the top 5 step ladder,
got it,
which will be right here.
got it.
Well, great news about you going back to school.
Yeah, definitely.
And that'll allow you to graduate, right?
Oh, yeah.
And what will your major be in?
Business administration in management. So it's kind of a dual thing there, but
And wide base, so it opens the door in several areas. But you know, like I said, I mean, you'd already built yourself a reputation as a young bowler, and I knew that you took a little bit of a hiatus while you were taking care of some bowling centers and working. But it's great to see you back out bowling again. And
definitely.
I really would like to see you, if time allows, really give it a run and see what you could do if you just went out and bowled some of the bigger events. You certainly got the talent, you've got the knowledge. It'd be great to see, you know, an ORF competing in the big events again, you know. And
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I definitely, I kind of want to step out of here for a second, but I'll kind of finish up with one big thing here. There for a while, I thought I wanted to kind of follow in, you know, Dad and Grandpa's footsteps, but, you know, as I'm getting older, I don't dislike physically bowling, but I almost like everything else about bowling a little bit better. So like I
Nothing
said,
wrong with
that doesn't mean that I don't want to bowl tournaments. That doesn't mean I don't think I can win. It just means that I thoroughly enjoy growing the game and helping proprietors make money.
give them a
And-
better place to bowl.
And if that means that bowling grows and there's, you know, more bowlers, more youth bowlers, more people bowling, then for me it's not always about the money. You know,
Right.
I want to see bowling continue farther than what, you know, some people may think it would. You know, bowling. Everybody thought bowling was dying there
Yeah.
for a little bit. So I don't know. I kind of stepped up and you know, just try to make bowling a better place for everybody and
I love
give
that
somebody.
statement, and I agree with you. And my statement to you was more of a personal one. I enjoy watching you bowl. I think you've got a lot of talent. I think that, you know, if you put your mind to it, you wanted to, you could be as successful as anybody out here. Obviously, I respect and look forward to what you do on the backside too. And you know, that was more of a personal, you know, kind of like, well, hey, I'd love to see you bowling again,
Right.
you know. But yeah, you've got to trust your heart, trust your, you know, your gut as to what you need to do with the bowling. You are doing some great things with the sport. That's great.
Yeah, and to kind of touch on the back again, I mean, there's not that many mechanics out there that, you know, really know much about bowling, let alone, you know,
Exactly.
but to me, I feel like I'm a little more unique because, you know, like I said, I feel like I know the front, I know the pro shop, I know the back, I know, like I said, not to toot my own horn, but I feel like I'm pretty well-rounded in an entire bowling industry. So the goal one day is to hopefully own my own place and see what happens, you know?
Well, I'll be hoping to do that then.
Yeah.
Well, young man, thanks for stepping in.
Yes, sir.
Always nice to have an ORF in a bowling center, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
And give your mom and dad my best. And like
Always.
I said, this is only the first weekend that I've been out since I got COVID for the second time, the first week of January.
Yep.
And I was part of that group. My second time getting it. So no fun. Got the infusion. They got it all fixed, and I stayed in an extra 2 weeks just to make sure and rest up. And but it's great to come out and see this great event. I did this last year. Of course, I didn't have the opportunity to do this with Tom O'Mara having such a good setup where we could actually see everything. We had my little cell phone, and I sat here with the little screen and tried to answer responses. So should be interesting.
Yes, sir.
Should be interesting. You going to stay around and watch the stepladder, or are you going to cut out?
Yeah. I think I'll be here if you want me to jump back in. If
Yeah,
there's nobody in
especially
here.
during the stepladder.
Yeah, we can find something to talk about there. That'll be fun.
All right, my friend.
All right, buddy.
Thank you. Take care now.
Yes, sir.
Well, Casey Gettle.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
I mean, dragging you against your will.
Something like that.
Well, thanks for being here this weekend. I know that you're doing some stuff with Tom, learning the camera and learning the operations on behind the scenes. But you're going to bowl tonight, I heard.
I am.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm going to sneak out of here in a little bit.
You're going to go out to Cave Springs and bowl the first qualifying round of Tom's MBT tournament series
Yep.
tonight. And I want to wish you luck in that. But I want to thank you for being here. I mean, you know, your mom's one of my favorite all-time bowlers here in St. Louis. And,
She's everyone's favorite.
and she's back. Yeah, it's, nobody unliked or disliked Miss Angie. And you know, you can tell her from me, and if she hears this, I'll tell her myself she needs to be bowling again. She's too good not to. But it's great to see you out competing too.
I'm having a good time. I've taken a little bit of time off, but I'm going to start bowling a little bit more here, I think.
Well, I know that you've been posting about your job, and that looks very interesting.
Yeah. I've been pretty career focused lately, and I just wanted to take some time away from bowling and just kind of chill out. I've been bowling just league once a week, so.
And where are you doing that at?
Cave.
Cave Springs. Well, so it's your home tonight.
Yep.
Nobody comes into my house. So
Which is unusual because normally I bowl more at Plaza in St. Charles, but I've been at Cave this year, so.
Well, so you've seen the work that Tom has put in out there.
Yes.
We're talking about Tom O'Mara, and you're watching this on tape delay. Of course, this is Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon now 1:15, and Tom's going to release this evening both on YouTube and Facebook, so people can watch the whole day and listen to the ramblings that Chase and myself and everybody else is.
He loves to hear himself talk, doesn't he?
I think honestly, I think we all do to a certain extent. But I'm grateful that Stacy asked me to come out and do this again. And then, of course, today and this weekend we had Tom O'Mara setting everything up out here with MBT TV tournament bowling. And so, I mean, it's been great. And like I said, I understand that you're learning how to do some behind-the-scenes things, and glad to see that you're bowling tonight. But wanted to get you in there. I know that we tried to do that yesterday and it didn't work out. And got you close enough today. And of course, Chase isn't here, so he can't be giving you a hard time while you're doing
I
it
know,
either.
right?
Yeah. Can't all be as nice as me. Yeah. I've heard 3 people today say, "Well, when you're as old as you are, Larry," I said, thank you very much. You know. So what do you think about the tournament? You've been here for 2 days watching it.
I have. It's definitely lives up to its name. It's pretty long.
It's long doubles.
Yeah.
It's a grind, but we've seen some excellent bowling. That's after 8 full. Cameron Doyle's taking a peek at the scores. There's a lot of bowling going on this evening, not only here but on the PBA. We've got some of our locals.
Yes.
Of course, everybody's favorite in the St. Charles area, Mr. Kyle Sherman, will be bowling against his good buddy and internet sensation partner, Brad Miller, later. I'm calling it. I'm calling Kid Dynamite for the win.
Really?
You know? Yeah.
Okay.
I told Brad, I said, you need a model like he came from the West or something. But those two are going to have some fun. They'll have fun regardless. Both good payday for both of them, regardless where they end. But I'm going to root for Kyle just because he's a homer, you know.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we got Matt Russo and E.J. Tackett in the same show. Hard to pick a favorite there. I like them both. And Matt, of course, bowls here. This is the house that he bowls out on Wednesday evening. And E.J., you know, has come down. And what can you say about E.J.? He's just phenomenal, you know, and just
Too good.
I mean, it's sick. His hand is just, you know.
My dad's always like, "What's that? What's that little guy that has all the revs on tour?" And I'm like, "Oh, EJ."
Yeah, it's pretty impressive to watch. Looks like Adcock and Queen squeezed out that game.
Are they going into position round?
205.99. This is position round coming up after this game.
Okay.
Well, now I guess we'll find out pretty soon what we're looking at. You know, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for anybody to overcome Tim and Shay. They have such a big lead. They had a 340 pin lead going into the last game, I think. 342 pin lead.
For a while, they were only up by a little bit, and then they just kept sneaking up and up.
Yeah, they went on a streak where they, you know, those 30 bonus pins really add up. Now, Mosley had 300 the last game, which is probably going to, I don't know what they did their first game, but, you know, 300 is still plus 100. And
Yeah, and Tony and his team had, what, 2 or 3 300s?
I know they
And
had.
they're still in third.
Yeah, and, well, Cummings Bartle had two Baker 300s. So it's been a good day, and, you know, the pay is going to commensurate what it is. I mean, $3,000 on top, last place, 10th today is going to take 600, which is more than your double money back. So good pay structure, good event. Stacy's done an incredible job with building this event. I think next year he said it's going to be either a prepay or a deposit required. You know, to lose 14 teams in the last couple of days is a shame. Of course, we knew why we lost some of them. Brad and Kyle had to pull out because they're competing on the tour. They both made the show. Lauren went out to see Matt bowl, and you know, so there was 3 teams right there. But we were glad to see Natalie yesterday.
Yeah.
She came down and bowled.
Who did she bowl with?
She bowled with Brian Kirkendall. Ooh. Do you have a favorite today, or can you say that?
Do I have a favorite? I like these guys. They're fun.
Cummins Partle?
Yeah.
No. Dave's one of a kind. That's
Putting it nicely.
and I told Andrew Orff a while ago. I mean, if you don't like him, too bad. He ain't changing. You know,
Nope.
Dave's one of the few guys here in St. Louis can say something, have it quoted, and if you weren't there, you know who said that.
Exactly.
I personally call him Dave-isms. But yeah, he's quite a guy. He hasn't changed since he was a kid. I've known him a long time, and he's still the same as he was then. He might be a little quieter now.
Is this through what, 16?
Yeah.
So we're going into position round. So what's next for you? Tell folks about what you do. You know, or can you talk about that?
Yeah. I'm a PA, which is a physician assistant. I just graduated a little under 2 years ago. I work at a chiropractic office that actually incorporated medical services into the office. So now we have a physician, a PA, me, and then a whole other side of chiropractic services, and we kind of put everything together.
And I saw you have a portion of the where you do like infusions and
Yeah.
and if people vitamins.
Yep.
If they're down, you can give them a.
Yeah, my mom's actually gotten a couple. She loves them.
Maybe that's what I need.
I don't think there's anybody that couldn't benefit from it. But I definitely enjoy doing them. And I have 2 little puppies at home too, so I like to be home with them instead of bowling.
You got some fur babies, huh?
I do.
Well, my son is graduating from fur babies to baby. I have one son that is married. All my kids, except this one that are married, have kids. Stacy's making the announcements now.
Orion 2024, Adcock, Queen, 25. Fairmont Taylor, 26. Cummins and Bradley on 27. Ryan and Marcelli on 28. No practice, go straight into it.
My son, who is the drummer and founding member of Fivefold, if you've ever heard of them, they're coming back. They're just releasing another album, after a 4 or 5 year break. But he had a Great Dane and a Shar-Pei Lab mix, big dogs.
Yeah.
And my Christmas present was a cookie tin, and when I opened it up, it had an ultrasound picture in it.
Oh my gosh.
And I've been on them for a long time to give me a baby. So one more grandbaby on the way.
I fully believe having a puppy is the best option before having a baby because they're a huge responsibility.
Well, it's very obvious that they were fur baby parents.
Yeah.
Because they took great care of these kids, and a couple of they needed parenting. This Great Dane has a bark that would peel paint, but he won't do anything but lick your face off, you know.
Yeah.
So we get to see the tournament leader, and I'm gonna guess Hottie Resnick are now in second place.
From the looks of it, I believe you're right. And then Marcella?
No, then it goes backwards.
Okay.
Then it goes down to, this is a TV pair, and then it goes down to 21 and 22,
Okay.
where you'd have, I guess, 3rd and 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Because Greiner and Marcella are in 10th place. Well, you can hear John. Looking to see which one of them he's coming in on.
I know.
Picking them up. Using some unflavorable. All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? That's just through 8 matches full. I don't have the 9th yet.
Cody, why don't you take a seat?
I was making faces at you, but you didn't see it.
You mean she's one of the few ladies you can't see behind her?
Yeah.
My mom, I swear my mom had eyes in the back of her head, man. She could sit there and I saw that. I used to tell my kids, mom says fly's eyes.
Like on the.
See all
Yep.
around them. You won't get away. You might get away with it with me, but you're not getting away with it with your mom. I think we have a fan club here now.
Do we know how much they're up by?
Not yet. I'm hoping that I'll get those results here in a minute from Stacy. He's been really good about running everything down for me. Attaboy, Tony. Well, I knew I drug you in here against your will, and I don't want to make you stay if you're not comfortable. But we appreciate you. I mean,
I'll get used to it.
you have to. I think Tom's probably going to make you work a little more than you think. He's out there right now. He had to leave early today. He left and went to Cave Springs, and he's setting everything up for the event tonight. Was that a 7-10 that just went that way? I missed it.
I missed it too.
Did he split the 7-10, Tony? So are you bowling the Southside doubles this year?
No.
You're not going to bowl the Southside doubles? You're taking that much time off?
I liked it. I mean, I enjoyed that tournament. I was telling somebody yesterday, I'm not at the point now where I'm like seeking out people to bowl with, but if I'm asked to bowl something, I'll bowl.
Hence,
So
Chase Rhodes filling up the dance card.
exactly.
You know, Chase is underrated at his bowling ability. He can strike with the best.
He can definitely get on one.
In St. Louis, where you need a little more speed and can throw the ball a little straighter most of the time, he has the perfect game for that.
Yeah, I was gonna bowl the trifecta tournament thing, but I'm gonna go to Vegas instead that weekend.
Vegas for fun or Vegas for bowling?
Well, they're all bowling the tat out there, and I haven't decided if I want to bowl, but I'm at least going just to go.
Well, Vegas is good usually no matter what time of year or what you do out there.
Yeah, I'm due for a vacation, so.
What weekend is that? February 6th?
Like the 10th, I think.
10th.
Or the 11th.
Is that the weekend that Dave's going, or?
Yep.
Lord help you.
I was gonna say, unfortunately.
So Tom Partle just kicked the 4-pin forward. hoping that Stacy will get us a. If he looks down this way, I'll get his attention. He's coming. I think he knew what the wave was for, so he's going to get it for us. I mean, I don't think mathematically anything's possible, but I don't think that they can be overtaken. But I don't know where they are right now.
Get two. This is up to game 18. It says 8, but it's at
Right. All right, so here, let me update you. The lead, the lead for first place, Barrett Benton Benders, 85-80 over Hottie Resnick, 84-42.
So not as much as we thought.
Not as much, 138 pins.
But once you get into step ladder, anything can happen.
You're exactly right. Third place is Doyle Holloman at 84-37. O'Brien Sapolis in fourth at 84-33, just 4 pins back. Mosley Richmond in fifth at 84-12. Solovic Orozco 81-79. In seventh place is Adcock Queen 81-77. Zizmowski and Taylor, eighth place 81-34. Cummings and Parle 8,010, and Griner Marcel at 78-75. So your math, I know people had asked about the Adcock Queen. They are 235 pins out of fifth place. That's a lot. That's a lot. Hottie Resnick have a 5-pin lead over Doyle Holloman. 84-42, 84-37, and only a 9-pin lead over O'Brien Sapolis.
Yeah, I can't see much with these screens in front of me, so I don't know how the other teams are doing.
Well, they're too far down for us to see,
Right,
regardless.
right.
So. So 216 to 228, that's another 12 pins. There's a 168 pin difference between fifth and first right now. There's a 168 pin difference between fifth and first. It's not much. And that's what you'd like to see your top five. They are bunched together. Nobody has run away with it. At one point, Shay and Tim had, 300 and something pin lead. And some other teams have decided to show up to the party. No, you want to get in?
Come on, Cody.
She's been begging to get out.
I need my. Okay.
She's been begging to get out.
Oh.
I had to rope her to get in. Cody Aldrich is sitting here. Cody had an incredible day yesterday. And as luck would have it, your partner just hit a tough streak.
Yeah, he was just fighting ball reaction the whole day. So
and probably stressing a little bit because you were bowling so well. which
Yeah.
is tough.
It's not the best.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, and
Do that one more time. I'm gonna roll the camera. 3, 2, 1.
I would move on to Vegas in a couple weeks and bowl the
You're
tat.
bowling the tat out there?
Correct.
So you're going out with Dave's group or going out at the same time as him?
Same time as him.
Okay.
I fly. I think we're gonna be there the same day, but I fly out on the 6th. That's Sunday night, so I'll bowl Monday morning, Monday afternoon. Hopefully, I don't have to bowl anymore after that. I can just hang out till Sunday
And have fun.
Yeah, enjoy myself in Vegas for 9 days. That's the big thing.
That's I mean, if you're going to Vegas, you need to enjoy it.
Oh yeah, and Super Bowl's that weekend, so it should be a good time.
To be in Vegas during the Super Bowl. Yeah,
Yep, it'd be twice. That's
I
twice
could
this year.
think that'd be.
It'll be the second time.
Well, I just hope that you're proud of the way you personally performed yesterday because you need to be.
I am, and especially the last couple, like a year or so. I feel like it's all finally coming around. I'm making the good moves and learning how to be softer with it. At times, I don't need to be as amped as I usually get, but it's all a process, and I'm trying to stick with it.
Well, keep at it. What are you doing now? As far are you working for Dave still?
Every now and again.
As he needs you.
Yeah, and I'm starting to more improve onto working the mechanical stuff, like on the 82, 90s and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Trying to get into more of that. I feel like that's a big part of our game that we need to be able to have tournaments run smoothly as possible. So.
And where are you doing that at?
Dubois Lanes off Lee May Ferry. It's
Okay.
about
So with
10.
Matt and them guys?
Yeah, Matt and Jacob Thole.
Yeah.
So they're two of my good friends, young guys that just wanted bowling just to be popular again. So
Well, let's talk about Dubois and you and bowling tournaments running smoothly. You have something coming up there, don't you?
yes, I do. On March the 20th, I have a trios tournament that it's $100 each person, so $300 entry, and they will bowl 8 games scratch, and then the top 4 will go on to a one-game Baker step ladder.
And are there any spots left for that, or are you sold out?
I have 4 more spots because last year I had it at 22, and it's just I want to have that breakdown pair, so that way I don't
gotcha.
have that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Have that anymore. So
this is going out on a tape delay this evening at about 6 o'clock because there was an internet connection problem.
Right.
So Tom is going to get it, and he's going to release it on YouTube and on his Facebook page. So if people want to get involved in this tournament, and we're going to have people watching. We had people watching yesterday. And Facebook's going to reach that many more people. All the
Right.
people will follow Tom, and
Correct.
they'll tag the appropriate people in it. How do they get involved in the tournament? How do they go out to
they can message me at Cody Aldrich on Facebook. You can just look it up. You can just shoot me a message whenever, or you can message Denise. She'll take care of you.
Denise Bennett's going to run
Correct.
the
Brackets.
Well, you're in good
That's
hands.
the lady to have.
You're in good hands.
That way I can just.
You just call her mom, right?
Yep. Yeah, I call her Mama D, and
Uh-huh.
she'll take care of me, and I'll take care of her. She's there to do her job, and I'm not going to be interfering with
That's
that.
Denise Bennett. Okay. I think she's on Facebook as Denise Bauer Bennett, isn't she?
I think so. Jacob
But,
Bennett's mom.
Yeah, Jacob Bennett's big. Can't call him Big Jake anymore.
I know, he's getting so slim.
He's
Same thing with Andrew. Andrew's getting really slim too.
I noticed that with Andrew today.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's really noticeable with Jake.
Yeah.
Jake's still big. He's still
Yeah.
stature-wise.
And he always have those muscles and those big things.
First time I went and saw him play baseball, he was catching, and he was in his catcher's stance, and he was still almost as big as the kid that was in the batter's box. And I was like, holy cow.
That's not good.
And then when he stood up, it was like,
oh, you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
that's John Marsala.
Yeah, he's not enjoying the last few games.
Does he enjoy any of the games?
Yeah, he does. And, it's funny, we were talking. He was in here this morning, 8:30 in the morning, smiling, talking with me, laughing. Somebody walks in and goes, hey, Grouchy. What? Why are you going to call me that today? Yeah, John's a competitor and a good one.
Yeah, and especially now that he's going on the 50 tour, we don't get to see him
we don't
as
get
often.
to see him as often because, and I understand it, I hate not having him bowl events, so I'm glad when he does, but, if all of your equipment's set up for all the stuff you're going to see on the tour, and that's what EJ told me. He goes, Larry, I just, he goes, I bowl to support you and support Natalie. He goes, but I don't ever expect to come down here and win
Yeah.
or even make money.
That's the same thing I was talking to Jalen Mosley about. He said he would come down here more often, but there's just no more, like, he can't really figure out the ball reaction as much. Now, today he's figured it out because it's Jalen Mosley.
And he had it figured out at the holiday doubles. He did. His partner didn't, but he did it.
Right.
That was my first introduction to him as a holiday doubles, and he was crossing with Dan Beeman and John Gibson, and I was like, who is this kid?
Yeah.
You know?
He's made the Masters match play at age of 16. You know, he's a really good competitor.
He's a player.
Oh,
yes.
and we bowled down in Springfield together. He bowled with Scotty Kramer, I think, a buddy of his. And all I did was watch Jalen strike all day. From fifth arrow, he'll start at fifth arrow and stay at fifth arrow.
Well, I'm hoping, speaking of Springfield, I'm hoping that Kevin Williams and his crew will go back to the sports shot on that doubles event that they have down there.
Yeah.
I don't know what the numbers were this year with it being.
There were a little less, but it was still. It wasn't.
It's a good tournament.
It wasn't that easy. You still had because down there there's just the lanes itself. They're very high friction, but they put out such a long pattern and it starts off cliff already. So it's kind of hard.
I know you like the harder stuff.
Yes, I do. Not necessarily I bowl better on the harder stuff, but I like bowling on the harder stuff because it makes me realize that I can't always strike.
Well,
you know, bowling league here, that's all you do is
get a habit of it.
Yeah, that's all you do is strike.
And there are, I mean, let's look at this. Just as January 1st. That's just this year.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm sorry. That's the league.
Right. That's just the league itself.
August. Yeah.
Yeah.
100.
I think half of them are Aaron O'Brien.
Yeah. Well, we said that. We said that yesterday. I know that half the 800s are Aaron, and probably the other half are Matt Russo.
Right. Yeah.
But
well, I'm in there a little bit.
You're in there a time or two yourself.
A time or two.
Yeah, it's another day at the office.
Yeah, and it's fun to bowl O'Brien on Friday nights and see
O'Brien and the Zen.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, an average 251. You know, it's kind of unheard of.
Yeah, Russo's on Wednesday. Russo's still averaging 250 something.
Yep, 250 also. And that's kind of cool to see two people averaging 250 on both sides of the lane. And
yeah, and he Matt only throws one ball here. He said.
Yeah, Scorpio.
Scorpion.
Yep.
Scorpion,
that's right.
Yeah, and he said this matches up with him and this lane pattern. It just matches up.
Because he bowls with Chris on Wednesday nights with Dave and all of them. So, yeah.
That's not a bad team.
No. Him, Lauren Pate, Matt Russo, all of them. They're really good. I wish I'd see my brother here this weekend, but.
Well, and you said he went up to
Central Illinois. I think they had some type of doubles thing.
In Springfield, yeah.
Yeah.
That's where Pete Weber and Rick Coy and
okay.
a few others were.
Right.
In the Central Illinois Championship. So 236 to 269.
Yeah. Tim O'Shea shot 470, 480 after the shoot 360.
Yes. and then the bonus.
Yeah, bonus is huge.
30 pin. I mean, I was telling somebody earlier. I mean, there's 300 pins just in bonus.
Yeah.
In the round, and that's a lot.
Yes, that's a crazy amount. Y'all gonna make it? Well, I just didn't know when they were down there. Well, I really didn't look at 6. I was mainly looking at 5. All right. Oh, and
somebody took my sheet.
Oh, they did?
I was going to do some quick math. And no, it says 10. There you go.
Yeah, the one table right behind you. All right.
What's this one?
We were at 1642. This one's way
Huh.
This one's under 18.
You're right.
I don't see.
So you had 451. 5, 490, 496, 526.
Oh, wow. I don't know what that was, but
What'd you see?
John Marcello just tried to throw the bucket up right up 10 on the right side. Oh, game's lost. That's why he did that.
Oh.
Just couldn't see him doing that. Hollowman and them.
So 126, so 85, 80 plus 126 is 8706. And there you got 151, 84, 42, and 151. No, that'd be 51. 39, 84. That can't be right. I guess it is right.
Oh, it's going to be a close match for 5th and 6th here, I think, like the top 5. Because I know O'Brien and Sapple only had Hadi and Resnick only by a couple pins.
Well, Doyle,
40 or something.
Yeah, Doyle and O'Brien were bowling each other. And
Correct.
then Mosley and Orozco.
Yeah, I think Mosley is. They could shoot 250 this game. Orozco, Patter, and them only have 220, so I'm going to shoot for.
I don't know what they did
Mosley.
game one, but
I don't know. I just feel like Jalen and Anthony's look is just better than Steve's and Pat's right now. So.
Well, you know, it's funny because Richmond was just tearing it up earlier, and when Mosley wasn't.
Yeah.
And then you saw it turn a little bit, and then they both got gelled a couple of games, shot 300.
Yeah, and then 260 right after that.
Yeah.
So, and those are two really good players, and they're two really good friends of each other. So, I don't see why they shouldn't be bowling.
I catch Richmond every once in a while on Facebook. He'll post something that he's done, or he'll put a little video of himself. I've been watching for a couple of years.
Oh, yeah. And I just met him probably not even 8 months ago. I mean, I knew of the name, but just never actually seen him bowl. But once I saw him bowl, I can understand why people do that. Chris Taylor shot 850 for the first three yesterday?
853. No, 856.
Yeah, 856.
78, 78, 300. And Chris Corbin shot 230, 300, 300.
Oh, wow. And I was struggling to shoot over 240.
Oh, 49. That's not going to make him very happy.
Is Jason Queen over 50?
Not yet.
I didn't think so.
40.
He's a young guy, kind of.
He's 46.
Wow.
47. I think somebody will correct me on that. If
Well,
I'm wrong.
I guess he did shoot. I guess that was what, 20s?
97.
Yeah, 20. Oh, that's how old I am. So 24 years ago, he won that
97
Masters.
yeah. Yeah, Chase was saying, I want, yesterday on the stream, I want Jason Queen to just will me that ball in jersey. I want that jersey. And I get this from Trisha Queen. Shirt and ball are sitting right here.
Oh, wow.
At home.
As they should be.
Yeah, and you see the ball?
Yep, that's the ball.
The Wolf.
I remember I used to watching that like once every year just because I wanted to be just like those guys.
Oh, my gosh, man. Yeah, and 300.
Yeah, 300, and you won the Masters, and that's a good payday right there.
It's a good payday. And the ball sitting in his living room in the trophy case.
Yeah.
Along with the shirt.
Yeah, as it should be.
Yeah,
I'm sure the trophy's there around that area somewhere. All right, I wonder who we have for the top 5 here.
Well, we know who your number one's going to be.
Shocker.
And it's just going to be as a matter, it was so close. There was only 9 pins separating fourth.
I think
and
they
first.
are just going to drop down to 5th. Hadi and Resnick, I think they're going to drop down to 5th. Because I know after the first game alone, by what they shot in their scores down there, even without the 30 bonus spins, they dropped down to 5th. So, and they had a pretty good, 70-pin gap on them, and they shot 450, 460, 450.
I know that Andrew is probably going to come back and join us on the step ladder.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I might step out and let you two young guns talk at it for a few minutes.
Oh, Lord. It's going to get wild with me and Andrew in here. I'll tell you that. You better watch out for all these cameras and stuff.
I'll make sure to stay on the beep button.
Okay. Yeah. You might want to stay on that.
Let's see where we got. I mean, he
I'm
said
surprised
he
I
would come
haven't
back
said
during
one yet,
step
so
ladder.
we're good.
Yeah, you're actually. I'm sitting there going,
Yeah, I know.
he's like chill today, you know.
Well, because I'm not bowling, and I woke up and was like, I'll come watch two of these guys, I guess, that I've grown
This
up
ought to
with.
be interesting. Yeah, we'll get Andrew in here, and then I might
Oh,
step
Lord.
away and stretch my legs.
All
Right there,
right.
buddy.
Oh, this is going to be good.
This will be interesting.
The day that we shocked the internet.
Don't worry. He's going to stay on the bleep button for us.
So,
Yeah, where's it at?
go ahead and pull
Where's
your
it?
Andrew. Go ahead and pull your mic down there where we can hear you. And got Andrew Orff, Cody Aldrich, and myself sitting in here. Like I said, this might be the day we broke the internet. I'm not sure. But anyway, a couple young guns in here. They both bowled yesterday, and both very, very talented. Both the future of the bowling, obviously. So
Well, Andrew's the future of bowling. He
no.
can drill your bowling balls whenever he wants.
Hey, you know what? That's something that we didn't talk about earlier, Andrew. You know, I've been there. I've watched you create some dust. I watched you drill, 8 bowling balls up in just, I don't know how, it was very
20
quick.
minutes.
For Cameron.
Yeah.
Cameron's scribing and he's punching holes and drilling or vice versa. I don't remember which one it was. I think you were laying out and he was drilling.
Yep.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah,
you know.
it's nice to see him when he's in that zone, laying
I had
out balls and drilling them.
Well, I had a couple balls that he needed that he didn't have on hand, and Cameron's like, man, can I get those in advance? And so I dropped them by at like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night at the shop. The back door's cracked this
Yeah.
far.
Yeah.
And I
That's
go
how
in
you know Andrew's there.
And he's
The back
already
door's
got,
cracked.
dust is already flying.
Yeah, I'll get Snapchats every once in a while, like a picture of my car at the shop. I'm like, oh, you at the shop? I'm like, yeah, of course I'm at the shop. Come on in.
Come on in. We're just hanging out, just making some dust.
Yeah.
But your reputation in layouts and drilling is really, really good.
That's why I pick them.
Most
That's
of
why I
the
do that. Oh. Well, yeah, most of the time.
So,
but I don't think there's a one ball yet that you haven't drone that I haven't liked or hasn't rolled good at all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
good.
know
That's
much.
always good.
I don't know much about the layouts or anything like that. I just know how to just put my fingers in it and just throw it down there. And hopefully it gets to.
That's all you
know
have to
what
do.
you
Yeah,
like
keep
and
it
what you
simple,
don't.
you know?
Yeah, and Andrew knows what I like and what I don't like, so that makes it a lot easier. And
Well, even Reynolds blinding. Okay, Reynolds would say, "Hey, can you just drop this off for Andrew to drill?"
Yeah.
Andrew, Andrew knows what he'll know by the ball I'm getting.
Yep.
What I want. Well, here we go. We got it right here. Top 5. No surprise in first. I mean, they weren't going to be. I don't think they could have been overtaken. It's Barrett
No.
Bittenbender,
Well, unless they stop
91.06. Doyle Holloman is in second place, 89.68. Mosley Richmond moved up to third. You called that one, Cody. 89.20. O'Brien Sapolis in fourth at 89.01, and Hadi Resnick are going to be in the first match in the 5th spot, 88.93.
Yeah, and I'm rooting for those two. Those guys, we known them for. Shoot, I know Michael for 20 years almost.
Yeah, you guys grew up at Hazelwood, right?
Yeah, well, Hazelwood in
Crest.
that area of Florissant. He lived over over by deep in Florissant, over there by Jamestown Mall and stuff like that. So we always hung out with each other. We just bowled at different places. But once we started bowling gateways, it was like we just grew. All of us grew into one big family.
You know,
we're glad about that.
we were talking about that earlier, me and Larry. Like I said, I mean, most of us now that are coming up, we all bowl together.
Yeah.
You know, maybe we weren't the best of friends then, but, you know, we're all kind of coming around
Oh,
full
yeah,
circle.
and we were all adults, and back then we were just immature
Yeah.
teenagers.
Doing dumb stuff and hitting stuff and kicking
yeah.
ball returns.
Well, I'm no comment on that.
Me and you always seem, Cody and I always seem to be on the same pair like every tournament. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that
I do.
stretch there, but
Really, it was like what?
Yeah.
There's like what 10, 11 gateways a year. I think we're paired up 8 out of 11 of them.
It was unreal. But so that, like I said, that was kind of our early days. But I still remember me and Cody were always right there. It was either he was going to make it, or I was going to make it, or we were both going to make it. I don't think we both made it too much together. But every time we're on the same
one at
pair.
St. Charles, I know we definitely made
Yeah.
it together
Yes.
because I threw that cover all day.
Yes.
And you specifically told me don't throw it in the title match.
Yeah.
And
I
I
think you
lost.
ended up. You lost.
I lost.
But anyway, it was always that was probably some of the best times of my life, just hanging out, bowling, and like I said, one of us would end up getting mad, and the other would
Yep.
laugh at each other, and
yeah.
one of us would destroy a ball return
And then
or kick something.
at the 5-game block at lunch, we'll all just go to Steak and Shake and
Yeah.
eat it up, you
Yep.
know.
Mhm.
Or one time we were bowling at the airport, and Michael was supposed to go with us to lunch. And he was rode with me and my brother, and me and my brother just drove away and left Michael at the bowling alley.
So Michael Bolt Jr. is with you guys?
Correct. Yeah, and Tony, all of us
Well, I
did.
knew that Tony did.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I thought you were a little ahead of Tony.
I'm
But you
only
are.
2 years.
But
older than
you
Tony.
started bowling men's league way ahead of him.
Correct. I think
yeah.
so.
Oh, yeah. I moved up when I was 16, 17,
Right.
around that area. I just school just was not for me, so I was like, I'm just
Gonna
gonna
go
bowl
bowl.
around town, just try and make a little bit of money that way, and just work on trade because I really like working on machines. I know you work on the
Yeah.
Brunswick machines. I
You're
work on
an
AMFs.
AMF guy,
Yeah,
yeah.
AMF guy. I think AMF is a little better because now it's complicated, but
Yeah.
More electrical.
yes,
See, to me,
and much bigger.
when I do Brunswick stuff and I look at AMF stuff, I can tell where people see that it's similar, or easier, not similar.
Mhm.
Sorry, but to me, it looks way more confusing.
Correct.
Just basically.
You talking about AMF?
Yeah, me
Oh,
being
I agree.
me being a Brunswick guy, looking at AMF just looks much harder.
Yeah, when I look at it, I just see this little pit of contraction. So I'm
Right.
just like, I'm not all about that.
All right, so we're up. I guess we got warm-ups here. What do we
Yeah.
got?
They get. I think they get 2 on each, is what I think I heard you say.
Mm-hmm.
And the first match going to be 5th place, Hottie Resnick against Sapolis and O'Brien in 4th.
Yeah, and I'm kind of on the both fence here because I bowl with Michael on Tuesdays and Tony on Tuesdays, but I bowl with O'Brien on Fridays.
So I'm gonna go ahead and say that I'm gonna take O'Brien and Sapolis this match just
Well-
because they're some home center guys here. They know this place like the back of their hand.
Yeah.
Obviously, I wouldn't mind seeing Tony and Michael get through it, but I'm gonna go with the legends
Right.
in Concord here.
I
so
don't
to
blame you,
speak.
but Tony and Michael have been hot today. They won every match except for 2 of them. So yeah, that's not too bad.
It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Is it 2-game matches? Is it 2 games
The
total?
2-game Bakers.
Okay. Sapo looks like a sad puppy out there.
Always.
Oh.
He's always got something going on.
Dude, always got something.
You
going.
might get an occasional smile.
You might.
Occasional.
Usually
Yeah.
not, though.
Yeah.
I think we commented, actually Chase picked up it yesterday. He goes, oh, wait a minute. Thumbnail that because you are not going to see that the rest of the tournament. He just smiled.
He's probably holding his hip the whole time he's been bowling today, too.
Funny story. It's not really a story, but it actually just happened earlier. I was in the bathroom and Sapolis walked in and I'm like, "Hey, what's up, man? Hey, I saw your little fry out earlier. Your little lose your mind." He's like, "Which one?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's a good answer."
Which one?
That fits Mike perfectly.
Yeah, perfectly.
Now, Mike bowled college at Mobap, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And Aaron, the crazy thing about Aaron O'Brien is I don't think he started bowling until he was like
21.
Around that,
Yeah.
yeah. He didn't start bowling.
18-ish.
Yeah, something like that. He said he was just bowling. He was just working a do bowl, and they just made him bowl, and that's where it started. Now the dude's averaging 250 in league for 36 weeks. That's that's kind of insane.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those guys that has made himself a great bowler quickly.
Right,
It's
and he still has a lot to learn, because he's never really bowled on the harder stuff. So he still has a little bit of learning. He knows that, but
Yeah, he doesn't bowl the sports stuff real well.
no.
Yet.
I just think that because he hasn't figured out how he needs to get his ball to roll or.
Yeah, I mean, for people that are
Things like
watching,
that.
Cody kind of touched on it there. It's really 2 different types of bowling. For a house pattern, the ball is basically friction is given to you, and you do not
Yes.
have to work to get your ball to set up and roll.
Right, and
when they're hard.
So
you
we're
gotta make your
underway,
ball
and
roll.
Hottie
Correct.
just absolutely packed that rack.
Yeah, that's what happens when you throw it 20 miles an hour. He hit it with 500 reps.
And Tony will be throwing lasers.
Yes. He's kind of bending it a little bit today.
Tony is?
Just a little bit.
For Tony, yeah.
He's bending it just a little bit.
Couple boards.
Couple boards, you know.
Oh, he is deeper than I've seen him in a long time.
Bang. See, the thing about Tony is when he moves left, he has to still have that little bump in the middle part of the lane. And once he finds that, he can have it all day. As you can, well, he has a world record, so he has to have it at least once.
World record holder.
Yes.
Yep.
At 21, 22 years old?
Yes.
I think he's my age. I think he's actually 23, maybe 22.
I think
don't
it's
know.
22.
Yeah.
I think so. Because I think it goes me, you, him. I think so. If I'm right. But I remember just seeing him 7 years old.
Yeah.
You know, kind of picking on him at league, being, you know, Michael.
You know, I always used to joke with him, like, and I don't even remember how this started. You know, I guess we were about 12, 13, 14, you know, and our youngest when we all started bowling, I guess.
Competitively.
Yes. Ever since I've known him, since he was about 18, I'm like, dude, you've looked the same for like 10 years.
He doesn't change. He still don't look the same. I met him 8 years ago, and
he looks the same. Well, you guys remember him when he was that old. I remember him when he was 7, 8 years old, and we're bowling Tuesday nights at Crest.
got a little bit of a different look here also. From the side, Jason set a camera up so we can see what's happening. Whether or not it makes a cut later, we'll figure it out.
No, I think so. You get to see Tony's wonderful shirt down there. So.
Yeah. Did you see him yesterday?
Yes.
A very unique jersey that
Him
he
and
wore.
Michael. Yep.
All North County restaurants that they got to sponsor the shirt, and it was really kind of cool.
That is cool.
And Tony knows a lot of those people.
Boston Scally,
in
if
that
you're
room.
looking to put a lid on your head. So here, sitting here with Cody Aldrich and third generation bowling family, Andrew Orff. A couple of young guns, and they're both extremely well at what both of them do. They're both working on lanes, AMF and Brunswick, and both throwing the ball down and scoring very well.
Well, one throws it better than I do.
I wouldn't say that.
I
Fed
think
Daddy comes in play very often.
I think that you guys are very comparable both ways.
All right, so we're pretty
What
much,
a
pretty
trip
much all but
forward
here.
What a
Okay.
trip forward. What a trip forward. That was nice. And Michael just got that hustling not
Yeah.
too long ago.
Hey, I was just
They're
talking
doing
about it
box.
earlier. Yeah.
That's his fifth or sixth one.
That's what he said.
It's crazy you can just buy those amount of balls and they all look the same.
It's crazy. You get some of those balls that you just love more than everything else, and you just gotta keep drilling more.
That's like my Cobra and stuff. That thing is never leaving the basement. But we do have a close match here.
Yeah.
6. It's a pin difference.
Yeah. So Cody, I think they said they wanted to get Adcock and Queen in here for a second. You want to step away, and we'll.
Yeah, that's
they're
fine.
gonna
a second,
They're going
or-
to be a couple minutes.
Oh, okay,
They're-
cool.
they're, surprisingly enough, they're counting money.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
They don't get to do that often.
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, they never get to do that. Yeah.
Jason Queen's only counted $10,000 check before, I think.
Yep.
Was that for the 300?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the Masters that year probably paid, what, 20 or so,
Probably.
maybe?
Yep. Maybe more than that, actually.
Yeah,
Who
well,
knows?
that was the 90s. That's where it's kind of popping.
It was funny. I told on the stream yesterday. I was having a hard time sleeping on Friday night, and so I turned my internet on and went to YouTube. And the first thing that pops up on YouTube is the 1986 St. Louis Open, where Pete Weber won his very first event.
Is that at Tropicana?
I think it was not Dick Weber.
No,
Right? Really?
That's what I thought.
North Oaks.
It was
Yeah,
North Oaks.
Yep.
It was North Oaks, and Pete had never won in front of St. Louis the year before at Weber.
Mm-hmm.
Bo destroyed him and set the record. For,
Mm-hmm.
And Pete was not going to be denied, and it was so funny to see how deep they were playing that day. And Norm Duke was, of course, there, and that great friendship and that he's a legend. But it was funny because back then in '86, I mean, there wasn't sport shots
Per se, correct.
Per se, there was. I'm sure the PBA shot was much different, but they were very deep and straight. Very good pickup there by Mr. Tony Resnick.
Good pick,
And
Tone.
it was very interesting because he beat Dennis Jakes for the title. Yeah, and it was just interesting to see. Watch Pete today, and he still
throws it the same.
He still throws it exactly the same. He picks 10 pin exactly the same.
His backswing's a little lower.
It is
a little lower.
Ball speed's a little slower.
Ball speed's a little slower.
Yeah, his backswing's different by about 2.5 feet.
Attitude's not as bad.
Sometimes.
Still had the look, man. I mean, the
look. That's when you know Pete's going bowling well. If he's giving you that look, I don't look at Pete when he's got that look. It scares me.
Don't talk to him.
Don't
Pete,
talk to him.
I literally grew up bowling with Pete and against Pete, and I say against. I mean, I was on the same lane as him.
Right.
I did, however, win one step better against him in the junior archery. I don't know what was the story, but I did it, and I'm proud of it. I even got the Bowling Review to say I did. But I remember one day we were at Crest, and
now, did you blow a crest when it was 24 lanes?
Yeah. I'm that old. Okay. I had 3 people yesterday go, a guy as old as you probably remembers. But it was funny because Pete stepped outside, and he came back in and said, hey, man, don't, because he had just not the most perfect game.
Right.
And I said, anybody can win a game or win a tournament on any day. He goes, not today. That's all he said, not today. And he went out and he waxed everybody the rest of the day. I don't know what he did outside. He was about 12 or 13 years old. He came back in and just waltzed through everybody.
While we're on the topic of Crest here, I know we're rounding out the first match here, but when they put in the synthetic fronts over the summer, I was actually on the crew to help. So that was actually something to add to the old resume there.
Yeah.
That was pretty fun to see.
Yeah.
Cody had mentioned that they did add on. So the original 24 were 9 through 32, and 1 through 8 are different. So
And 1 through 8, I've heard, was a mini golf course.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I don't remember that, but I was going there to bowl. So
Right.
I mean,
That's what I was told, that it was just a mini golf course.
I just remember back in the day, and I'm old enough I can say that. There
Yeah.
you go. I said it myself. That was a great place to bowl. I mean, it's a bowling center right in the middle of a neighborhood.
Yep.
Basically, yeah.
Literally.
And downtown Old Florissant, that is
He got away with that.
that is good. And they always have business there. They always have parties. I think that's the only bowling alley I know of that actually has dark lights in the middle of the day on Saturday.
I hated to see the original Weber close because that was another place that there's steeped in such history and steeped in such. I mean, man, I got so many memories of that place.
That place is now a courthouse for Florissant. Yeah.
Civic Center or whatever they call it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a very good fan of that. I live 5 minutes from that place.
All right, Cody, I think Tom and Mr. Queen are...
Yeah, we got to let the legends get in here.
Hey, thank you, buddy. Don't go too far away.
Yeah,
because
we may be back.
Oh.
Well, I want you to.
Go. All righty.
All right.
Go ahead and turn your 1 and 2 volume down for me. Perfect. We're going to get Tom Adcock and Jason Queen to come in here. Join us. Go ahead and we're going to welcome Jason Queen and Tom Adcock to the booth. Thank you guys for coming in.
Thanks for having us.
Appreciate you guys coming down and bowling again.
Oh yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. So, did you finish? I don't know where you finished. It looks like, was it?
Snowman.
No, 8th. Okay.
Yep.
You finished 8th. All right. Awesome.
Well, we had no place to go but up. I mean, when you start out 10th, so
Well, I was in
Hey.
private chat with Mrs. Queen. She's like, "Okay, boys, one step at a time, one step," and then I think you'd gone up and then you'd moved back down. She goes, "Wrong way. Tell them to get it going again."
One step forward and 2 or 3 back. That doesn't
Yeah.
get you very high, unfortunately.
Yeah. So we just left the young guns. We had Andrew and Cody in here, and we go to the somewhat older, more experienced
Man.
guns.
I was gonna say we could have been the oldest team, but I don't think so. I think
No,
Marcella has to take that.
Marcella and Griner
Yeah.
took the most experienced.
And just to be official, I was the oldest of the two. I'm just saying.
You are older than John?
I am. I'm older than John and
Well, I know you're older
Griner.
than me.
And Griner.
I know you're older than me.
Well, the question asked, are you 40?
8.
You're 48.
Yep.
So get ready.
A couple more years.
Get
We're
ready,
look-
senior tour.
We're looking forward to senior, super senior doubles.
And Grand Prix seniors, and let's get you to make the trip. So it'll be you, Larson, and Queen in the car coming down to bowl the senior Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll be sleeping because they'll need a nap by then. They'll be that much older than me.
Hey, no, we get up at 3 a.m. already.
That is
so,
true.
Hey, leave us alone. Just
That
wait. Your time's coming.
That is true.
And how old are you now, Tom? 50?
59. I'll be 60 in March.
Okay.
Super senior. Oh my God. That's
Still the
sick.
oldest guy in the booth.
That's sick.
So tell us about the weekend. You know, talk about what what you saw and your experience. I mean, I know you like the event.
Yeah, we always do.
Yeah, I mean, even though it's a house pattern and the scores are always high, you expect that. But and generally, as time goes on, and on any condition, the cream rises to the top, and the better bowlers for that weekend, start scoring.
Like the holiday doubles.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of evens it out at some point. But we bowled pretty good. I think we bowled a lot better than
our scores
than
reflected.
our scores. Yeah, than our scores reflected. But that's the way it goes. You still got to get the right angles, and you got to make the right moves, and got to get the right breaks at the right time.
Yep.
And we did not do that, and that's why we're sitting here with you.
Well, I'm glad that you came down and bowled. Obviously, I always like seeing you guys come down. I'm appreciative of our friendship that we've developed over the last 5-6 years, and it means a lot to me. And of course, I did this last year with a cell phone.
You did. That's right.
Yeah, you did.
All by myself. And that was Stacy recognized that was really hard on me, and he asked Tom to come in, and Tom O'Mara came down and set up the stream. Now today's tape delayed because the internet decided to be the internet today.
Shocker.
And but they're going to release it about 6 o'clock tonight. But it's actually going to be really cool. He's up at Cave Springs getting ready for his event this evening, and by the time this gets released, that event will be getting started. But it's going to be tape delayed, and he'll release it on YouTube and Facebook. So you won't have to necessarily go to the YouTube page. You'll be able to go to the MBT page and watch the whole event today, and he'll have time to throw in the insets. I mean, we broke away as people would get to 300, going on to 300.
I got a bad feeling what Tim's writing behind us back here. He's even covering it up.
I know.
I don't even want to know.
As long as he doesn't have a piece of tape and it says "kick me" on the side of it. Combined age. Of course.
Combined age 112, Timmy says. Adcock 76 of it.
I'm thankful he did not put mine in there. It would be much different.
What match are we in here?
This is game 2 of the first match.
Okay.
Hottie Resnick dropped down to 5th, and they're taking on O'Brien Sopolis. I believe I didn't catch it. I was talking. Oh, I think there's the score right there. No, that's the other game.
Oh, this one? No, that's over
yeah,
there.
that's the game. That was the game on 2030.
Oh, that's his second miss. That's his second long 9-pin.
That
spare.
O'Brien and Suppose won the first game. I'm almost positive.
Baker always makes it unique too because you gotta make put the right person on the right lane and right person in the 10th. And,
yeah, exactly.
You know.
Yeah, fill every frame you can fill, and That's the one thing I thought we did, relatively good this weekend overall is we maximized all our efforts for our, filling frames.
You've seen one of those today.
Saw two of
You
them.
saw 2 of them today.
Yeah.
I can't believe you didn't make one of them.
Well, I thought you were going to pick the one.
There's a couple pairs in here. 27. Actually, one of my left was on 28.
Didn't you leave one on 25?
Yeah. So
yeah,
that,
they're the hoppy pair.
The pin decks aren't level, and they bounce. Of course, I can leave them when they are level.
That's true. Good call.
And then there's a little ramp on 28. You can hear your ball going over it, like at the splice.
Oh, yeah, right.
Right at the splice.
There. Yep.
And there's so much friction that I think it just causes the ball to
lose
enough
energy
and just hits.
Well, I know that Dan has plans in the very, very near future. The lane's going to be synthetic.
I understand it. I heard it was maybe a couple of years from now. Does that sound right, or earlier?
No, I think it's going to be sooner than that.
Oh, that'd be nice. Actually, I think if that happens, because think about it, we don't bowl on wood very often, right? So obviously that's one of the reasons why we like coming down here. We like coming down to bowl the holiday doubles. And we like, anything in the St. Louis area, I like coming down to bowl regardless, and you know that. But most every place we go to and any place in our travels, it's all synthetic now. So.
Well, so Imperial's fully synthetic now.
Yes, and we bowled that, a month ago?
The anniversary, yes.
Yeah. So, but, I've always loved bowling on wood. It's, I think it'll change the entire dynamics of the tournament or any other tournament that we have and, going forward when you go into synthetics. So, I don't think you'll have the breakdowns as we have. I think people will be changing different equipment. I don't know if you're going to have the lefty-righty disparages, as people say. So, it's going to be interesting if he gets it done. I hope he does, honestly, if that's the case.
I know he's going to do it. I don't know the exact time frame, but I know it's sooner than later.
Sure.
He's got plans for St. Charles as well.
I did hear that one. Yeah. Yes.
I know he's going to keep the wooden approaches because I love wooden approaches.
Yeah, there's.
Oh yeah. They should outlaw synthetic approaches. Make all the approaches wood. Make the lane synthetic if you want to, but they're just too hard to manage. Weather, humidity, it just makes it,
No,
it's too hard to maintain.
The ones that apparently, and of course I'm not bowling anymore, so I don't know for sure, but from what I heard, the ones that Shrewsbury put in and the ones that Imperial put in aren't affected or aren't affected as much by the humidity, like
by the atmosphere,
SB1s
the weather and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
do you know what his plans are? Is he plan on putting in HPLs, or is he plan on putting the Brunswick stuff in? Do you know? No idea yet.
Yeah, I just know he's going to go that way.
Yeah,
I know that for a fact. And he even told somebody this morning that he's going to do that.
Good.
And
well, I hope it works out for him. I really do. I plan on coming down to support, the house and St. Louis groups, and whenever I'm available. I'm not saying I'm available all the time, but
Well, I mean, I know you've got a lot going on with the PBA 50 and with all the other stuff that you do and your work and everything, but we appreciate when you come down. I know that Stacy next year is talked. This will probably be a prepay or at least a deposit tournament. Now you couldn't avoid some of the things. I mean, Lauren Pate went out to watch Matt bowl. That's understandable. And Brad and Kyle making the show. Well, they're not going to be here, obviously. But he lost some other people last minute that should have been here. They committed, months ago to bowl. And I know that Ashley has gone to prepay. I'm going prepay all the way now. I know Dan's going prepay on his events, or at least deposit-wise. So I mean, I see this event becoming very popular, and I see it even possibly going to, eventually another squad where you'll just have to have two squads and then have total pins pay the win. But
we can have two squads on Saturday, and then
cut it down to instead of having three teams on a pair, have just two teams on a pair. You bowl quicker. Then you can redress and turn around and have an afternoon or an evening squad, and then come back and have your cashers round come back in the next day. And
I
bowl.
see this event becoming that popular. I think that, and there's nobody else doing this type of format around here anyway.
I like the long format.
Yeah.
I like it.
I'm working right now on people ask me, I haven't got my schedule out for the part-time bowler show. Of course, I'm taking some much-needed time for me.
Yes, you do.
Yes. I'm going to continue to help, Reynolds promote the senior tour, and it is a full schedule. He's got 12 events planned for this year. But we are going to do the Turkey Bowl still for sure. We're going to do the Bel Air doubles for sure. We're going to do the match play, but we're moving it out of December. I'm going to keep the match play format, and we're going to find a better time of year to do it where December is just so busy.
Yeah.
It is busy.
It is very busy. So is November, honestly.
November's very busy, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to lose those two events. I mean, they always sell out, so
Yeah.
I'm going to keep them. But
You guys do it up right down here.
I'm working on right now, and you might get a call. I've bounced a couple ideas off John Marsala and, of course, Dan Beeman and a couple of other people that have been with me for a long time. I'm working right now on the Tournament of Champions weekend. Okay? 2 events, one on Saturday, one on Sunday, both very different. Can't really release what that is just yet, but I'll probably talk to you privately about it. But looking forward, right now I've got some money that's got me about halfway where I want to be. I'd like to have $5,000 added money for that.
Nice.
And see the event on Saturday pay, being a doubles event, see it pay $3,500 minimum for first, and the event on Sunday being a singles event, paying $2,500.
Be good.
All for our regular type of entry fees and stuff.
Yeah.
But make it a good weekend, and got to find a way to get as many other people who have won titles to come and bowl, because you're going to, even in a tournament of champions, you'll still have a percentage of those people who go, yeah, my foot hurts, my wife planned something the last minute, didn't even come in. And I want to find a way to incorporate, we have, I think we have 8 lady champions.
Wow.
I don't know how many of those ladies champions. I know that Jen Helfer stays in. She's in like that. Yeah. I don't care who I'm bowling. I know that some of them, though, will probably not want to compete. Christine Gill's one of them that probably would.
She's in the Dallas area now, isn't she?
But she'll come for
come back. That's cool.
She comes back for the trio every year.
Yes, she does.
And
yeah.
it's one of her favorite tournaments. But I want to find a way that we can get as many of those an opportunity to bowl as possible, and don't just, this is what we're doing, and they're going, well, I'm excluded from that. I can't bowl. So it should be interesting. And then Dan Beeman and I are going to do the Dash for Cash again. That was the 3-person Baker trio tournament.
I don't know.
Cody, let's see, Dan Spink, Tony Yarborough, and Cody Clayton won it last year, I think.
I don't remember.
I don't
that.
even know that we bowled that.
Well,
I don't
it was
think so.
It was 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Last year, COVID kind of like.
Oh.
I know we always seemingly bowl Cody's.
Yeah.
Over at, where's that? Not Shrewsbury.
Dubowl this year.
At Dubowl, yeah.
Yeah, he has just a few spots left. I think he has 4 spots left for that event.
I hope we have our spot in there.
Larry supposedly got it for us.
Uh-huh.
If he's listening.
Larry, if you're listening,
listening,
come on.
And then
lock us in.
Are you bowling the Motive Masters?
I don't know anything about that.
It's
yeah, you do.
Do I?
You're bowling in Carpentersville.
March 26th or something like that.
Yeah, you're bowling the region.
Oh yeah, I did see. Okay, I understand.
That's
yeah,
that's the
that's the
weekend of
doubles.
the
That's the
Vincent.
Gene Vincent tournament.
Yeah.
Frank Vincent Memorials. Yeah.
I just found out today. Marsala, who normally travels with me, and
yep.
So I'll have the suite to myself, I guess.
Yeah, he's going to Carpentersville. I think that's what he told me.
Well, he's won it twice, so he needs to go. So yeah, he said you told him yesterday that it's going back to the original date. The only reason he was able to bowl last year was because they moved it.
Yeah.
Because of
COVID. Yeah.
I know you guys will hate missing the Frank Vincent.
Yep.
Are you going to bowl?
I'll be there.
He's bowling. Larry.
Larry's going to.
Going to the bullpen.
Yeah, got to go to the left side.
Go to
He'll
the
be
left
all
side.
right.
I'm going to the left side.
Yeah.
Going to the bullpen.
Going to the dark side. Got to get somebody to carry me.
Yeah.
Are you going to bowl the mixed?
No, I have no plans for that at this moment in time.
I don't know if she signed up since, but the last roster I saw, I didn't see Michaela Kelly on there. I was thinking, somebody got to grab her.
Is he full in the mix?
No, he
Not
wasn't
yet.
as of
Not
yet.
yet.
He's not full completely at all in the tournament, but I know he's got a lot of injuries. I've seen the last roster was, what do you have, like maybe 10 spots left in the main.
Yeah,
I think.
If the regional's going on that weekend, though, the PBA 50, that's gonna cut in
He'll
a
lose
few of the
seniors.
guys.
Yeah, he'll lose the senior
So I
guys.
think-
Some of the senior guys anyway.
I think Tom Hess bowled last year.
Yeah, but I guess
You're
Pete's
going.
Pete's bowling in that event. Supposedly, he's not going to go to the regional. At least
Yeah,
that's
he's-
what I'm understanding.
He's bowling with Shannon Grimm in the at the Frank Vincent.
Yeah.
I don't remember Hess bowling last year.
Yeah. Who'd he bowl with? Mike Peters, wasn't it?
Might have been.
Yeah.
Okay, very positive.
Yeah, I
you're
think
right.
it was him and Mike Peters, I believe.
Well, Mike Peters bowled with Michaela Kelly.
That's right.
They won it.
They won it. That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, she came out of the gate with 299, 279, and something. Some bowling. And of course, Viola, David, averaged 250.
Yes, she did.
251.
Yeah, she killed him. She bowled good.
Her dance card got filled up real quick.
Of course.
Just an interesting pair here.
Yes, it is.
You're looking at Mosley and Richmond against the number 4 qualifier who advanced, Polis and O'Brien.
Yeah, they bowled really well today.
Yeah.
I didn't know Mosley until the Holly doubles. He crossed with another partner and Dan Beeman. He crossed with Dan Beeman and them, and I was very impressed by the way he throws the ball.
They've been bowling well all day, all morning today.
Yeah, I don't know how many 300 games we've shot today. I think they might have had 2 of
They
them.
might have.
Well, I know that Cummings and Partle had 2. They had 1 right out of the gate. They had at least 2.
We shot every game over 200. If that means anything.
No, it means
Yeah.
you get to sit in the booth and talk to Larry. No,
Oh, cool.
No offense to Larry. I'd rather
None
talk to him.
taken.
I'd rather talk to him at the end of the event after you win, rather
If
than
you win, holding the money.
Yeah, there you go. That's a better
Well,
time to talk to
The
you.
important thing is you did get to count money today.
We did.
We did.
We did. That is the important thing.
One good thing though, when you come in and bowl an event like this and you get a chance to bowl a lot more games, you get to learn a lot more. I mean, obviously we didn't match up quite right. We didn't strike enough. I mean, honestly, I think we threw or bowled as well as anybody in the tournament, but we just didn't match up or strike enough, and obviously that's why we're sitting here. But you know, we get to learn a little bit here as we advance through each game and make changes in our, you know, what ball does this, or maybe we need to do a little bit of better shape on that, and stuff that we don't actually do when we're playing at home and practice. And you don't get to practice this. That's the good thing. You know, this is it. You learn while you bowl. It's like on-the-job training.
Well, let's talk about home. You have a home center, Tom, right?
Spare time, yeah.
Spare time, and do you not? Is that a pro shop that you have there?
Yeah, I don't own it, but yeah, I work in it. I
Work in it?
kind of help run it.
And
He stands behind the counter and sells rosin.
I do.
is that in Decatur?
It's Decatur, yeah.
Hence the name Invader from Decatur. Yeah. And your home house, Jason?
Same.
In Decatur?
Yep. That's how I know he sells rosin from behind the counter.
Do you buy it?
Yep.
No, he doesn't buy it. Shoot, no. He calls up and say, hey, I need some rosin. Okay, I'll send it to you. He doesn't send me. I mean, he talks to other people.
I watched Tommy sell it, Larry.
Yeah, I'm good at it,
He
though.
does a good job.
I do.
That's a pro right there now.
It is.
Absolutely.
Sell a red popsicle to a
But
guy
we do
with
good.
white gloves.
Yeah, we do okay as a shop. I mean, COVID kind of kicked us right in the bad spot there for a while, but we're predominantly a storm shop. We do sell other equipment that, you know, Brunswick or Motive or whoever wants to add, you know, what they want. They just got to
Right.
ask for it. But, you know, Storm, 900 Global, Rotostar. Remember Rotostar? Yeah.
Boy, you're
Rotostar.
showing your
I did
age
too.
now.
I did. Hey, I
Well,
remember
hey,
that game.
he just dated
X2. That was a
himself.
great ball, though.
Let's talk about the Rotostar. It's I think it was last year. Year before last. It was year before last. I'm sitting there, I get a call from Steve Orff. Hey, Larry, you still got that Rotostar? I said, yeah. And I had one. It's pristine. Single drill, pristine. He said, would you be interested in selling it? I said, no. Sell it. And who wants it? And he goes, Matt McNeil. He wants to take it to Peterson.
Peterson, yeah.
And so I said, well, I mean, does he really want? He goes, yeah, I remember the ball. He wants it.
Yeah.
I said, well, he can have it as long as you'll get it to him. He goes, bring it to me and I'll give it to him. And I heard, it was a couple weeks go by and I get this message, hey, man, thank you for the ball. And I don't know how he did with it or not, but yeah, I had one. It was.
Now, how long ago was that?
2 years ago. It still had the blue sandable vice grips in it. Remember those real soft gel?
Oh, yeah.
The gels that
Yes.
you could actually, if you didn't like how they felt,
yeah.
you could sand them
Yeah.
out. Had the pimples on them.
Yes.
And I had those and I bowled. I mean, I only bowled a few games with that ball, but I loved it. I mean, that was
First time I ever seen those type of grips. Mark McDowell had those when we were on the tour. Yeah.
Well, what's the vice grip guy's name? The head guy.
I don't know.
I saw him in Indianapolis at Woodlawn last 2 years ago, and I was talking to him about those, and he goes, "Well, you can still get them. We got them. You just got to ask for them. You don't market them, but we still got them. Just send me a message. Tell me what you want."
Yeah, that's been many years ago, though. Back
Those
in the
were
day.
so soft.
So soft.
Almost too soft, but I loved them. That tells you how long ago it was when I threw a bowling ball.
Well, it looks like 40 pin difference in this first game.
Yep.
And that's a lot to overcome.
Yeah, this pair was tricky getting the corner out. I mean, I don't know how many 7-10s we saw in this pair. You left one.
I did, yep.
Michael Holloman left one, and just there was two in our match, both from each side of the lane.
Well, Chase actually called it pretty early. He talked about he saw the transition happen, saw him tightening up, and they were hooking more from the get-go. It seemed like. Yesterday, though, they were one of the highest scoring pairs in the house.
I think today, for me, of course, they broke down faster yesterday. Obviously, more traffic, but it seemed like the back end started tighter today, maybe just from the strip and re-oil and whatnot. So we actually played them a lot straighter yesterday than we did today.
Yeah.
Today you could kind of, move in and play it like a house shot in the track. We tried to play kind of right of the track yesterday because it looked like the guys that were doing that were having a lot of success. So we kind of tried to mirror that. We didn't do it with as much success as them, but with enough, I think that helped us get here to today. I think if we tried to bowl like we did today, I don't think we'd have been bowling today, to be honest.
I was just to step away from bowling. We're just saying I was watching the game here. I want to know when they're going to start wearing skirts in football, because you might hurt somebody's feeling for taunting them.
Oh, I know that's
15-yard penalty.
Play football.
The whole world's getting that way, Larry,
Yeah.
with everything.
Yes, it is.
The whole world's getting that way.
I shouldn't have said skirts. I should have said tutus.
Here it comes.
Yep.
Oh, park it.
Delay game.
Right there.
It is.
Oh, no, it's going to go in the gutter.
No, it's not. Oh, I lost
Told
the
you.
bet. I lost the bet.
Yes, you did. Dude, I'm old. I know. I got more experience.
So Anthony's from Memphis, and he comes. He's come up here a couple of times, and I've seen him bowl. And I think I've seen him bowl at the Holiday Doubles. But I started watching his videos on Facebook a couple years ago, and the kid's got a lot of talent.
Yeah, they bowled good all day today.
Yeah, they did. They throw it pretty well. They will definitely be a formidable opponent as they move forward.
See, that right lane's a little tricky because you get it a little bit right, it wants to check up. But then you move in, there's a hang spot down there.
Touchdown.
Somebody, there it is. So they're going to take on, unless the wheels fall off it, they're going to take on Doyle Holloman.
Oh, they're the third. They're the third seed.
Second seed, right?
Doyle Holloman is.
Yeah, second seed.
Oh yeah, we've
already
we
watched
the
the full
first
set.
match.
Yeah. And I think Holloman and those guys were fifth. They were down as low as fifth at one point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we beat them
On this pair.
on this pair. Yeah. Yeah, I told.
They had some big
I told-
games in the middle.
Yeah, I told Jason, I was like, you know, if we can have, because our score sheets, there was 2 score sheets. Our first score sheet, we had 2 wins. We felt like we bowled fairly well, and we didn't really get a lot for it, and we didn't go anywhere.
Sweep the leg, Daniel.
Yeah, sweep
Yeah.
the leg. The second sheet, I figured if we can just fill it up full of wins, we can maybe able to have a write our own ticket. But shoot, we filled the sheet full of wins, and we didn't go anywhere.
Well,
It's just
we were commenting on it. Yeah, we watched, and no matter same thing with Mosley and Richmond. They were killing it, but they weren't really advancing.
Yeah.
Just because
Scores are so high.
the scores were so high.
Yeah.
But grateful for the work Stacy did putting this event together, getting talent in here to bowl it like you guys, and I mean I just think that this is going to continue to grow and grow and grow. I think it's going to be, like I said, I could see it very easily going to 2 squads. Maybe not next year, but in a couple of years.
Hey, you
And-
never know. Maybe this will be the yang to the yin to the yang for the holiday doubles. You know, this
You
could
never
be the
know.
next. People were wanting to have him have an event
Summer
in the
series.
summertime or something. Instead, have it here. You know, let Stacy run it, and put 5, maybe even 10 grand for first, and run many squads and see if we can do it that way, and do the same format on Sunday as opposed to all the other round robin squads with all the scores. Go ahead and let him do it. If we go cut 20 teams or 16 teams or something to that effect, then we all bowl round robin Baker match play, 16 games or whatever it is, or 16 matches, 32 games.
Yeah, because last year we bowled 14.
We did bowl 14. Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Well,
took a
and
while to
that's
get
what
done
it-
too.
that's
For
what
that
it
matter.
would have been this
Today,
year
yeah.
if everybody had shown up. So I'm curious. You're 48.
48.
You're going to be 49
Not until September.
September.
So I got a little bit of time.
this September.
This September, correct.
So that means January 1st.
I get a full year, right?
The following
you
year.
get the bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Starting
talked about that
January
at
1st.
home.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I don't.
Old dude.
I don't get. I don't like to get left to 10 anyway. So I'm looking forward to bowling with the lower rev rate guys.
Well, it's funny.
And
Tom can pretty much. I mean, and I laugh about it all the time. They the seniors go down to Quonset, and they just tear them up, and they don't hardly move the whole day.
Right.
Yep, that's true.
I mean, maybe a board or 2 here or there. Maybe he just changes his angle a little bit, but they don't. And it's all of them, even the guys that supposedly play inside. They don't move.
Mm-hmm.
And I say you can take this group of seniors and take our best group of the part-time bowler tour guys, and they are not going to score as well, because these guys are just going to be in the pocket all day long. They're not going to go through the transition where you're leaving weird stuff all day long, and so it should be a lot of fun for you.
Yeah, I remember, bowling a lot of all the regionals and bowling on tour and stuff, and I still remembered when Dale Traber was getting close to 50. He's like, "Man, I'm close to the Raisin Tour, and he was still out there doing this. And it's been a long time ago, and it's hard to believe that in 2 years I'm going to be ready for the Raisin Tour, as Dale would say. But it will be kind of nice, to be a kid again in an older environment and bowl some different events and get back and bowl a lot of regionals like Tom is and hit a few national stops and see if I can compete.
I knew you were going to say that. See if I can compete. Whatever.
See if
Dude.
I can compete.
We'll see.
Yeah, I guess we will.
We'll see. You don't know. You don't know sometimes how your health will be or
Well, that's a true statement because I keep saying this. I don't know how much time I got left to be this high competitive, but I'm going to try to milk it for all it's worth.
Yeah, you got to.
Well, it's funny. Do you know Kevin Schrum?
Yeah.
Okay. I say this time and time again. You were talking about you very seldom get left of or right of. Kevin Schrum, in my opinion, the most underappreciated bowler in our environment.
Yeah, he's tough.
I mean, if I'm having a doubles or a team and I'm looking for, he's my first call. If I was bowling, I'm calling Kevin Park, especially on a team environment. He is always in the pocket and just doesn't get in trouble. And so it should be interesting to see you out there bowling as a rookie on the senior tour.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Tom and I bowled we bowled an over-under regional in Joliet, and I hurt my back, and it affected my my nerve, and I had a hard time walking for a few days, and so it's been a challenge kind of recovering from that, and it just makes you realize, it doesn't take much to derail you from competition, but I need to get back in shape, and I've been working, to do that, and it's important for me, now that my kids are older, I'd like for them to see, be around to see the old man,
well, I
do a little bit of good, because they weren't around when I was bowling good.
I guess I should ask this question, Tom. Did you tell him about the hazing process for a newcomer into the?
No.
Okay, you didn't.
No,
don't tell me.
yet.
Let it be a surprise.
Hello?
I like surprises like that.
But I will like to paraphrase what he just said. It sucks getting old.
That's kind of what I said in a nice way.
That's what you just said. Yeah.
I did.
For everybody out there in the audience, that's exactly what he just said.
It was.
We're getting ready to start match 3. Holloman and Doyle going against Mosley and Richmond. And Tom, Jason, you're two of my favorites, obviously.
We think a lot of you, Larry.
Absolutely.
How old is Jax now?
8.
8 years old, man.
Yeah.
I was telling somebody earlier, and so Chase goes, with a name like Jax Queen, that's $1 million name already. He's going to play something and be successful. I said, well, they don't know if it's going to be baseball, tennis, golf. Bowling, golf. I've seen him hit a golf ball, and all I'm saying is I'm not playing with him.
Kid plays a lot of sports, and but he played, which takes away from some of my time, but I still try to fit it in there. But he played 76 travel baseball games last year, and but it's great. I've had my time. I want him to have his time, and I don't like missing things. I like supporting the kids and what they do, because that's more gratifying than anything I've ever done, watching them succeed.
Yeah.
It's harder to watch, though. It's harder to be back here and watch than it is to be down there doing it by far.
Well, one of my sons has 5 boys, and 2 of them are playing basketball for the first time. They're just in 7 and 5, and they're in the introductory to the Civic Center. And my daughter-in-law, she has 5 sons. They're 7, 5, twin threes, and like 16 months old.
Man, they're busy.
And 17 months. Yeah. And she takes them all to the Civic Center, and the 3 sit with her and watch their brothers. But I can't wait. And then my daughter, who lives down south, I haven't been able to get down there yet. But my man-child Jack, he's 7 years old, and he's wearing 12 Slim breeches.
Wow.
So
And how old is he?
He's 7. So they throw the ball to Jack.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's got to be a foot taller than the other guys.
That's all you hear. They throw the ball in. They say, throw it to Jack. Throw it to Jack. And so she sent me some video of him, and I was like, looks like Shaquille O'Neal out there. I mean, his hands are up. The kids are jumping, trying to reach him, and he turns around and shoots, and he does. And he's not a selfish kid. He's such a sweetheart. 4 of the kids shoot the ball. Finally, you hear the coach, give it to Jack. And they throw it to Jack. You know.
It's fun watching.
I mean, because he's 7 years old and he can touch the rim. I mean, but, and it's funny to see him with his other 7-year-old cousin. There's
big difference in height.
Yeah.
But, it's I got to watch them play a little bit of baseball, and my 5-year-old granddaughter played. She's 5. She played on a select 8U fast pitch softball team.
Wow. Had my softball days with the kids. That's so much fun. And I wouldn't tell my Jackson this, but it's a lot more fun to watch softball than it is. But it's so fast paced. I coached her team for years. It was so much fun.
The girls are more competitive.
Oh man, it was so much fun to watch. Don't get me wrong, I love watching the baseball, but man, softball, it's just, there's a little more strategy and a lot of fun.
Well, we're ready to start here, and I know you guys can't spend a whole lot of time. I saw you checking the
yeah,
time
we probably
there.
better hit the road.
Actually,
but,
my son was calling me from Seattle.
And
So I'll
how
have
old
to
is
call
your
him.
son?
22, 23. 23. He's actually in the service. He's out in the Navy.
Well, thank you for his service.
I will definitely pass that along.
Absolutely.
And he is currently out and around Seattle area. He's on the other side of the Sound. He's part of the submarine crew. So, and he'll be going back out again on his deployment assignment probably in April or May.
Wow.
So.
Well, I have 2 grandkids that are overseas serving, one in the Air Force, one in the Army.
Well, thank you for their service.
I look forward to, because they're on like the other side of the world, I always look forward to getting that 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Facebook Messenger face-to-face or message time
Oh,
with
yeah,
them. And,
yeah.
But
without them, we wouldn't be able to do this.
That's right.
Got that right.
That's right. Yeah, very proud of their service, and their father timed out in the Navy. He was a corpsman attached to a Marine unit, but so looking forward to seeing them once again when they get back home. But we appreciate you guys stepping in. We appreciate you taking time to talk about what Stacy's done here and your experience in this tournaments. And
well, thanks to Stacy and
absolutely
for hosting the event. It's a good event.
Stacy actually did a great job. I think we're always here for them, here for you as well, and Reynold. Anybody, we love coming down to St. Louis to bowl the events.
I hope you'll share what Tom's doing out there at Cave Springs. 8 weeks of qualifying. I think 5 of them are on Sunday nights, and they have 3 Monday nights that they're going to do. $60 entry fee, and only 48 entries. They had 31 yesterday for tonight, and I don't know what the number is now. I'm sure it's up closer to the 48. But $60 entry fee, and on a full field, $1,440 first place.
Wow!
Is that every day, or a total?
Every week.
Every week, it's $1,440 for the. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Man.
Yeah, we should be going over there from
right.
here.
Right.
Just
well,
saying.
if you leave, you can go up and get something to eat, rest, and get in.
Yeah.
But if you might check the MBT Bowling Tournaments on Facebook page.
Yeah.
And he's got the information out there. And what he has done, I don't know if you've seen it or heard about it, he's built a bowling studio.
Oh, there at Cave Springs.
There are cameras on every lane, multiple cameras come this way, going that way.
Wow.
And when it gets it all set up, you'll have pin cameras, replay cameras. When you get up to bowl his events, it'll flash Tom Adcock and your stats and your sponsorship and all that, green screen.
Yeah.
And flip, and every lane is live scoring, so you can log in and you can switch back and forth, see all every lane.
We should have a PBA 50 or a regional there. Or is Reynolds scheduled to be there at some point, or
Yes,
or part time?
we're working on getting a date. We went out December 27th. We went out there and tried to get a date set up, and Tom's working on that. He has half the house wired right now, and that's why it's only 48.
Oh, okay.
He's working on getting the rest of it. Well, they've got the whole house lighted. They got all the lighting and all the cables in and everything, but he doesn't have the full process, the number of streams that he wants to do.
Yeah.
All 32 lanes, but he will. And so we're going to stay in touch with him, and we're looking forward to working with him. Yeah, and Reynolds is very interested in having like the Top Gun out there.
Yeah, the All-Star.
Yeah.
The finale. That'd be all right.
Yeah.
I just need to get a couple events in, hopefully, so I can be eligible. So that'd be nice.
It's okay if you miss it.
Yeah. You're not old enough
Now
yet.
that I'm getting closer.
You're not
to
old
that
enough
age.
yet. Don't worry about it. Johnny already told me. Marcella already told me. Thanks,
Another
I'm not going
touchdown.
to be there next week.
Well, Larry, thanks for having us here in the
Absolutely.
booth. As always, a pleasure to see
Appreciate
you.
you
Glad
guys
you're
so
doing
much.
well.
Absolutely.
Thanks to Stacy and Dan Beeman to running another great event.
Yep, I agree with that. And Tom O'Mara for bringing his crew and
Yeah.
set up here. This is
Jason to your
fantastic.
left there, yep.
Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah, hopefully we can definitely come back again. We're looking forward to for the next event when we can make it down here and bowl. So,
Well, I don't know if it'll happen this year, but I do have a goal out there. I mean, it was 1994, the last year that I actually bowled. I mean, a full season, and of course it was like a storybook season. It was a good season to quit on, but work and kids happen.
Yeah, they do.
But I've bowled a couple of times since then I came back, and then like I never left it, and then had the stroke. But I have a goal. I don't know if it'll happen this year or next year, but I'm taking some time to strengthen my body, get as well as I can. I want to bowl one full game.
okay.
Not taking one step, but actually taking the full approach.
Full approach.
And bowling.
Yeah, I want to bowl
a game. Yeah.
And my goal is to do that and draw a crowd and bowl you for $100.
Man.
Bowl you?
No, he pointed at you.
Bowl me?
Yeah.
You won't
No,
bowl
I'm
me
just
for
kidding.
100?
Yeah.
You pay me $100 and I'll bowl you.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
So we got a good match here, and they're doing just
Absolutely.
what you said they were going to do.
Yeah.
Both these guys, both these teams are going to be nails. So
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be.
Ooh, oh, look at that.
Yeah.
carried
Trip
it.
410.
That's a big shot.
Yeah.
Both
That's
of 'em-
something we didn't get a lot of this weekend.
Both of them go out. It'll be a 1-pin difference, and
Yeah.
it'll come down to the next game.
Well, as it should be.
Yep.
So appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
Be careful
Larry-
going home.
We'll
All
do.
Sounds
and,
good, Larry. Thank you.
For me.
I'll definitely do that, and, we'll
keep
see.
Ian in my prayers.
Yes,
So.
he's two more months, and we're past that battle. So
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
No doubt.
yeah. So
No, very awesome.
thanks, Larry.
All right, take
All
care.
right.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right.
Go ahead and turn your volume on. Just lost my ear now. Be safe. All right, we're going to change the guard here. Yeah. I'll put a buffer between us. So we're gonna really change the flavor here. Got Andrew back here, really. Andrew, welcome.
Yes, sir.
And we're gonna add Mr. John Marsala, PBA 50 champion, regional champion, obviously part-time bowlers, multi-champion, senior Grand Prix champion. John Marsala, thanks for joining us, buddy.
Yeah, John Marsala, never heard of her.
Her?
My usual traveling partner. He's gonna abandon me this year for the Frank Vincent. He's gonna go try to win the senior regional at Carpentersville again. I hate to see that, but love to see it. But
that's one of my favorite stops for sure.
yeah. So we got a good match going here. It was a 12-pin advantage for
Doyle
and Holloman. Could have been a 1-pin one-pin match or two-pin match. But it should tighten up as we get into these last two matches.
I was going to say, it looks like the left lane hooks a little bit more from the right. I've been watching a couple shots, but to me, the left lane looks like it's a little earlier, a couple boards more.
Well, like I like to always say, I have been the comic relief. We got a couple of pros in there now. John actually knows what he's talking about, as does Andrew.
Really?
Yeah, really?
I'm an Andrew. No, he knows a lot. He's
John
good
is
kid.
a roto staffer, pro staff, and has had some great success these last couple of years out on the tour. And we miss him.
Senior
tour. You're right, senior tour. We miss him not bowling in a lot of our local events. Andrew and I talked about that earlier. But glad to see you do so well out there on the pro circuit, John.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it very much.
You know, he look what Michael does here. Michael's in farther than I've seen him all weekend. So,
yeah. While we're touching on that subject here, Jalen Mosley's throwing a ball that I don't think anybody would be throwing right now. He's throwing a Brunswick Quantum Evo. It's like, it looks like it's at 1,000. I mean, the fronts of the lanes are just destroyed right now, and they're hooking out of the building.
And he's getting through them.
I mean, granted, he's in front of the ball return, but what he's doing right now with that ball with that much surface on it, it's pretty awesome to see, actually. Most people watching Concord, it's really hard to get the ball to store energy, especially later in the day. You know, being that they're wood and they always hook. So, like I said, the fact that he's making this ball shape down the lane with as much surface as it has on it, it's pretty impressive.
Trip 10. My first introduction to Mr. Mosley was at the Holiday Doubles, and you said you've been following him for quite a while. But he crossed with Dan Beeman and John Gibson in the Holiday Doubles, and I had never seen him before, and I was very impressed with what I saw him do that day. I was there for about 6 games, and it was really nice. So it was good to see him come down and bowl this. He's from Cincinnati, Ohio, and Anthony is from Memphis. So John, you and Scott decided at basically almost the last minute to bowl this. You made the cut, and bowled today.
Yep.
Adcock was saying that although he was the oldest competitor.
He was the oldest. He got me by a couple of months.
That's why I said, had to be close. He said, yeah, but I'm older. And Tim Barrett walked up and said, yeah, the combined age of you two is 112. Adcock and Queen. And
yeah, me and Scotty, I think, are at 115.
Yeah. We talked about Jason getting old enough. He'll be January of next year. January of next year, he'll be old enough to bowl the Grand Prix Seniors.
Yep.
And he was, I don't know if he was licking his chops, but Tom was like, yeah, you could wait another year, you know. I know Tom's looking forward to being old enough to bowl the Super Senior.
So who are our picks to win this match here? I know Mosley and...
well, they're 2 pins down right now. That's changing.
You know, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say that Doyle and Holloman still find a way to get her done here. I'm a gambling man, so that's what I'm going to say.
I say, go ahead, John.
For me, I don't really have a pick in it. I mean, they're really 2 good teams. Whoever wins, they're going to give Tim and Shay quite the match, I think. So,
and it's going to be a great match, yeah.
I'm kind of rooting for the young guys, but oh wait, they're all young.
Yeah, I was going to say, wait a minute. So you didn't pick anybody.
I can't even say I'm rooting for the lefty, but one on each team. But I don't know. I like Jalen. The kid's got a great game. He's a phenomenal little talent, and good things in store for him down the road. And kind of like to see them win it. I think that's kind of my pick.
If Michael can continue to do that. You give them a run.
Oh, sure. No, I mean,
I always worry when these-
Cameron and Michael, they're very accomplished bowlers. Cameron's been really good in the public's eye since he was 12, 13 years old.
Yep.
So, I mean, yeah, he's not a newcomer to it by any means.
So I don't know if this has been mentioned, but Cameron almost did not bowl with Michael this weekend. Cameron texted me the other day. He's like, hey, man, can you watch my house on Sunday? I'm thinking about going back home to Tennessee and bowling a local tournament. And I said, yeah, sure, man. You know, I don't got much going on, so, yeah, I'll watch your house. Well, he texted me the other day. He's like, hey, you know, I think I'm going to bowl Sunday or Saturday with Holloman at Concord. He's like, well, how can I not bowl with him? I'm like, yeah, you're right. So and here they are.
Exactly. You can't. How can you not bowl?
Well, we were kidding Michael. Michael put the message out there. You know, hey, I lost my partner. AJ Rice can't make it. I need a partner. And he messaged me, and I was talking to him, and I was surprised how many people were already signed up that were willing to dump their partner to bowl with Michael. And I said, well, who's responded yet? And I said, I gave him a couple of names, and he goes, well, I'm waiting on one guy to call me back, and if they don't call me back, I'll call you. And he called me back. Well, I did okay. I mean, I reached into the barrel; it was way down there, but I got a bowler. I said, who'd you get? And he goes, Cameron. I went, oh, okay. That's a pretty good last-minute grab.
Yeah, you can't go wrong there. This is actually a really close game, isn't it?
It's very close. 2 pins separated them on the first. It's 2 pins, right?
And actually, if they
or 3,
if 2 pins, yeah, 2 or 3.
I'm
And
gonna
if they both strike out, they both shoot 258. So
Yeah, I'm gonna say if Cameron can find a way to strike here, I'm gonna go with the lefty versus the righty here in the 10th for the win. We'll see what happens.
Well, we're gonna find out if you're right here.
It's pretty close. Good
It's
pitch.
really a good pitch.
I wish I could do that.
So, John, when does your season with the PBA 50 start?
I believe we start April 17th, 15th, somewhere in that area. We start in Fort Myers, Florida.
Right.
At Lightning Strikes again. Great center. Larry Lickstein does some stuff down there. He does a lot of live streaming down there in that building, and with their league play, it's actually set up very similar to what Tom has at Cave Springs with the MBT. It's a pretty cool deal down there, and
it's gonna lock it up there.
They treat us so good down
That's
there.
gonna
It's
get
a
them the
blast.
advance.
Yeah, that's enough to win it, isn't it? 230 to 250. There was only a 12-pin advantage, so yeah, Jalen and forget his.
Yeah, I always forget his name.
Anthony Richmond.
Yeah, Richmond.
Anthony.
Yes.
Yes, they're going to move on to the final.
So everybody's seen it. I've officially been wrong at least once in my life.
That's funny.
Well, so they're going to take 1,200 home for the third place finish. Next match, it's a $1,300 match. I mean, the difference in first and second.
All right, who's picking this one?
All right, so I was just going to say, talking with Cameron, Tim, Shay, and all of them, to me, this pair did not look very good from the right. I know I bowled on this pair yesterday. Again, I didn't bowl very good, but for whatever reason, there seems to be a lot more corner pins, especially on the right lane. For whatever reason, maybe there's something down lane, a little extra push down or something. I don't know. So I think Shay and Tim didn't really like this pair earlier, so we'll see if they can get it together and string some strikes here. I think.
What did they shoot in the position round on this pair? Do you know?
On this pair in the position round, they 521.
Okay. So they did figure
That's
something out.
that's pretty good, isn't it?
Well, I'm sorry, it would have been 491 because they got 30 pins bonus.
Okay, well, still 490.
Yeah.
490 in Baker is still pretty good. I mean, they're the two best bowlers right now, probably in the St. Louis area.
When they work so well together.
They do.
I mean,
they great communication, and that's part of what a good doubles team consists of. You gotta know the other guy's game, and you gotta be able to talk to him and figure it out.
And I think that's what is key. I mean, they know each other so well. Either one of them can look at the guy's ball and how it responds, know what it's going to do to their ball, and
oh, sure.
Yeah, I mean, in this match here, it's hard to root against or even bet against Shay and Tim because, I mean, like you said, they're two of the best in the St. Louis area, and they have been for a long time.
Yep.
So on a variety of conditions too. I mean, they're there when they're easy, they're there when they're hard, they're there when they're in between. So I'm going to sit here and say I honestly don't know who to pick in this match, but like I said, it's hard to bet against Shay and Tim.
It's hard to bet against them, but I like underdogs always.
And I'm a homer. Always have been. I'm always going to root for the home guy. You know, I mean, this is me. But how do you root against? You can't root against either of them either.
Well,
It's just.
I think it's going to be as tight a match as the last one that we just saw. It's going to be.
I believe.
I think it's going to be very close.
And they have been hot lately. Both Tim and Shay. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I think I was talking to Dave Cummings probably a couple weeks ago. It's like Shay's one of those guys that he strikes so much and he wins so much. It's like when you're bowling against him, you almost want to hate him, but you can't because he's the nicest guy in the world, if that makes any sense to everybody listening. But I definitely feel that 100%. It's like, yeah, I don't like this guy because he's beating me and he won't stop striking, but you can't not like him because he's
bowling
there
bad
for you.
or bowling good. He's just like I should be. He's just smooth and even keeled is.
Go Rams. Oh, sorry.
Definitely not rooting for those guys.
I am against Tampa Bay because, well, it's Tampa Bay.
No, I'll root for Tampa over them. Oh, well, what do we got going on?
It's not the team, it's the owner.
Looks like we got some balls stuck in the power lift here. My expertise more so.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
there you go. You're the mechanic. I just throw the bowling ball sometimes. So, Larry, what do we got coming up next?
Well, we've got the Senior Grand Prix at Quonset on February 30th. I know you're going to bowl that.
Yeah, I am signed up for that.
Yeah, and if I remember right, you bowl pretty well down there. Didn't you shoot 300 against Pete? Who shot 300 against you down there?
Yeah, you know, that actually came up on my memories the other day. Last year, was it last year? Yeah, last year. Made the finals, and I had two ties in the top five. I qualified fourth, I believe. I bowled Larry Larson the first match. We tied at 224. Made it through that one, and then I had to bowl against Pete Weber, and we had a fun match. That was probably the most fun I've had shooting 300 in a long time, and we tied.
And it was fun to watch too. It was.
Yeah, there was banter back and forth with me and Pete. And,
yeah, imagine that.
Then I go and all I need is one pin, Rodney, and I missed it. To end up losing the match, but it was still a good time.
All right, guys.
He didn't
So
want to win it.
I have a bit of a prediction here. I'm gonna say that Shay and Tim are gonna choose to finish on the left lane.
Agree.
But I'm a guy that likes to pay attention to a lot of details, especially while bowling and you know, being in the bowling center and watching. If you haven't seen, I don't know how well it comes up on the screen here, but when you're bowling, for whatever reason, lane 29, when the ball is going through the pins, in my opinion, the deck almost looks a hair higher, so you can almost sometimes see a little hop through the pins, and that can also affect pin carry as well. Yeah, so it's kind of a tricky deal because, like I said earlier, 30, for whatever reason, the ball likes to kind of quit in front of the pocket, you know, and leave more 10s as well. So it's kind of a flip of a coin here. So I'm going to say Shea and Tim choose to finish on the left lane, though.
It looks like that's what they're doing. They're trying to get, there they go. They had to finish out the uncompleted
Yep,
score.
they're gonna finish on the left lane.
Nice call, Andrew.
And a couple of things with that, too, that makes Jalen have to 3-step in the 10th for the win if he has to in front of the
Sure.
ball return. So, I
Sure.
mean,
Good point.
for people that are watching, that matters, too, because that's not something you do every day. So,
Well, John, to answer also your question, next is in about 3 hours at Cave Springs. The first night of qualifying for the NBT tournament series at Cave Springs is tonight. I know that yesterday afternoon when we left here, they had 31 signed up for it tonight, and I'm sure they had more came in today. But 8 weeks, 5 of them are going to be on Sunday evenings, 3 of them are going to be on Monday nights. The last 3 are on Mondays, and it's $60 to enter. On a full field, pays $14.40 for first. Really kind of a nice thing.
That's not bad.
It's good. And then there's additional pots and side pots. Then there's a match play after event. So they bowl the 6 games, and if you want for $30, I think it's $30. There's a match play afterwards. So there's lots going on. Tom has done an incredible job getting this ready. Dan Schmidt is actually running the tournament, and Tom is doing the production. Got all the cameras on every lane. They got you going, got you coming back here. They've got graphics of bowlers, and I don't know if you're going to run the graphics program where you'll be on a green screen, just like the PBA does, and they'll show the your graphics of average statistics and all those. But I know that he is also going to, before the thing is finalized, they'll have pin cameras with replay, and really going to be cool. Really going to be something. I know that found out yesterday that Iggy Strode, and him and Alina Matthews are going to go and do one of the nights for commentary. I know Chase is going to do tonight, and he'll probably do most of them, but he's going to have some guest commentators in out there. And I really look forward to this. I think it's going to be something that if people given an opportunity, it's not going to take a long time to bowl. So you're not going to be in there all night. It'd be great to see the bowlers support this and see this new type of event come into play. And he's doing it on Sunday evenings when it doesn't interfere with anything else that's going on in bowling.
Right. Cool. Looking forward to seeing some of that. So you talk about having to be in front of the ball return. Tim's going to be the anchor bowler, and he's in front of the ball return on the right lane. Just Stone's an 8 pin. Or 9, I'm sorry. So how does it help being a lefty right now, being the only lefty on the pair? Or does it help?
Like I said, I was talking to Larry earlier. I got here a little later, so I didn't really get to see much of the fresh. I think that the lefty here probably still has the advantage, or their team has the advantage because he's left-handed, and obviously the right side is hooking way more than the left side right now. But what I was going to add while you guys were talking, I was thinking of something to say, but everybody knows that this is Shea and Tim's, town or territory. Doesn't matter who you are. In the final match, you're bowling people that want to win and are more capable to win. So I think it don't matter if you're left or right-handed. It's hard to pry it off bowling Shea and Tim anytime. So.
Yeah,
I would agree.
And in front of the ball return, or your feet hanging off the end of the approach, these guys just find a way to get to the pocket.
And right now on the left lane, the lefty's kind of struggling a little bit. Spare, and then the split there. 1, 3, and 5. So, man, Shea and Tim really only have a 20 pin advantage right now. So if Anthony can figure out that lane, Jalen strike here, get a double, maybe a 3-bagger, kind of put a little pressure on again.
I saw that ball actually just turn over at a certain point down the lane, and you just knew it was going in the nose.
Yeah, I was going to say that was more up the lane, more in front of him compared to his other shots.
Yeah.
I think Timmy's gonna let him know they're still here. Right.
That's what you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a game I'm very unfamiliar with. Rough challenge, I am.
Have you ever been close to the ball return in your life, other than shooting a spare?
Absolutely. You know, back in the 80s when we were throwing yellow dots, I was in around 15 quite a bit. Quite a bit. I could hook a yellow dot more than I can the reactives now. But I'm a lot older.
And that double there, that just shows that they've been here before, and they're, they know what they're doing. So makes it that much harder for them to bounce back over here on the left lane after 2 opens.
Sure. Yep, time to regroup, make good shots.
Looks like he went back to a ball that he was throwing earlier.
Oh, look at that.
Wow, 3-9. He needed that.
Well, remember, back in my day, we couldn't get in front of ball returns because they were overhead ball returns.
That's true.
Well,
and I didn't really get to see that shot.
It started
great,
in.
but
Started in.
Started
he was,
in.
yeah, he was definitely in a little.
From my angle, it looked a little bit slow.
True.
14.
And a lot of people get confused too. So this is another thing that I've kind of played around with. Depending on how much the lane is hooking, the shot can sometimes look slow, especially when it hits the nose, but that could just mean that it was in the friction faster and the lane slowed it down more.
True.
So, I'll kind of get mad at some of my buddies, bowling league or whatever. Like, oh, you threw that one slow. Well, no, it hit the friction faster and the lane slowed it down more. I didn't throw it slower, so.
Yep, ball reads early, immediately slows it down.
Another thing to consider, so.
And that ball was definitely in off of his hand, more so than, well, I think your statement about it was more in front of him than out.
Correct. Little air time there, get it through the fronts. Good shot. That was great.
And that was another ball change.
So now, if both teams strike out, we got 223 for Tim and Shay to 217. So it's a close match. And we kind of expected a close match too.
Yeah, and I was actually talking to Cameron earlier while they were warming up for the last match. In the end of the day, yeah, the lanes are still easy, but it's that much harder when they're burned up like this. The fronts are hook in. You got to be in front of the ball return. So, even though they're easy, the best team here is probably going to win.
Yep.
So
that was a pretty clutch shot right there.
Yep, bounce back with a 4-bagger after a couple of splits.
Be interesting to see what Tim does here. A little more loft there. That was really good direction, so that could mean that lane's just starting to go a little bit more than they thought. To me, that shot didn't look terrible. I don't know what you thought, John.
No, I didn't think it was terrible either. He actually got it a little further out, a little further down lane. And I picked up just that much more because it was so far down lane and so much in the dry. All right, so.
Got ourselves a match here, fellas.
Yeah, we did. Going to be possible 217 to 203. Then they'll switch lanes.
And we'll see if the ball return comes into play like you called before the match started.
Yeah, eventually it's going to get to the point for Jalen to where, especially or even on the right lane when they were warming up, he wasn't giving the ball much air through the fronts. So judging by Tim's ball reaction here, Jalen could have to get it up over the fronts a little bit more on that lane, which could be, you know, it might force him to make a ball change because he's going
Tim
to
put
need
a little more air in it
Mhm.
the last couple shots over there.
So obviously, like we said before, Shea and Tim chose the left lane for a reason. So
Oh, yeah.
let's see what happens.
So we have a 14-pin advantage right now. John, Andrew, I appreciate you coming in for this last game.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, not a problem. So is everybody who's picking the Brad and Kyle match today? When the PBA comes on tonight,
I got
what's
Kid
gonna happen
Dynamite.
there?
You know, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna say Brad. I'm gonna say Brad's gonna put Kyle away.
I'm picking Brad only because during the qualifying portions of that event, Brad bowled better than Kyle for most of the event.
Right.
And yes, they are in a different center, same area but different center.
Different lane surface too.
Different lane surface too. Yeah, there's a lot of variables there, but I'd like to see Brad kind of redeem himself a little bit from his last
Definitely.
showing.
I mean, the
And
four-pin?
not that he's bowling bad, but just
Yeah, so interesting read here. So Shea went high on the left lane, but to me it didn't look like a very good shot. It was, again, too much in front of him. Jalen threw it really good, and he four-pinned. So judging by Shea and Tim's ball reaction last couple shots on the right lane, I'm going to say that Jalen's next shot on this right lane here, he's going to move a couple, but it's going to be out onto the lane a little bit more because that lane is, to me, it looks like it's burning up a little bit more. So let's see if I'm right. And again, I'm pretty impressed with Anthony right here. He kind of made a blind move and just kind of started getting it over the fronts. Like I said, I know I've been kind of wearing that term out, but you don't see many lefties that can do that and get in like that and kind of replicate what a righty does when the lanes get like this. So the young guy throws it pretty good. So
And Tim swishes at 7.
runs it over, no problem. All right, let's see what Jalen does here on this right lane. I'm really curious to see. Yep, out on the lane just a hair. Got it through the fronts better. Good move there.
Yeah, he's 28 years old.
And I believe Jalen is 20, 21. I don't think we mentioned it earlier, but I think when he was 14, I believe he bowled 300 in the Masters, and he cashed.
I know that he made it. I know that he made the cut, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Pretty impressive.
Great shot there. That's going to make Shane and Tim think a little bit here. Take a little more time and make sure they make the best shots they possibly can. Going to probably need an opening, though, from Jalen and Anthony here. But anything can happen.
Yeah, you know, you hear the comment a lot about staying in the moment, and that's exactly what these two youngsters have to do against a veteran team.
Right.
Is just kind of stay in the moment, one
He
shot
did
at a
make the
time.
move. Look how much farther left he is.
Great shot.
Yeah, it was.
So, John, I don't know how you are when you bowl in match play, but if you got a string going, do you like to kind of take extra time and really make sure you pry them off good, and or do you like to kind of do what they're doing here on the right lane and just keep striking, just stay in the moment and not get too slow, if that makes sense?
Yeah, well, I don't usually take a lot of time anyway, so if I think too much, I get too confused.
Right.
So the less I think, the better. So if I'm on a streak, I want things moving at a consistent pace. Match play, especially in finals and stuff, I might take a little more time. I'll look at racks a little closer.
Correct.
Because I want everything to be good. But yeah, I try and I'm a fast bowler anyway. I kind of know what I want to do when I get up there. So
I'm not the only one who thought he was going to miss that. He
Yeah.
thought that was going to hook by it too. Because he was like. So, this is a must-have right here.
Yes, absolutely. And kind of to bounce off what I asked John earlier, I kind of like what Shay and Tim are doing right now. Obviously, they don't have as many strikes on the board as Jalen and Anthony, but they're kind of laying back. You know, they're letting them get a little more comfortable.
Yep.
So anytime you get too comfortable, sometimes bad things can happen. So you can't count Shay and Tim out yet.
Oh, man.
That was wide right, and it somehow found a way to strike.
That was,
and if you're Jalen and Anthony, you're thinking, okay, we're way out in front. Let's post this number quickly,
right,
and give them guys something to shoot at. We're already ahead, so and it's kind of working right now.
It's pretty. It's not going to seal the deal there, but that's going to make it that much harder.
Oh yeah.
Strike here pretty much locks her up.
Yeah, this here is a big strike, and they got it. Jalen throw the first one. It's about over.
Yeah, pretty much wraps it up there.
That wrapped it up there. Yeah. So there's kind of two ways to look at that. That's what's hard about Baker. I tend to struggle a little bit in Baker because you either get too far ahead or you get too far behind, and you're looking at scores.
Right.
It's like, well, if I strike out, I can get within 10.
I know they're just kind of going through the motions here now, but did anybody find it interesting that Shea was not going 10th or anchor?
Shay, I think somebody commented on that, right? They kept that thing the whole day. Shay started out not being the anchor. And it was something that he saw or felt or whatever, and it was obviously working for him today.
Right.
But yeah, I thought he normally is the guy that closes it out. But no, they started the day like that. So, I mean, they just got to go through the motions here. But $3,000 first place to your champions. There's pins for days in the gutter here. And in a note on the football game, the Dallas. No, wait a minute. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are getting manhandled just like my team, the Packers, did last night. They got manhandled by San Francisco. Bull rushed.
And the Rams are up 20-3 at the end of the first half.
So Jalen and Anthony finished there with 238. Pretty good game considering the condition of the.
Exactly. And they had 217 the first game for 450.
Normally that's not good enough to win against Shea and Tim, but you know, sometimes the stars align, I guess.
Yep.
All
right, so that's pretty much going to do it for us. Larry, are you going to want to have some final words here? Or?
Well, I want to thank you guys. First of all, thank you for bowling. Okay, supporting Stacy in this event. I think next year is going to even be bigger. I think there'll be more teams next year. I think they're going to be guaranteed because there's probably going to be a deposit to hold that spot, so people can't just back out the night before the tournament like some people did this time. But you know, I see this event coming full circle. I think it's going to get bigger. I think there's a real good possibility that in a couple of years, you're looking at 2 squads of qualifying on Saturday. I really do see that. I want to thank you guys, like I said, for bowling. I thank you for your friendship and support in our events all these years. And John, I want to wish you luck on the tour. You know.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I know that you've had a storybook a couple of years. I mean, and he got featured for his cooking. He got a full write-up for cooking. He's those who don't know, John does a little.
Cool.
John does a little bit of magic on the grill, you know, from time to time.
You have to make me some dinner. It was kind of funny how that all came about, but that's a story for another time. I'll tell that story at a different time. But it was a lot of fun. It was nice to get the recognition for it. I wasn't obviously looking for it. But
well, you had a really unique crowd,
and
you had some pretty unique people in the audience that day that were eating your pulled pork. But Andrew, congratulations on you going back to school.
Yeah, thank you.
We're very possibly going to see you, hopefully in a national championship one more time.
That's the goal.
And you know, whatever you decide to do, whether it's build the lanes, run the lanes, drill the ball, good luck to that. My best to your family, my best to the Jones family for what they did here today, along with Ashley and Sid,
Mr. Bluford,
Mr. Bluford, Big Sid. And I will tell you, it's till the next time, get out and sponsor and support Tom O'Mara at Cave Springs Bowl. This is going to be coming to you, like I said, tape delayed. They'll be on Facebook and YouTube tonight. So look forward to seeing you guys on the lanes.
Yes, sir. All righty.
Yep. Thank you, Larry, for having me in the booth, and thank just all my sponsors, man. Rotogrip, Turbo.
Yeah, yell out to them real quick.
Bolify. I can't thank them enough for all their support. It means a lot.
Well, we appreciate you.
It's good to be here, everybody. Make sure you stay bowling and have a good one.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep.